always on the grind. I got a team of people, we never giving up. We never speaking evil, always a new way of dealing with those people. Oh, that's a trigger word, I leave you standing see-through. I'm known to catch wreck, he do. I'm planning my next steps, defeat you. If you ain't heard, I'm that. Sequel, award-winning, magnificent, ain't no one that's my equal. Prequel, I'm the lethal, some say unbelievable. Who? Rich B's, he make it do what it do. Who knew? Album 2, in my mind I chose to deliver to you. On your porch, kick the box like UPS do. I ain't through with this dose of truth. One too many ain't shoot. Why would I choose to inform you? I'm letting loose 59 milli, pot of stove, I'm cooking goose. I'm always on the grind, I got a team of people, we never giving up, we never speaking evil, always a new way of dealing with those people. Oh, that's a trigger word, I leave you standing see-through. I'm known to catch wreck, he do. I'm planning my next steps, defeat you. If you ain't heard, I'm that. Sequel, award-winning, magnificent, ain't no one that's my equal. Prequel, I'm the lethal, some say unbelievable. Who? Rich B's, he make it do what it do. Who knew? Album 2, in my mind I chose to deliver to you. On your porch, kick the box like UPS do. I ain't through with this dose of truth. One too many ain't shoot. Why would I choose to inform you? I'm letting loose 59 milli, pot of stove, I'm cooking goose. I'm always on the grind, I got a team of people, we never giving up, we never speaking evil, always a new way of dealing with those people. Oh, that's a trigger word, I leave you standing see-through. I'm known to catch wreck, he do. I'm planning my next steps, defeat you. If you ain't heard, I'm that. Sequel, award-winning, magnificent, ain't no one that's my equal. Prequel, I'm the lethal, some say unbelievable. Who? Rich B's, he make it do what it do. Who knew? Album 2, in my mind I chose to deliver to you. On your porch, kick the box like UPS do. I ain't through with this dose of truth. One too many ain't shoot. Why would I choose to inform you? I'm letting loose 59 milli, pot of stove, I'm cooking goose. I'm always.
So today, as we continue on this topic of becoming a better version of ourselves, that's where we're starting, right? We're starting with your emotions are costing you. And bear with me because it feels like my allergies be kicking up. As soon as I go live, I don't even understand what that's about. Y'all tell me what that's about. Because as soon as I go live, then all the daggone allergies want to start jumping into effect. And that's out of control. Because why can I go majority of the day, nothing, everything is fine. But as soon as I go live, next thing you know, my sinuses start acting up, all kind of stuff. Maybe my sinuses are saying, you know what, you shouldn't be streaming live right now. Nah, you a lie. You know why? Because we talked about discipline. We've talked about that before, right? We talked about consistency, continue to, keep doing it, despite how you feel, right? Doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, I said I was, and I am. So that's what we on. Let's just be honest about this. Let's be real with this. Let's keep it pushing. Foot on the gas pedal and keep it moving forward, okay? So with that being said, here's the thing. What we're going to do today is really communicate this fact that it seems as if, right, that people, including myself, again, I'm not taking myself out of this equation, they aren't losing because they don't have talent, right? What seems to be happening is that the loss is coming because they keep making emotional decisions. That's huge. I don't know if you know what that looks like, but as we keep going on this, you will see what I'm saying, because we're going to walk it out. Like we always do on this channel, we're going to walk it out, right? And so to walk it out, let's just start off talking about, I was going to say feelings, but that's what emotions are, right? Emotions are feelings. So what does that look like? Right? What does that look like? Because what I do know is if you have feelings, if you have emotions, then they're real, they are valid. Okay? Never take away from anybody else's emotions because they are real to them and they're valid to them. Right? And if you put yourself in that person's position, then when they have these emotions, you too, if you were them in that position, you too would have emotions. And that's how we look at things. Why do we look at things that way? Because that is the empathetic way to do it. Right? Or sympathetic. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's go to the desktop. What's the difference between empathetic and sympathetic? Let's figure this out. Because it's not that I don't know how to use the word, right? When you really think about it, it's that I want to make sure that as I'm using the word, I'm using it correctly. I don't want to use it incorrectly. And so we're going to look it up. That's what we do on this channel. So if you're new to this channel, know that that's what we do. We always look up something because we want to make sure that we're using the word correctly, right? It makes no sense to use a word and we're not using it right. So that's why we're going to look it up. Give me 1 second because I'm going to pull up the browser. I don't know what the heck just happened. I had it and then it didn't work right. So let's get it right. Let's get it back on so we can really get it popping. Let's see. Bow. All right. Let's go to the dictionary. All right. And let's put it up. Let's see. Bow. Dictionary. Right? And so now that we're on the dictionary, we're going to look up the word first, sympathetic, right? Because we said there's empathy and there's sympathy. So what's the difference, right? Empathy, right? What does that mean? Empathy, the psychological identification with or vicarious experience of the emotions, thoughts, or attitudes of others. The imaginative ascribing to an object as a natural object or work of art, feeling attitudes present in oneself. Okay, let's go with this first definition, right? She put an arm around her friend's shoulder and stood by her in silent empathy. Okay, that's empathy. So what's sympathy? Let's see if there's a related word for that. Okay, let's go here. Related words. Related words. Sympathy. So let's see what sympathy means. Sympathy. The act or state of being sorrow or compassion for another. Okay, so agreement in feelings or emotions between people or on the part of one person toward another, especially as based on similar taste, shared understanding. Bam. Okay, you get it? I think we get it. So empathy means that, man, I feel you, right? It means I can identify with you having feelings in this area, right? I can stand by you and identify, I can validate. That's empathy, right? Sympathy means that I feel sorry for you feeling that way, right? Because I too have went through it, so I can understand, and I can have emotions because I know how you are feeling right now because I've had them too. So that's sympathy. Okay? Bam. So now that we know that, we're saying that you can validate someone else's feelings, and that doesn't mean that you agree, but it means that I can understand, right? Doesn't mean you had them, but I understand, because you too, like I said, if you were them, you would feel that way too, okay? But I'm said all that to get to the point that some of y'all are just paying way too much for temporary feelings or temporary emotions. Okay? Why am I saying that? Why am I saying that you're paying too much? Let's first figure out what are emotions. Okay? We talk about them. People say it all the time. People talk about emotions. But have you ever really looked up the definition of emotions? If you haven't, no worries. Why? Because you know how we do. Let's look it up. So let's go to the dictionary, right? Bam. All right. Emotions. What is it? Bosom. What is that? What? Did I spell the word wrong? Didn't I say emotions? Looks like emotions to me. Let's go to the real word, because I don't know how we get to this. Let's go to emotion. How about that? I mean, I guess we could go to emotion. No, but I don't want that. I want emotion. Okay, emotion, a mental state. All right, emotion is a mental state. Okay, so, all right. So we're saying emotion is a mental state. So if someone is emotional, then that's the state of having emotion, right? Let's see, emotional. Demonstrative about feelings, right? So it's the act of being it. It's demonstrating those feelings. Okay, that's better. If you're emotional, you're demonstrating those feelings. It's not just having them, it's demonstrating them. Okay? Does that make sense? Right? It's not just having the feeling, it's demonstrating them. So emotional means to demonstrate those feelings. What are the feelings? What are the emotional feelings? So we need to look that up. So let's go here. Let's go to Google. Right? And so I guess and again, like I said, we're figuring this out as we go. Here we go. So let's go to Google and we're gonna type in what are the emotions a human can have. Let's see. All right. So not body motions. I said emotions. Oh, it changed my word. There we go. My bad, y'all. All right, there we go. Human emotions include a wide spectrum of feelings, broadly characterized into 6 basic universal types: happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, anger, surprise. These, along with complex secondary emotions like shame or pride, act as internal signs that influence behavior and decision making. Boom. Right? These act as internal signs that influence behavior and decision making. That's what we're talking about here, right? So we're saying, though, because the whole point is that you're paying too much for temporary feelings. Okay? You're paying too much. Meaning when I say paying, we're talking about giving too much of yourself, giving too much time, giving too much money, giving too much energy towards temporary feelings. Okay? Now, let's go into it. Because I'm still up here on the page, let's go into what they are. Here we go. Here's some examples, right? Based on those feelings, on those emotions. So happiness, feeling delighted, enthusiastic, content, right? Feeling heartbroken, lonely, grieved, feeling afraid, anxious, or threatened, right? Feeling frustrated, irritated, or resentful. Feeling revulsion or contempt. That's disgust, right? Feeling amazed or shocked by unexpected events. This is even better. Feeling tender, compassionate, or warm towards love and affection. That's a feeling, right? guilt or shame, feeling remorseful, embarrassed, humiliated, right? Anxiety, stress, feeling overwhelmed, worried, or tense. And remember, we had another stream about that. We had a whole nother live talking about that, talking about feeling overwhelmed, right? But worried or tense, that's a whole nother, variation of it, right? And I'm trying to keep it really not basic, but I'm really trying to, we're just trying to start the point, right? We're trying to start the conversation. Why? Because we want to get to an understanding first of what these feelings are, okay? Because if we can figure out what the feelings are, then we can figure out how to use them correctly, or how to ensure that you having that feeling, me having that feeling, doesn't cost us more than it has to, right? In time, in money, in stress, in life, right? Because we want to make the most out of our time. We want to make the most out of our life. We want to experience the good emotions more than the bad. But to do that, we have to be able to control it. Okay? Now, what I know is a lot of the damage that you add into your life, a lot of the trauma that you get in your life, are done in emotional moments, right? Why are you saying that, Rich Bees? All right, here's why. Think about the last time that you went and bought something because you're like, I saw this commercial. That thing, is going to do wonders for whatever. And you realize that thing actually was a little bit more than your budget would allow, but you really had to have it. Right? So you went and you bought that thing, right? You might have used it the first week, done a little something with it, and then what? It probably is over there sitting on a shelf and you never use it again, right? Or somebody else came to you and was like, yo, this thing is dope. Look at my new blah, 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 blah. And they showed it to you and they was like, yo, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And you was like, oh man, that's fire, boy. I got to get me one of those, whatever. And then you go and you spend the money to get one. And then what happens? You realize that this don't work for me. Like, I don't like this, right? There's a number of people who went and ended up buying an Apple laptop or something like that, but they're used to Windows. The things that they do is all Windows based. Hey, thank you for following, Amanda. I appreciate it. So you went out and bought this Mac laptop and you realize that ain't even for you, right? The things that you do are based on Windows because that's what you knew. And so you bought this now $2,000 laptop, and what you do, you only web browse. You could have got you a Chromebook. You could have got you a some sort of a, $150, $200 little whatever, because all you do is browse the internet. You on social media all day. You don't need all that horsepower, right? So this is the reason why I'm saying, like, these temporary feelings, you're paying too much, right? You're paying too much, and I'm not talking about just money, right? Your life, you're giving too much of it. So if I tell you that a lot of the damage that happens in your life is done because of emotional moments, then what is that saying? That's saying that you might even be all right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna drop this bomb, right? I'm gonna drop this bomb. You end up at the club. You probably been sipping on something, you know what I'm saying, feeling nice. And now you're like, ooh, boy, she look good. Ooh, girl, I'm about to get him. Right? You saying all this because you feeling it at the time. It's a feeling that you're getting, right? That might be the feeling of lust, okay? Now, you're feeling this and you like, yo, boy, I gotta get them. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what you do. You go over there, you spit game, or you just slide over there real quick, and you might look at him a couple times. If you're a girl, right, you might look at him a couple times. If you're a dude, you might slide up, hey baby, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? Introduce yourself, all that kind of stuff. So you do all that, and now you end up, because you want it so bad and you feeling nice, you head out, you go do something. Emotional moment. Who knows? You may end up getting pregnant. You may end up getting in some kind of a situationship. Like, who knows? But the point of the matter is, you did it based on an emotional moment because it was how you were feeling in the moment, right? And that one feeling that you had can cost you peace. It can cost you focus. It can cost you money. It can cost you relationships. It can cost you time. It can cost you progress towards your goal. So today, one night only, I want to talk to you about how your emotions may be costing you more than you actually realize. All right? That's what we on today. Because you remember, we're going to go back, and you know how I do. We connect dots, okay? So if we go back and we think about the things that we've talked about already, we talked about your goals, right? We drilled down talking about your identity. We talked about your discipline. We talked about focus, standards, boundaries. We talked about the environment that you live in and the environment in which you keep around you, right? What your environment look like. We talked about overload and self-trust, right? Thank you for following on X too. All right, I'll take a look back at that. I'll take a look back at that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to try to get through this topic though, because I don't usually be on here long. I'm usually on here an hour and a half at best. You know what I'm saying? So let's see if we can drill through this topic, because it's really sitting on my mind and I really want to get this out, because this is something that a lot of people are dealing with, and it's really not allowing them to be the best version of themselves. Right? And so because we drilled down into those topics, right, we ended up summing up all of that and talking about foundations. That was the one that we did. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we did foundations yesterday. And so coming off of foundation, and if life tests your foundations, then one of the very first places that test is going to be is going to show up in your emotions, right? The test that you have when it comes to your foundation is going to start off in your emotions. I've seen it so many times. Right? I've seen it so many times that the very first test you're going to get is going to be emotion based. Right? Because when the pressure hits, those feelings start coming up. Right? Start coming out. Think about it. If you have pressure with your bills, right? You have pressure with your bills and you're starting to fall behind and all that kind of stuff. What starts happening? The very first feeling most people feeling is a sense of anxiousness, right? Anxiety, right? You start to have a feeling of anxiety. And that anxiety is based in fear. Why? Because you feel like you're going to lose it. You feel like you're going to lose whatever that thing is, or your credit's going to go bad, or, the car's going to get repoed, or, they're going to come evict you from where you stay, right? All of that is that's as soon as the pressure hits. I might miss the first of the month, and now I'm like, or I might not even got to the first of the month yet. It might be 3 days before the first of the month, but I feel it coming, and I know my check ain't gonna be here. I know I ain't got no money right now. So the very first thing is this pressure starts to build up, and the feeling starts to come, right? That feeling is gonna be either like you might feel threatened, right? Like something's trying to get at you. You might end up feeling like frustrated. I don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I don't know who to call, right? Those are the feelings that start to come up, and they get really loud. And so what do you end up doing, right? You end up more than likely making a decision to solve the feeling, thinking you're going to solve the problem. But really all you're addressing is that feeling. You want to feel like you're being productive or that you're doing something toward the problem. But really and truly, all you're doing is trying to pacify that feeling. And people do that from various ways, right? People will start drinking, people will start smoking, people will use all kinds of drugs, people will, go to the strip club, people will start to, have sex with a bunch of people. They start doing these things because they're trying to solve the feeling that they're getting based on the fact that they weren't able to pay their bills, right? They may say that, oh, I got to get my hustle on. I got to, get this, move that, do this, do that, right? So now they're moving, illegal substances, right? Or they're making illegal trips, right? Or they have, they're in one of them, they're in one of them parties, right? Just to try to get some money up. But again, we're making a decision based on a temporary emotional feeling, not necessarily solving the problem, right? Because if we really think about it, the problem is not even about having emotions, because you should be able to have emotions. We started off this stream talking about your emotions are valid and your emotions are real, right? To you. They're valid and they're real. So feelings and emotions are valid and they are real. However, the problem is not having them. The problem is letting them drive, right? Letting them drive the vehicle, letting them control the way in which you operate, right? Because having feelings is definitely a human experience, right? It's definitely a human experience. But if you really think about it, some people even say, dogs have feelings or emotions, cats have feelings or emotions, or any animal may have feelings or emotions. We may not account for them because we can't sympathize with them, meaning we haven't had the experience of being a cat or a dog or some other animal, so we don't think that they would have feelings. But if you spend enough time around a dog, you'll hear them whine sometimes. You might even hear them cry sometimes, right? They may even come off as being lonely. But sometimes it's almost as if, are we projecting that on them? Or are they really feeling that? Because we don't know what feeling they're actually experiencing. All we know is what it looks like to us, right? So, but in a human experience, I could look at another human and say, ooh, they look sad. It doesn't mean they are. I'm just telling you the way it looks, right? So feeling is a human experience, especially in the way in which we understand what that looks like. Okay? But following every feeling is dangerous, right? Excuse me. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to follow the feelings. The one thing I say is, don't chase the rabbit down the hole, right? And I say that a lot of times. I'm not chasing the rabbit down the hole. Because when you chase the rabbit down the hole, what happens is you start to spiral, right? You start to spiral, and we're gonna get more into that in a second, okay? Because I know that's where I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go into that spiral aspect of it. But for now, just know that following every feeling can lead to danger, okay? Because just because you feel it, it doesn't mean you should act on it, right? Just because you feel that feeling, it don't mean there's something to be done about it, right? Because some of y'all are like, no, okay, I'm not gonna put on some of y'all. Let's say me, right? I might not even be thinking my way fully through life, right? And I said this before on another stream, right? I'm acting, or not acting, reacting my way through life, right? I spent so many years doing that. I was reacting my way through life. And some of you are probably doing that too. So I don't want to just put it on you, right? Me too. When I look at my past, I can tell. Now that I understand this, I can tell majority of my life I was reacting through it. right? Being led by emotions. Because I didn't plan, right? If I didn't plan and I also didn't necessarily have a goal, then the only thing I'm doing is reacting to it as if I have a plan, right? But all I'm doing is like I'm running into a brick wall and now I'm trying to solution the brick wall. Versus if I'd have planned, when I hit the brick wall, I already would have had a plan B to get around it, right? Or else I would have seen it coming and been able to move well before the brick wall and it would have never felt like I hit one. Does that make sense? Are y'all keeping up here? Because I know it's a lot. I've ran down a lot about these feelings, but we're going to keep going because there's more to it. You know what I'm saying? But I want you to know that your emotions make terrible. It's terrible as the leader. Meaning your emotions should not be leading you. Not at all. Right? Because if I tell you that emotions are a terrible leader, if I say that, and I say that emotions are costing you too much, then think through that, right? Think about the costs, okay? Because if anger costs you, how can it cost you? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about how anger can actually cost you? What about frustration? Thought about that? All of these things can cost you, right? And these are nothing but emotions, right? And I'm not trying to minimize your emotions again. It's just logically thinking through it, right? Making this real and practical. Anger can cost me my relationship, right? And if I really think about it, if I be transparent on this on this stream, you got really close, right? Because anger can cost you your relationship. You end up getting mad, getting in a fight with your spouse. You get mad, you toss something across the room, right? You get angry, start yelling at your kids, right? You get mad about something or frustrated about something. All of this has to do with anger, but you get frustrated about something and end up punching your best friend in the face, right? Costing your relationship, because a relationship is not always, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife. Relationship can be father, son, mother, son, cousin. Like, you have several work relationships, right? Business relationship. You have all kinds of relationships. If you're a human, you have relationships with people. You know what I'm saying? And emotions, if followed in an incorrect way, can cost that. It can cost you that relationship. If you're using the wrong emotions, right? If you're driven by the wrong emotion, if you're driven out of emotion as the leader of your actions, right? Because frustration can cost you focus, right? Prime example, I'm in here trying to get some work done, and I talked about this on another stream actually, that I'm sitting here working on a coding problem, and I'm coding this thing, and as I'm coding it, I run into a brick wall and realize that, man, for me to do that, I have to build this whole other system to do that, right? I didn't already account for building this other system, but I needed to do this one piece that I already told the client that I do. So I can get frustrated about it, especially when I start to build that other system, and then that system ends up being harder to build than I thought, right? And so now I'm pissed, and I'm sitting in my chair, and I'm just like mad. And so because I'm mad, I know I can't focus, and so now I'm doom scrolling on social media. right? Or I'm watching YouTube videos back to back, or I turn on Netflix or something like that. All because I'm frustrated. But it cost me my focus. I started paying attention to everything else versus just really locking in, right? Because no matter what, it had to be done. So why be led by the frustration of it, right? Keep going. Sadness, right? Let's talk about sadness. So let's say that you know, something happens and okay, here we go. Back in the day, I was on a trajectory with my rap music, right? I was doing gospel rap, okay? No, let's go before that. I was doing regular rap, right? But this is when I was in high school. Into high school, first summer after high school, doing rap. Had a rap group. We was really making some progress. Okay, we was really making some progress. One of our one of our friends in the group ended up passing. The other one got sent, you know, to another state because of what happened at the time and how the other one passed. And so there was a lot of sadness and a lot of fear that flooded the two group members that were left. Okay? Now, but we were making mad headway. We had a lot of people that was like, oh yeah, oh, they about to, you know, we were doing something. We were starting to make some noise, right? And so as we're starting to make some noise, what happens? That happens now. One, we're dealing with the sadness of it, right? And so that ended up costing us momentum. We were like on a trajectory that looked like it was about to scale up, but yet now it cost us momentum, right? Then I told you, because of the situation and what happened, there was fear involved. Now, when I say fear, that doesn't necessarily mean, oh, I'm scared to you know, to go places and stuff like that. It wasn't that type of fear. It was the fear of, like, anxiousness is fear, right? We said that earlier when we were looking at the dictionary. Threatened, right, is a sense of fear, right? Did I feel threatened in that manner? No. But did I feel like I had to do something? Yes. Right? So I'm saying that to say that that's still a part of fear, and that fear now cost us opportunities. Right? It cost us opportunities. Thank you about that, Sophia. I appreciated that. And thanks for following on X too. Appreciate that. So after this live, I'll check out all that kind of stuff on X. So fear, yes, it can cost you opportunities, right? And if we go back to talk about relationships, right? Loneliness is a big one. Loneliness is a big emotion that people have that can cost them a lot. Loneliness, yes. So if you've never heard that, if you've never really understood how that can cost you something, here you go. So, and there are a lot of people out there now who I think, this is just my take, right? Like, this is my take because of what I see so much of. If you're out there right now and you're single, right? Not in no relationship or nothing like that, and you've been that way for a while, and your job is remote, right? So you're home. You don't really go around other people to meet new people, right? Meaning to start relationships and stuff like that. You might not even go to the grocery store these days because now we got, you know, Walmart Plus, we got Amazon, we got Uber Eats, we got, you know, Grubhub. We got all these delivery platforms that bring this stuff to you. So what's the point in going out, right? But in the grand scheme, it makes you feel lonely. You know what I'm saying? And that's a valid feeling. That's a valid feeling to feel lonely, especially nowadays when you're not really going nowhere. We're not even in the pandemic. People still aren't going anywhere. which is wild. And when they do, they're standoffish. They go do what they got to do and go back home. Guilty. Guilty. You know what I'm saying? Like what? so, but that loneliness can literally cost you your standards. Yes, your standards. How does it cost you your standards? Go ahead and ask me. Go ahead. Rich, why does it cost me my standards, man? Because when you're lonely, you'll take anybody coming around that's giving you any kind of attention. You'll take the attention on social media because it makes you feel good, right? It doesn't make you feel as lonely. You'll want people to talk to you, even if they're just saying something that might not even be positive for you. You're willing to accept that. Why? Because you feel lonely. Because you feel by yourself. Because you feel like you don't have anybody, that's out there for you. And so you're looking for anybody who's willing to say, "Oh, you're my friend." Right? You remember back on the playground when you was new at the school? Some of y'all might have grown up in the same school their whole life, but once you went to the next grade, like when you switched from elementary to junior high, you still may have ended up being almost like a new person at the school. And so you've had to deal with the fact of going to this new school and feeling lonely, right? You're looking for the very first friend you can find, somebody who wants to sit next to you, somebody who wants to eat lunch with you, somebody who wants to sit next to you in the class, like all of this kind of thing. You were willing to accept whoever it was. Why? Because they accepted you. They made you feel less lonely. Okay? But now, that could have cost you your standard. What is your standard? Somebody who's positive, somebody who is, uplifting, somebody who wants to build you up, somebody who wants to, help pour into you, right? But then vice versa, you should be the same person for that person. You should be somebody who's building them up, that's trying to help them to get to their goals, somebody that's trying to help them achieve their dreams, right? Or aspirations. And so if you think about it like that, right? To be honest, you can say Rich Bees is your friend. If you're watching this right now, Rich Bees is your friend. Why? Because I'm here to help you grow, to help you become a better version of yourself, to help you achieve your dream, to help you achieve your goal, your aspiration. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I'm going to continue to do it. So you can call me your friend, right? So welcome into the chat, all of my friends. You see all my friends? My friends are in the chat, right? Because I'm here to be a friend to you. I can't necessarily solve your loneliness, but I can be a friend to you, which can make you feel a little bit less lonely. Okay? So continue to join me because we'll be here talking about this. And because it's positive, and I'm always going to be positive, right? I told y'all before in a previous stream, optimism is a superpower, right? I'm a natural optimist. I was born an optimist. I think everything is positive, but that doesn't mean that I'm negating what something is negative. And that's why I'm talking about this stuff today, right? Loneliness can end up making you costing you, your standards. That's what we're trying to solve, right? Not the loneliness, but you being able to uphold your standards. Go back and look at the stream that we talked about standards, okay? Go back and look at that stream. So let's keep going. Let's talk about insecurity, right? Insecurity. What is that? What is insecurity? Does anybody know? If you know, put it in the chat. But we're going to go to the dictionary because I'm going to look it up. So here we go. Let's go back to the dictionary. Let's see what insecurity is, right? Insecurity. What is it? Anxiety. Back at it again. We're back at that word. Anxiety. Right? Synonyms. Self-doubt. Uncertainty. Right? Doubt. Hesitancy. Indecision. Vacillation. Right? Oh, you can't even see it. Let me make sure it's on the screen. Vacillation. Indecision. Right? All of those right there. Doubt. Come on. Hesitancy. Right? So why am I, all of that is insecurity, right? All of that is insecurity. Boop, boop, boop. Right? So insecurity, which is self-doubt, can cost you your identity. Right? It can cost you your identity, who you believe you are, based on the evidence that you've done consistently over time. Because that's what your identity is, right? Your identity is built based on consistent habits that you've done over time that produces the evidence of who you are, what your identity is, okay? So insecurity or self-doubt, vacillation, I don't know, right? Means that I'm going to not, because I don't really know if I should or not, continue to act this way or continue to be this way, or is this way even me, right? Self-doubt. I don't know if I can even be that person that it takes for me to achieve that dream, that goal, that aspiration. So now I'm going to compromise my identity, who I am, all because I have a feeling of insecure, a feeling of self-doubt. Right? Here's another one. What about impatience? What about if you're impatient? We already know what the definition of patience is, right? Patience, right? To be able to wait for something. So if patience is the ability to wait, then impatience is you don't want to wait, right? You're impatient. So if you're impatient, that can cost you the long game. When we were talking about goals, right? We were talking about goals early on, goals and planning. We talked about the fact that when you're planning, you should have 3 different modes by which you're going to achieve or build a business, right? And I think I might have talked about them in the form of money. Okay, I think I might have talked about those 3 in the form of money. I said you should have a short goal, a long goal, and a medium goal. Right? Short goal, long goal, medium goal. That means you need money coming in today, right? Or at least within the next 24 to 48 hours, short term, right? Then you have medium term, 30 days to 45 days, something that will bring you in money 30, 45 days from today. And then you have long term. Now, my long term, back when I first thought this up, was long term was something that was probably like 6 months, right? Like somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 months to a year. That was long term. 6 months to a year. Why? Because at the time, I needed money coming in immediately, right now, right? I needed way more of my short term popping than I needed getting into things that were long term or medium term. Medium term was good because 30 days, 3 months, 30 to 90 days, all right, somewhere in that neighborhood. 30 to 90 days was good because it's something that can drop later, right? It can drop a little bit later. But I thought about that and then I said, well, in this moment, based on what I need today, let me compress all of those. My short term, my medium, and my long term. And then what did I do? I thought about it. So if short term has to be consistently either within the next 24 hours, it's 24 to 48 hours short term, but my medium at best was a week. It was like a week to 2 weeks, right? My long term would be 30 days, 30 to 60 days, okay? When I compressed it, I had to compress it because I needed money. I needed money right now. And so I had to, and it wasn't just because I'm setting these for just general purposes. It's how I'm parsing the business that's coming to me, right? So if the business is coming to me and it's like, I got, okay, I'll give you an example. One of them might be, one of the clients that might come to me may want a logo, okay? Let's make three. Let's make three clients. And these are real, this is real truth, okay? This is real truth. One client that came might have been a logo. The next client that came might have been a website. The next client that came might have been a video. Okay? Now, when I thought through that, how would I categorize those? Right? The client that wanted the logo, I prioritized for today. Why? Because I know me, I can make a logo 2 hours, right? 2 hours, I can make your logo, get you over the first draft. And majority of the time when I make logos, no matter how many times they might say, oh, you know, I'm thinking about a revision or whatever else, most of the time they take between the first and the second one that I made. Most of the time the first. Okay? So, if that's the case, then that means that within 24 hours, I can turn around money today. Right? From a logo client, I can turn around money today. So if that's the case, then that's a part of my short-term plan. I need to push more of that, right? I need to advertise for more of that. My medium term, week to 2 weeks, that would be video, right? Most of the time that would be video. You need me to come shoot something, edit a quick video and get it out, or you're going to send me footage, edit it, put all the crispiness on and all that kind of stuff and get it out. Okay, cool. That might take a week because you got to do it, send it off to get reviewed. They send it back and say what revision they need, do it, send it off again. They review it, send it back. You know what I'm saying? Plus background music, all that other kind of stuff. So that might take a week going back and forth like that, right? The process to go back and forth, it might take a week. So, okay, I know that. Boom, that might be something that's going to drop by Friday. When I say drop, I'm talking about them dropping that cash in my account, right? So if I can get cash today from a logo, and then I do a video, I can get that by Friday, right? Then that's short term, medium, right? Short term, medium. The more I can do of short term, medium, the more my account can stack up, right? The more things I can handle and take care of or whatever. Short term, medium, short term, medium. Long term, I can't take a lot of those. Because to build a website might take you 30 days. It might not take 30 days to do it, but it takes 30 days to plan and then execute some. And then you still got the back and forth approvals and all that kind of stuff with the company or whatever. So that might be 30 days minimum to get that website done and paid for. When I say done, I'm talking about, because a website's never done. Know that. A website is never done. So, but if you think about the process of that, and let's say get it up live. Once it's live, then you got to pay full, right? That's how my process goes. So you got to pay in full. The design part of it, because there's ongoing costs with a website. So I got to have some of those coming in, but I can't put all my time into that because I need the short-term medium, right? Short-term medium. Those have to keep coming. The long-term is the ones that come over time, and I can do 30 days. Basically, I can do a new website once a month. This is just based on me, okay? I'm not talking about, the rest of my company, what I'm talking about, just me. Short term, medium, long term being website, 30 days. But the thing about the website was if I do the website, then I'm going to continue to get money for the lifetime of that website because of the hosting, the maintenance, and all of the upkeep and new updates and things that have to go on. Those are always paid. So that's a continuous process. Right? So when that's a long-term play, I mean, it's a long-term, but money keeps coming in for the long term. The more of those I stack up, the more I can let go of some of the short-term medium, right? Because I have so much of the long-term popping, meaning I've stacked up enough that now it's reached to a point that I can, meaning I don't have to do anything else consistently other than keep the websites live, keep them up, keep them updated and stuff like that. And every month I make enough to be able to pay all my bills and stuff like that, right? So this was the formula that I had to put into place based on my business model for me to be able to be successful and make great decisions. Because at the time, thinking through it, a lot of my decisions, like I said, were based on the feeling that I had about the fact that I needed money, or the fact that I, couldn't do this or couldn't do that or whatever like that. I had to put a plan into place. And so logically, I had to think through what that was and how it could work for me. So that was what I came up with. In the end, did it drive more business? Yes. Why? Because I could understand how to communicate with someone if I can do their business, or if I had to put them off for another month. You know what I'm saying? If they wanted a website and I already had one going this month, then I may have to say, okay, we can start on that next month. Meaning I'll take your down payment, but we can't start on it till next month. Right? Because I understood my business model. I understood what I wanted to get across and how many I could set up at a time. This is what I'm saying by not being driven by feelings, but making sure that we operate from our plan. Okay? So if knowing all of that, right, this is how we know that a temporary feeling can end up producing a long-term consequence or reward, right? Or reward. Why is it a reward? Because like I said, that short-term feeling of, hey, I need money, it drove me to create a plan. Because I didn't just act. I didn't just go out and willy-nilly and start doing things. It made me create a plan. In creating that plan, that's how I ended up making certain moves that got me to this plan. And then I could start to put things into place, communicate to people and things and stuff, because now I understood what a short term was for my business. I understood what a long term was for my business, and a medium term, what that looked like for my company, right? You need to do that too. If you own your own company, if you have your own business, even if you work for someone else, you still need to have your understanding of what meets your goals for your life, right? For your things that you want to achieve, for you, your family, your business, whatever you got going on, you need to figure out what that looks like for you, right? Because that's why it matters, right? But when you really start looking into these emotions, right, what you start noticing is how you start reacting to those emotions. And I know me, I wasn't reacting good at all. I wasn't reacting good at all. I'm so surprised my wife stayed with me. My reactions were whack. No cap. My reactions were whack. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I'm gonna put that in the context, okay? I'm gonna put that in context. So don't clip that and go, Rich reaction was whack. Well, yeah, it was. No cap. No cap. And I'm man enough to own up to it. But in the same instance, right? Like, how was my reactions whack? Because if I felt rejected, right, I was shut down. Right? If I felt overlooked, I'd try to prove something. Right? I have something to prove. Which, having something to prove wasn't necessarily always a bad thing, but it's because I was doing it out of the fact of feeling overlooked. Right? We already talked about the whole thing about being lonely, right? So if I felt lonely, right, I started hanging with my friends, right? I started doing other things that were not beneficial to the real issue, which was what I was feeling. The feeling, though, was temporary, but yet I'm now, hanging out with my friends, right? Or I'm trying to go out of town. You know what I'm saying? How did that help? How did that help if I end up going out of town? Does that fix the fact of me feeling lonely or overlooked or rejected or left out? And what I'm saying is not in relation to my spouse, right? Because I'm talking about just the fact of feeling lonely. You can be married, you can have a full-on family in your house, and you can still feel lonely, right? You can be around a bunch of people at a party, and you still standing there feeling lonely, right? Come on, let's be honest. Because I'm pretty sure everybody in here has been somewhere before, a place full of people, and yet you felt lonely. You felt like you were by yourself. You felt like like you might have been toxic, like nobody wanted to come near you. Everybody has felt that at some time. And if you haven't lived long enough. Keep living. Keep living. I'm pretty sure you'll feel it. Pretty sure. And I'm not saying at the club, I'm saying like period. Like going someplace that there's a bunch of people but you still feel by yourself. It's a valid feeling. And it's true that you can feel that way. Right? I understand. I, in this instance, can sympathize with you. Right? Why? Because I too have felt lonely before. Look, I said it like that, and I'm not laughing at what I said. I'm laughing because of how I said it, because I thought about the movie White Men Can't Jump. If you've ever seen White Men Can't Jump, you'll understand what I mean by that. If you know what that phrase is, put it in the chat. If you're on YouTube and you're watching it, put it in the comments. You know what that phrase is on White Men Can't Jump, right? I too felt lonely. But put what they really said in the movie, all right? But there's times that I felt frustrated, right? And that made me feel like I want to quit, right? I felt pressure. And then I wanted to just give up the plan that I created, right? And just get something done instead of just sticking to the plan, right? I felt hurt before, right? And because I felt hurt, I started doing things that were outside of the standards that I had, right? A lot of the decisions, especially the bad decisions that are not thought out decisions, they're usually based in emotion. They're usually emotional responses, right? A lot of the bad decisions that you have that are not thought out, you didn't think them out, you just kind of like just reacted. That's an emotional decision. Does that make sense? That is truly an emotional decision. Right? So that's why I'm saying, like, if emotions can steal your focus, then they're costing you. If emotions can make you can break your self-trust, right? If emotions can weaken your boundaries, it's costing you. It's really costing you. And I need you to know that. I need you to understand that, right? That it's costing you. And we've talked about these things. And that's the reason why I talked about these things first, right? If you look back at my videos, you'll see that I talked about discipline, focus, boundaries, standards, self-trust, goals, planning, identity, standard, the environment that you have, right? I've talked about all of these things before I got to these topics right here. Before I started talking about foundation, before I started talking about this whole thing about emotions, like I talked about motivation versus discipline, right? Motivation versus discipline. Why? Because motivation is a feeling. Discipline is a decision. Right? They're different. They can lead the same direction, but one varies, meaning motivation Motivation will always go up and down, depending on the day, depending on how you feel, depending on what's going on, right? Everything's depending when it comes to motivation. Discipline doesn't. Discipline is consistent. Discipline says that this is what I know to do. This is what I said I was going to do. I'm going to keep doing that. It doesn't matter what else happens. I'm going to stay focused and I'm going to do this because this is what I'm choosing to do. That's what discipline is. So if you think about those type of things, then that's how you realize, like, I've talked about those on purpose because there's no way we could get into this conversation right now and we didn't know what these things were, and yet you'd be able to keep up with what we're talking about, right? I mean, you could be emotionally mature and you may know what these things mean, but if you go back and watch the videos, what you'll see is that we've actually walked them out. We've fully walked out the topic of discipline. We fully walked out the topic of focus and keeping your focus, right? What that looks like in reality nowadays. This is the things we cover. And so to cover these topics, what we're doing though is building a nice understanding of all of this before we get to how that really lines up with the rest of the things that we're going to know or we need to know, right? We can't talk about controlling our emotions if we've never been introduced to what these emotions can be. And a lot of people are trying to do that. If you look at a lot of people's videos, and this is not me talking down on nobody, this is not me trying to shine a light on nobody else's content, trying to say it's bad or anything like that. I'm not at all. Why? Because there is a need for everybody's content. There's a need for it, especially if we're talking about this type of stuff. Okay? But here's what I'm saying about that. No, I don't want to say but. I want to say and. Here's what I got to say about that. I'm doing it the way I'm doing it because I know how I need to understand information and how I learn. Okay? I'm pretty sure there are people out there who learn how I do. So, and that's an assumption. Okay? But I really feel like it's a valid assumption because there's so many different learning styles, okay? So because there's so many varying learning styles, this is just one of them. For me, I want to introduce you to piece of where we're going. So that way you understand this part, right? And then I give you the next one. You'll understand that part. Right? And all the while, you're implementing the things that we're talking about into your life, right? You're applying them into your life. So now, by the time we get to a topic like this, talking about emotions, talking about controlling your emotions, now you've already understood what the emotions are. You've understood what the areas of your life that matter are. Because we've talked about them. We've got to this point. So now, the emotional side of it, when I start talking about fear, anxiety, right, frustration and all of that, like I'm just adding in maybe one or two more emotions into this one because we may need to understand that as we're running the topic, but it didn't really apply to the other things we were talking about. Just the other emotions did. So now we get here and now we can really drill down deep on emotions, right? How they're costing you money, time, effort, productivity, efficiency, understanding, relationships. Like, it's costing you everything. And that's why I keep on connecting these topics, right? Like, I keep connecting these topics because if we can really get understanding of these things, we can definitely show up as the best version of ourselves. That's why. So as I'm looking through the content that I've made thus far and moving into the content that, or the topic that I still have left to talk about, and there's a ton of things that I have left to talk about, even though I feel like I've covered a gambit of things at this point. There's still more, because how can you continue to show up as your best self if you don't have more resources, more tools, right? So as I'm learning new things, as I'm growing, I got to turn around and grab your hand and say, come on, get up here, right? Let's all be emotionally mature, right? I'm just pulling you with me. Let's go. That's why I'm so thankful for all you who continue to subscribe and follow and join me on these lives, or go back and watch them on the YouTube, right? The Real Rich Bees, boop, 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 right? Or you jump on the Discord. If you type in exclamation Discord, you should get the Discord and be able to join it, right? But my point is that we're all trying to get to this point of not only being a better version of ourselves, but in that, right, one more layer down is we have to be emotionally mature, right? What does that look like though? Because emotionally mature doesn't mean that you're suppressing your emotion, right? It means you're leading your emotions aren't leading you, right? It's not pretending that you don't feel that emotion, right? It's just emotional maturity is like you feel it, but you're not ruled by it, right? You're not making decisions because of the emotion, right? Because you can feel hurt and still keep your standards. You can feel fear and still move wisely, right? You can feel anger and still not crash out, right? Feel it. I invite you to feel your feelings, sit in your feelings, but don't just blindly act because you feel this way. Because a lot of times it won't make sense. And once you really look at it, you'll end up realizing that it just cost you more than it would have if I just sat there, felt what I was feeling, and then think about the best way that I can to address it after. Right? And you know what? I keep doing that. Like I be wanting to jump. But I don't want to jump because there's still more to talk about. Right? Because how can we make this practical, let's say, in our everyday life? Because of course, everything that we talked about, you have to apply it to your life. And so how would you apply it? I guess that's the question I'm really getting at. How can we apply these things? So I guess let's think about how can I not be ruled by my emotions when I feel something. You know what I'm saying? How can we do that? So here's what I'm thinking. Now this is just me trying to think about like how I now handle things against how I used to handle things. Okay? So I just said that it's not a problem with you feeling what you feel. And I said that you could just sit in it, all right? Now that's something that, to be honest, my spouse said that. You know what I'm saying? Just sit in it. Which I understand now. I may have not understood then, but I understand now, right? So but I would start off, because before someone can sit in it, first thing is let's name what you feel, right? Put a name to it. So if you start feeling a way, you can say, do I feel angry? Or do I just feel hurt? Right? Do I feel hurt? Or do I feel shame? Right? Like, am I anxious, or am I just excited? Right? Like, or if I'm not anxious, am I scared? Right? All of this helps to give context as to what's going on with you, right? You may be feeling something. And so because you feel something, first you have to figure out, well, what is this I'm feeling? Not just acting on it. What is this I'm feeling? What's going on, Twitch? Hello. Thank you for joining. First time. Thank you for coming. We're talking emotions today. So once you figure out what you feel, then I feel like the next thing that you're going to have to do is realize that if I feel this way, now's not the time to make any kind of major decision during this emotional moment, right? So if let's just say, for illustration purposes only, because I don't want to put this on nobody, I'm saying it as illustration purposes only. If somebody close to you just passed, that's not the time to go make a decision about whether you're going to move out the country, right? If you just lost your job, now's not the time to make a decision about something else. Like, am I going to go buy this car now? Right? Because right now, thinking about it, when there's no feeling involved, that's almost crazy, right? Just lost your job, but yet you want to go and buy a car. Does that make sense? If you sit there for a while, it might. It might. You want to know how? Here's how. Think about it. Currently, you may have a lease on a car because you had a job, right? Currently. But once you got that notice that you was now canned, for illustration purposes only, you're like, I got to get rid of this lease and go buy a car straight out, used car, so I don't have to have a payment, right? That would be, is that an emotional decision or is that a logical one? This is the reason why I'm saying, like, if you feel a way, that's the time to make major decisions. However, you may need to let the feeling pass first, so that way you can think logically, right? Go back to where you are, take inventory of what's really going on in reality, not in yourself, not in the emotions. Take inventory of what's really true, okay? And then think about your standards. Think about your alignment with what your goal is. And then make sure that what you're doing is not based on the state that you feel right now, but it's based on a logical decision, because the emotions, to me, okay, this is my thought, it just kind of shows you or warns you or points you to something that you may have not paid attention to. So like, if I feel anxious, why? What's going on? Is it because I feel like something is about to harm me? Am I anxious because I feel like threatened? Right? Why am I feeling anxious right now? And so that's what you have to discover, right? And once you discover what that is, then let the feeling pass before you make a decision about how to handle it. Because the first thing about it is you have to get you have to take total inventory of what it is and why you're feeling that way. It's not about going to address somebody because you're pissed about what they did or whatever, right? If you're pissed, then why are you pissed about it? What about what they did to you set you off? Discover what that is. Once you discover why they pissed you off, then think about it. Why did I let it get to me like that? Right? Because it's you learning yourself. I need to learn what my triggers are. I need to learn why it's a trigger. Right? Because if I can know why it's a trigger, then I can control it. If I can know what the feeling is, based on what was done, why I felt this way, then now I can control that feeling. I can control that emotion and be able to still make great decisions. Because that's the whole point. The whole point of us becoming the best version of ourselves is to be able to make a decision, to have a choice in what we're doing. Because that's the only way you can be the best version of yourself, right? Making better decisions, right? Appreciate it. Appreciate it for real. Like this is me just thinking it through, bro. So if I can make a better decision, then I will have a better outcome going forward, right? I can't do nothing about what already happened. I can't do nothing about what already happened that caused me to have this emotion. But once I know what the emotion is and why I felt what I felt, what about that made me feel this way? The next time that happens, I don't even have to worry about it because I already know what's happening. I already know how I feel. I know how I'm going to feel. I know what the rest of this thing is. So now I can control it. I can control that feeling and I can say, you know what? Thank you for whatever you did. I appreciate you. But this is the last time that I'm going to be around you. I'm making a conscious decision. It ain't even based on feeling now. It's the fact that you did it again. Right? And after I felt it the first time, I went back and told you, hey, you know what? I really didn't like, how you said that. I was thinking about it and, I really feel like that is not a good way that you treat a friend. And so, I'm asking, can you not do that again? And they say, oh, no, bro, I ain't even mean to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sorry. I ain't know you was going to feel that way. My bad. I'll take it. I'm not going to do it to you again. Month go down the road, couple days go down, whatever. Same situation pop up again. They do the same thing. Say the same thing. Put your business out in Main Street, whatever. Now you feeling that way again. You don't even have to feel it, right? Because you already know what it is. And as soon as it feels that way, you could even just tell your homeboy like, yo, all right, now I'll holler at you later, baby. And never holler again. Why? Because you told him. So you're not making a decision out of a rash decision, if you will, out of emotion. You made a decision. You set a standard. You told them. If they did it again, you told them, you asked them, don't do it again. Now I'm not asking no more. I just don't have to keep myself in that situation. Right? I don't have to ask you. I don't have to say anything about it anymore. I'm just gone at that point. That's not me shutting down. That's not me, not addressing, right? You addressed it. You already told them. You asked them not to do that. They did it anyway. There's nothing else to stay around for. If they figure it out, great. If they don't, oh well. Because I told them. You know what I'm saying? The whole point is for you to be able to make a conscious decision as to what you're doing. And so you don't want to do that based on the emotion of it, right? You want to do that based on a conscious decision of, did I communicate first what the repercussions were, or that you did or didn't like something, right? Did you communicate that to somebody? If you communicated that and yet they've made you feel that way again, then what do? Right? Now, here's the other part of it. The other part of it is sometimes you may communicate it and a person may do something, not the same thing, but something different. It causes the same feeling. The question at that point is, do you continue to still be friends because it wasn't the same thing that you asked them not to do, or something different? It just produced the same result. I think at that point, still you understand, and it's not necessarily where you have to follow the feeling. I think you can just make mention that, hey, you did this, and it almost made me feel like the same way as the other thing. You know what I'm saying? Can we have a conversation about this? Where we can talk a little bit deeper. That may be something that you need to do. And again, I'm not telling you this because this is what I'm trying to tell you need to do. Even though I might say you, I'm talking about me too, right? This may be what I need to do. I might need to go reach out to some people and say, hey, something you did made me feel a certain way, blah, blah, blah. These are just things that we may have to do as we're growing, right? And you could even tell that to your friend, to your relationship partner, whatever. Like, hey, I've been going on to the Real Rich Bees on Twitch or YouTube. And what I've learned I've been implementing things, and I've been growing and becoming a better version of myself. And something that I learned was I need to be able to control my feelings, right? And so for me to control my feelings and be able to make conscious decisions and show up as the best version of myself, do you mind being able to listen when I try to communicate something to you, right? And sometimes these conversations may get hard, but I really would like your support in this because I really want to become a better person. If you say that to them, then they may, if they're really your friend, if they're really close to you, if they're really down for you, they'll say, you know what? I really support you. I like that. I like that you're trying to, put your best foot forward, become the best version of yourself. Yes. Matter of fact, who is it? I want to watch. Right? Maybe we can do this together. Who's the person? Let me go to the YouTube. Share it with them. It's all good. They can subscribe too. But because the whole point is for not just you to become better, but it's for you to become better, apply it to your life, others see the change, and now they too want to become better. Now we're a country full of better people. People who show up and understand their feelings, understand their emotions, understand their proclivities, understand what their standards are, what their passions are, where they want to go in life. They have goals, they have dreams, they're building stuff, right? They're implementing teamwork and family practices and things like that, right? They're working together to strengthen their community. That's what it's about, right? It's not about getting better just to say I'm better so that way I can appear to be better than you. That's not what it's about. It's supposed to be better than yourself yesterday. That's the point. And every day you can be better than yourself was yesterday. Because every day there will be a yesterday. Every day there'll be a tomorrow. So the day that you're living in right now, you want to show up better than you were yesterday. But just know that you still have more to grow to tomorrow. So just to bring this all, just like to sum all this up, I'm going to repeat this because I really need you to know this, because this is true. No matter how you look at it, this is true. Your emotions are real. Your emotions matter. But your emotions should not have the keys to your life or your decision making, because your feelings will always lead you. But if you do that, your life will always be expensive because they cost too much. Don't let your life, based on your emotions, continue to send you bill after bill after bill after bill. We're not doing that no more. We're not paying those high costs. We're going to have our emotions. We're not going to be emotional, because emotional means demonstrating the emotion. We are going to control our emotions, and we were going to be able to step to the plate, say the thing that's on our mind after we let that emotion pass and we understand what it is and why we have it. Then we can actually communicate. Then we can actually get people to understand our position, or understand that we're not going to deal with that, or understand that we're going to raise our standard, or understand that we're focused, understand that we're driven, understand that we are on this course to show up in this world better than yesterday. Thank y'all for joining me today. Appreciate all the new followers. Appreciate all the new chatters. Hey, listen, come back. Why? Because I'm so glad. I try to acknowledge everybody who comes into the chat. I try to acknowledge people who follow and subscribe. Matter of fact, if people subscribe, I do a little dance. Maybe you'll see that next time if somebody subscribes while we're on live. So try to do that, and I'll do my dance. You know what I'm saying? See y'all next time. I appreciate you showing up. Remember, we got 41 followers right now. Oh, no. We're up to 44 followers right now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's get some celebration for that. We're up to 44 followers and we got 3 subscribers. We doing the daggone thing, people. Let's just keep going. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep getting it in. Because I believe that we're creating this community of people who definitely want to show up better than they did yesterday. So tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your mans, Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees, on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Rich Bees on all other platforms. See you next time. You know who it is, what it is. Rich Bees, out. Hey, yo. You know who it is, you know what it is, and I'm back for another one. I'm just going to say, as you can tell right now, some changes have been made. If you haven't been on the stream, because I haven't really been streaming, which I had to take a little bit of time off because I had some things going on, right? Uh, Anniversaries and handling, uh, just life. You know what I'm saying? Handling life. And at that time, what I could have done is still made a way to keep going, right? I could have. And when I say keep going, I'm talking about keep streaming, right? Because I told you guys I would. I told you I would stream every day. And for the most part, I had been. But every now and then, a person will need a break, okay? So that's what had to happen. Because I was also, like I said, trying to take care of other things that were going on. I had business things going on, ended up having a trip, right? Y'all knew that. I talked to you about that before I did it. It was a business trip, had to take care of that. So there's been quite a bit of things that's been going on, okay? So things have been moving forward, which is wonderful. One of the things that I can tell you that is not necessarily moving forward, which we got to get on this immediately, people. Immediately. What is that? The follows and the subscriptions, right? We got to get on the follows and the subscriptions. Why? Because we haven't made any progress. We got to make progress. This content that I'm bringing to you guys, you know as well as I know that I'm really pushing for good content. I'm really pushing for content that's going to not only help me, but also help you guys, right? But I'll tell you one of the things that I did do. I went back and I looked at other videos because, and I'm gonna tell you this. So about, what was it, Monday? I think it was Monday. It was either Monday or Tuesday. Monday into Tuesday. I went on and I streamed, right? I went and streamed live on YouTube. A number of the episodes or shows that we've already done, right? Because they're all on YouTube. But what I did was I streamed those live, okay? I set up a live stream and we just ran those reruns, if you will, right? Back to back. Now, we had some viewers over there on YouTube. We had some people come on YouTube, watch the videos. Some people came in the chat, was talking in the chat. Again, this is the reruns of the content, and it seems like it was received pretty well, which is wonderful, right? That's a wonderful thing. So I'm saying that for you guys to let you know that the content is helping people, right? And if you are one of the ones who is watching it and you haven't liked, you haven't subscribed, you haven't went over to one of the social medias, right, into one of these and, like, followed, shared anything, it doesn't cost you anything to do that. You know what I'm saying? Just a second of your time. Go ahead and make that happen, right? Because we know that there's people who need to become the best version of ourselves, of themselves, right? We know that. You need to become the best version of yourself. That's what this whole thing is about. It's about us doing that, right? Us helping us. When we do that, what happens is it's a rising tide. Like I said, say it with me, raises all boats, right? We all trying to float out here in this vast ocean of life that no one has given us training for, right? Nobody's giving you training for this. So I'm not going to say that mine live, right? Our live is the training ground, but in a way, it kind of is, right? It kind of is. My only goal is to help everybody who watches it to have a different perspective of life because I'm not telling you what to do. That's not my goal. My goal is not to tell you because every situation is different. Everybody's life is a little bit different. You have a lot of different context that needs to go into the pot whenever an answer for your situation specifically is tailored. Okay. Now, can I give you some general things? Can I give you some things that can make you say, right? Hmm, possibly. I possibly can do that. I think that anybody can do that, right? Give you things that make you think. However, what I'm giving you is from my age, my experience, and I'm the type of person who pays attention. Okay. When I say pay attention, I pay attention to the movers, I pay attention to the non movers, I pay attention to everything that's going on. And the way my brain works is I connect dots. Okay. So if I learn some information from the Bible, if I learn some information from this book over here, if I learn some information by watching these people over here, if I learn some information because I went through something and something happened and I looked at the feedback that happened, you know what I mean? Then I can start to connect dots. Okay. This is how I'm pulling all this information together, right? Combined with the dictionary because we want to understand the words. I want to be able to translate that to you. And I feel like we have to level set the words, which is why we go to the dictionary. Okay. All of this is done in the hopes that all of us can grow. Okay. You, me, and anybody else who watches this. Okay. That's why I'm saying to share it with somebody. And if you like or subscribe, then other people can see it. And that way we can all grow together. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure I highlighted that part right there because in everything that you do, it should be growing, right? If you come to this channel, we should be growing, right? Because we're not giving you bad information. We're not giving you information that's flawed or that, can hurt you or put you in a bad position or, isolate you. That's not what this content does, people. That's not at all. What this content does is gives you more resources, more tools in your tool belt, if you will, for you to be the best version of yourself. So that way, when you show up for people or show up in situations, you can always stand up strong and know that I've done my very best in this situation to one, above everything, act like an adult and try to push for the best result, right? Not the best result only for you, but the best result that the situation can warrant to get the best for all the parties involved. Now, sometimes, and most of the time, we would hope that the best thing you get out of that situation will leave you happy, leave them happy, and the situation is convenient, not convenient, but it works for both of you, right? If that happens, that's a successful interaction, right? If it doesn't happen, there still can be considered some success there. How? Because you can learn something, right? if it comes out that it's best for you one way, that can still be considered good, but you don't want to do that while hurting someone else. You know what I mean? You don't want to hurt anybody. What you want to do is you want them to feel good about the situation too. And not a forced feel good, right? Not a forced feel good, but a feel good of, I tried to make sure that we both were mutually benefited in our interaction. Okay? So, with that though, here's one of the reasons why some people may end up not getting the best result out of an interaction or out of their own life, period. Right? Why is that? You've seen the title, you should know what we're talking about, which is we are living in emergency mode, right? Emergency mode. That's not a good place to be, right? Because if you're living in emergency mode, then that means you feel like inside everything is urgent. And we talked about why rush your life, right? But what we're going to do today is we're going to give the tools or an idea of how to stop living in emergency mode. Okay? That's what we're going to talk about. How can we stop living in emergency mode? Let's start this off, right? Because we are not wanting to react to things, right? We don't want to react in situations. We want to respond, right? A response would be intentional. A response would be something that I know I'm going to do based on what was said, done, or not the feelings, but the experience that's going on, right? It's almost as if I'm looking at a chessboard and I have all the pieces on there, my pieces are doing what it's doing, the opposition's pieces are doing what they're doing, and as I'm playing this game of chess, it's one thing once he gets you on the run, right? The opponent, you're sitting on that other side and you're moving your chess pieces, and now I'm trying to get away because I can tell that you got me on the run. You can almost, in a couple moves, if I let it ride, you'll end up getting my king in check, right? That's not good. Or I want to keep my queen, right? Like I know I want my queen because I have a move coming up that I want to make sure I can do that with. So now I got my queen on the run, right? I'm moving it around trying to get away so I can get into a mode that I can strike. In that moment, I'm moving out of emergency, right? Because I'm trying not to get checkmated, right? Or even get put in check at all. But I'm also not trying to lose my queen, right? And in some instances, you might not even want to lose your bishop or your rook or your knight. You're trying to move these pieces around so that way you can use them as weapons later. But when somebody has you on the run, has your back to the wall, then what happens? Now you got to try to maneuver. Now you're just reacting based on training, based on understanding, based on whatever it is in life that you've been able to experience that gives you the ability to keep trying to move. But that's all reaction, right? That's reactionary moves that you're doing at that point. It's just muscle memory. That's a state that can be not good for you in the terms of life. Because if you feel like your back is to the wall and you don't know what to do, right? I don't know what to do. Okay, I ran out of money. Uh, um, I put myself in a situation that now I got to figure out how to get out of it, right? Those are things that have your back against the wall, right? So the only way to go is forward. If my back's against the wall, I can't turn around, right? I can't run away. I got to go forward. But I don't want to do that based on just reacting, right? I want to have a plan. I want to what well, you know what? Over everything, I don't want to get put with my back on the wall, right? So, what do I do to try to mitigate that before I have to put my back on the wall, right? If you can tell right now, what we're doing is we're actually defining what does that look like to be in an emergency, which is when you start to get to your default of whatever you do to react to something, right? I want to go deeper with the back against the wall. Okay. So if a person has their back against the wall at that moment, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter whether it's a text that comes through. It doesn't matter whether you get a bill. It doesn't matter whether um, somebody comes to you with a really minute problem. It doesn't matter. What happens is everything feels like it needs to be done right now, right? Everything. Doesn't matter what it is. You feel like in this moment, everything's an emergency, right? I don't want to get my lights cut off. I don't want to get out of school. I don't want to um not keep my position in this line or in this company, or I don't want to lose my business, right? So everything that comes in is like, I gotta save it, I gotta save it, right? It's almost like juggling, right? I'm sitting here juggling, and all I'm trying to do is keep all of the balls in the air. You know what I'm saying? Can't drop one. Everything's an emergency. That's the mode I'm trying to get us out of, right? Not just you, but me also, right? I'm trying to get me out of that mode because it still happens, right? There's times where everything may be going good. You're feeling wonderful. All of the like everything that you had a problem with before has been resolved, right? Everything has been resolved and now you're feeling good. Okay? But most people, even once it starts feeling good, like even when you get into a place that you're not in emergency mode, you still end up operating as if you are, right? Because it's worked for you. It's worked for you to get out of emergency mode. It you didn't get out, but it feels like you're out because as things aren't still pushing against you, but you're still operating as if you are. Everything's still urgent. I gotta keep going, gotta keep going, gotta keep drilling. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop. Right? That's panic mode. Okay. But today we're calling it emergency mode because that's how people feel. They feel like everything is urgent, everything is now, everything's an emergency. Okay. But what we need to do is to be able to stop and think clearly, right? Which will allow us the ability to create a plan, right? And then we can just work our plan. Because now I'm operating from intentionality, right? I'm responding to the situation. I'm not just reacting to the situation, right? Here's one of the things that I found that a lot of people I don't even think that they realize what they're doing to a person when they do this, but they act as if, you know, whatever their thing is so important. But whenever you have something, they act like they're going to put it in priority for you. They're going to tell you that, I mean, that's not that urgent. I mean, life's not going to end, right? But when it's for them, when it's something that's on their mind, it needs to be done yesterday. You ever experienced that, chat? Ever? If you have, put it in the chat. Let me hear about it. Matter of fact, I want to hear of any situation that you had where people feel like that their thing's an emergency, but then you came to them and they tried to act like yours was nothing. And yours was probably a real emergency, but they gave no urgency to it, right? Let me ask you this. Have you ever rushed to answer every text message that hits your phone? If you have, what does that feel like? Right? What does that feel like to you? Doesn't it feel like you on edge? Right? Like, oh, if I don't answer this, if I don't, I'm gonna lose this deal if I don't answer this right now. Right? But I'm gonna tell you, if that deal is for you, nothing you can do will lose you that deal. If that deal is really for you, right? What about like a time when you know this event starts at 6 o'clock. You're supposed to be there by 6 o'clock. Well, it's 5 o'clock and it only takes you 30 minutes to get there. You get there at 5:30 and you still are rushing to get out the car, rushing to get to the door, rushing to get to the right. So in other words, you feel like you're late even though you're on time, right? Has that happened to you? Or is that just me? Am I the only one? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, here we go. I'll bring it to your neighborhood. I'll bring it to your neighborhood. You ever had a time where you were just said yes too fast? Or maybe you changed your plans too quickly. You ever did that? Right? Or this one's for you because I know you did this one. It's for you. Have you ever been driving and when traffic slows down, even though you're not late, it turns into a crisis? You think everybody's wrong for switching lanes? You think everybody's wrong for hitting the brake pedal? You think the you think the machine that runs the lights to turn them from red, yellow, and green, you think that it's wrong when it turned it yellow and then red on you as you were driving? That's emergency mode. That's emergency mode. That's the mode that you're operating in when everything is urgent to you, right? You feel like everything is urgent to you. Like, I think if we're ever gonna get past it, we're ever gonna like get that emergency mode turned off, if you will. The first thing we need to figure out is this situation a real emergency, right? Because we have to bring our brain back into alignment, right? We have to bring our brain back under to reality thinking. So we have to start asking our questions to ourselves. That's the only way that we're going to get out of it. I think that say you're driving and something happens, and I'm a fan of speaking out loud to yourself. I'm a fan of talking to myself. People can say, "Oh, you're crazy, you're talking to yourself." Well, no, I'm not. The fact of the matter is, sometimes you have to hear it. right? And don't get me wrong, you can talk to yourself and hear it inside. And sometimes that's okay. Say other people are around and you don't want to, start talking to yourself out loud with other people in the car, other people in the situation with you. That's fine. Talk to yourself. You can hear yourself inside yourself. But if you're by yourself, why not talk out loud? Because sometimes I feel like we need to hear it. We need to hear us say the things that we're saying. Because sometimes that'll even tell you whether you even got whether you even understand what you're trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, because a lot of times I think we don't even know what we're trying to get across. And then we just talking. We don't even hear ourselves speak, right? Because our brain is too noisy. So the first thing we have to find out, well, is this a real emergency? This situation, right? Or have I just trained myself to respond like everything I'm doing is an emergency, right? Do I have urgency or am I operating from anxiety? Right? Because I don't think every form of anxiety is debilitating, right? Like a lot of people say when they have a panic attack or whatever, then they get stuck, right? I think that a lot of people, especially nowadays, are in this full-on panic mode, right? Emergency mode, and they're operating out of anxiety for whatever's going to happen, which hasn't even happened, uh, but they're still moving, right? So it's almost like anxiety with motion. I, I don't know. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Tell me in the chat. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but if it's a thing, let me know. So I think though that that's how a lot of people are acting because of the state of the world in this moment, right? I remember that we've done a couple of streams um that are kind of in this same ballpark, right? Like we did a stream called Am I Addicted to Pressure, right? Because as I stated there, I think some people only know how to function with pressure, right? Well, not with it, but under it, right? Under pressure. That's the only way that they can function because that gives them a real sense of emergency. If I wait till the last minute to do this thing, then now I have a real sense of emergency. Like it forces me to action, right? I can't decide to take action. I need to be forced into action. I feel like that's addicted to pressure, right? You're addicted. You, sir, ma'am, are addicted to the pressure, right? We had another stream called Why Rush Your Life, right? Because rushing is like fear in motion, right? And I said it a second ago, right? Anxiety with motion, right? That's rushing, right? So if you're operating always rushing, always trying to get to the next thing, and you're not taking anything in, I just got to do this, go, do this, go, do this, go, do this, go, right? You're rushing, emergency mode, panic mode, right? All of this stuff goes together. This is what I've been trying to tell y'all, right? We even did a stream of, well, don't make life decisions from financial fear, right? That's still a panic mode. That's still an emergency mode, right? Like if you're making decisions from panic mode instead of from wisdom, now you're in a frame of making decisions that you might not even like the decision later. because I only made a decision to get up out of this situation. It wasn't a decision that got me prepared for the next thing. It was a decision only to get me out of this, and more than likely, it's going to drive me deeper, not into that, but into this other thing because I made it in a under duress, right? Then we did a whole nother stream talking about, well, why do you keep why do you keep starting over, right? Because if you're in that emergency mode, if you're in that reaction mode, right? What it does is it ends up making you break down the plan, the structure that you created too soon, right? I'm not going to continue on my plan because I'm in emergency mode. Throw all of that out the window. We have to get out of this fire. We have to get out of this situation, right? Okay, I was in a house fire, right? I think I was 25 years old at the time. Got into a house fire, and in that moment, it was me and one of my daughters, and I end up getting burned. And in me getting burned, all of the plans that I had for that day went out the window, right? Every plan I had. Didn't matter where I was going, didn't matter what I was about to do, didn't matter anything else. That was a true emergency. That was truly urgent, right? I lost everything I had that day, except for my kids, except for my wife. Still had them. That was what was most important. But that I did have my back against a wall in that moment because I got to get out of here, right? I got to get out of this fire. I got to get my daughter out because she's with me. She was 2 at the time. So we need to get out of here, right? My back was against the wall. And so in that central situation, I got to make whatever decision I got to make to get us out of this situation. I don't care nothing about my plans, right? I don't care nothing about the fact that I had my shirt that I was going to wear that day on the ironing board with the iron still hot. Now, the fire didn't happen because of the ironing board, but I'm saying that the iron was still sitting there on the ironing board after everything else burnt down. You can still see, the burnt ironing board with the iron standing up, sitting next to the shirt that was laying on the ironing board. And this is in the back part of the house. So I'm saying that to say that if you're in a real emergency, it makes sense that you would, whatever your plans were, don't amount to a hill of beans at that point. It's get out of that situation, especially if it's life or death, right? If it's impacting your family, get out of it, right? In a negative way. So this is why I'm saying that you it's not good to operate from that feeling, from that position in your life daily. Daily. You're having an overflow of what do you call it? Hormones that are being produced to keep you with the mental capacity to handle an emergency being used at a time that's not an emergency, right? So that's why we ended up doing a stream also talking about the walk for peace, right? But as a man, because this is the position I'm speaking from, that's the time when you're really tested on if you are truly a man, right? When you're under pressure, when you are in an emergency, how are you going to show up, right? What happens though is if every day you're operating from a sense of panic, from a sense of emergency, from a sense of, well, I gotta always be on point, blah, 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 then what do you do when the emergency really turns up? Do you have another level you can go to? Another level of panic mode? You know what I'm saying? At that point, what do you have? Ludicrous mode? You know what I'm saying? Plaid? You got to give the situation the raspberry jam? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what are we gonna do? Because that can't be the consistent way that we operate. It just can't be. Because if that's the consistent way we operate, it's gonna be really hard to turn up when it's really time to turn up, right? So what happens if we're constantly in emergency mode? What happens to us, right? What happens is we end up not having patience anymore, right? It makes it harder, and we had a stream about this. It makes it harder for us to discern the environment that we're in, right? I'm not saying that you can't do it in emergency mode. I'm saying the consistent emergency mode then makes it harder, right? Because if everything's an emergency, then nothing sticks out, right? And humans thrive off the ability for things that look different to stick out to them so they know that there's a problem, right? And when I say stick out, I'm talking about one of these things is doing its own thing. One of these things ain't one and the same, right? So this is why I'm saying like you can't constantly operate from that mode, right? Because it's training your body to stay on edge and your mind. It's training your mind and your body to stay on edge. How are you going to continue that for a long period of time without burnout? Right? So that's the reason why we can't sit here and stay in that mode. We have to change it, right? We have to change it. How are we going to change it? That's what you're asking me, Rich. How are we going to change it? Really simple, right? Really simple. We have to build in the margins. We have to do things like leave earlier. We have to stop answering every question like it needs an answer right now, right? We have to think more. Think more. We have to separate real emergencies from emotional emergencies or even from manipulation emergencies, right? And when I say manipulation emergencies, I'm talking about from other people, right? Because we deal with other people and those people who feel like their thing is an emergency all the time and your thing is not. We have to know how to deal with that, right? So we have to separate those things, right? And then we also have to prepare and make plans before we hit that pressure. We have to figure out how am I going to work this thing out. So let's say you have client work, right? Let's say you have client work. If a client says, "Hey, I need this project done. Here's our deadline, blah blah blah." Once we know that deadline, now it's on us to make a plan. I need to work 2 hours this day on this part of it. I need to work 4 hours that day to get that part done. I need to put in an hour this day so I can check on that part of it. I need to follow up with the client about that right there. You're going to set a plan because you know your projects, you know the things that you do, right? So if you know the things that you do, you can set a plan for how that works out instead of saying, you know what, I'll just wait till they call me and ask me what my status is, and then I'll just kind of fix something, and then I'll do a little bit more work, and then tell them, hey, well, I'm waiting on this. You just making up something. to try to push the time off you. But what I'm trying to tell you is we got to plan it and then walk the plan. Because then what you're doing is you're also building in time that you don't have to be working on that thing, right? Because if I build out the schedule for the things that I need to work on, then I'm gonna also build in time that I'm not gonna be working on that, right? Because if I'm planning, then I can plan for a vacation. I can plan for time off. I can plan for going to a movie. I could plan for hanging out with my friends, hanging out with my wife, hanging out with my kids. I can plan for it. But if I make everything an emergency and everything the last minute and I'm under pressure all the time, I'm just doing whatever's hot right now, right? Whatever's hot right now. I didn't see the event coming up, so now I got to prepare for that at the last minute because I didn't see it, because I'm working on this, because I got to get this deadline done before that, and then this, that. That's too much. That's too much. Wouldn't you want to walk through life like button up, right? I know exactly what I'm doing. I know what my day is like. I got it on the calendar. Plus, I got this going on. I know I'm doing this next. Like people say, hey, I want to go do this right here, man. Come on, let's go do this. Nah, I'm good. I got this going on, but I could do it probably next week. And don't feel any way bad about it. Why? Because I have a plan. I have a structure. I want to see success, right? Because if I keep doing that, if I keep operating from that way, I'm not going to see success. I may have some great events. I may go to some great things. I may, maybe try some great food because I'm just randomly going. But in the end, it's going to make me feel not happy with myself, right? Because I'm not achieving my goals. I'm not meeting my deadlines. I'm not being a man or a woman of my word, right? So once we build the structure, we make the plan, then we let that lead, right? That's what we're following. We're following the plan that we set. That way we never have to be in panic mode. We never have to be in emergency mode. Because now if something comes up and we ask ourselves the question, is this an emergency? Right? Or is this a real emergency, or urgent emergency, or is this something that, you know, I made up? Or is it something that somebody else is trying to tell me is an emergency, but I can see that that's not really an emergency for me? And that's okay, right? We have to slow down. Give us chance to give yourself time enough to think. That way you get a chance to think about it clearly. Because there's sometimes where you might have just said no because you knew you had a lot going on. But if you give yourself a chance to think, you're like, well, I may have chance to do that. I could probably help them with that, right? If they say it's okay that I can do it 1 hour on this day, maybe 2 hours on that day, and maybe another hour on that day, I still equal the same amount of hours, but give me about 2 weeks to put that in my schedule. Most people won't have a problem with it if you've communicated what the expectation level needs to be based on them wanting to do business with you or them wanting to work with you, right? So that's why I'm saying a lot of this stuff is just comes down to slowing down, think it through, make a plan, communicate that plan, and be okay with the rest of it. That is the way that we get out of emergency mode and get into self awareness, peace, and live a calm life. Because everything's not emergency, and some of y'all are not living with urgency, you're just living in reaction. Emergency mode will have you making permanent decisions for temporary pressure. Get me tongue tied up in here, right? It's on us to get ordered and structure, get rid of the pressure, because pressure is not supposed to be part of your personality. It's not supposed to be part of your identity. Pressure is not a value add. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It actually shows that you've been living in an incorrect way for a long time, and you may not know how to live from a place of peace. So we have to get to the place of peace so we know what that feels like and understand how good that feels like, that you don't have to look over your shoulder, that you don't have people coming after you, or bills stacking up, or deadlines that you've already run over and you're trying to keep getting extensions on, all that kind of stuff. That's too stressful. It's too stressful. There's no peace in that. So if you if you can identify with the things that we talked about today, I urge you, make a change, make a different decision, right? Make a different decision. Again, my point is to give you a different perspective, a different way to look at it, maybe a tool or two that you can implement, right? So ask yourself those questions. Look at it from a different light. Is this really an emergency for me? And if not, don't operate like it is. You don't have to back up, put your back on the wall to handle the situation. Sometimes the handling is just, hey, give me a chance to think about that. I'll circle back with you tomorrow, later today. It's that simple. Okay? It's truly that simple. So I'm gonna go. I got an event to go through later tonight, right? So I just want y'all to know that I appreciate everybody who jumped in today, everybody who joined me, anybody who watches this later, right? If you watch it on YouTube, make sure that you like, comment, subscribe, turn on notification bell so you know when I'm dropping more, or you even know if I go live on YouTube, because I don't do that nowhere near as regularly as I do it here, but I might, because I I have plans for all the platforms I'm a part of, but you have to be following me on those platforms to know when I'm doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because it might feel random to y'all, but it ain't random to me. I know exactly when I want to do things. But I want you to be following. I want you to have your notifications on so that way you can jump in and it'll be an exciting time. Right? Oh, shoot. The Real Rich Bees is live. Let's jump in. Right? Rising tide raises all boats. Hey, make sure you tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your man's Rich Bees, the Real Rich Bees, on all of these. And I will see you next time. You know who it is. You know what it is. Rich Bees out. So I'll tell you this. I'm going to say, y'all see the title. You see what I'm talking about. I didn't, it was a question. I posed a question, right? Am I addicted? Right? I had the statement. I think I might be addicted, right? Addicted to what? Based on the title, it says I might be addicted to pressure. Maybe. Maybe you are. I feel like today we can talk about it, right? Because we talked about a lot of things. I've gotten very personal and vulnerable. And so why not keep going? That's my thought process. Why not keep going? We already opened up the door. Might as well keep on. Might as well kick that bad boy in. You know what I'm saying? So, in doing so, I'm going to say this, that in taking a look at the things that we've talked about, some of the topics that we've discussed. I guess, I guess I have to explain it like this. You know what I'm saying? I guess I'm gonna have to explain it like this, because we're talking about this topic that's a little bit different. Because I am I more comfortable with pressure versus peace? I think this is a question that everybody should ask themselves, right? Depending upon their situation, depending upon what they got going on, right? Because I think that everybody says they want peace in their life, right? I've said that, I've prayed about it, thought about it, and that's what the conclusion I've come to. I do want peace in my life, right? I definitely do. But if I say I want peace and I say I want calm, then how is it that I really only know how to focus when something is urgent, right? I really only know how to function when everything's on the line. You know what I'm saying? So that made me pose the question today of, am I addicted to pressure? You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is what we need to talk about, right? I feel like this is what we need to talk about. And I think a lot of people believe that I'm, Mr. Motivation guy, right? Do I motivate people? Probably. Is that my goal? Maybe. I think more than anything, my goal is to help you to see life from a different perspective than you may have had it before, right? If I do that, then you can decide and make choices for yourself which way you want to show up in this world, which way is best for you, right? Which way is best for you to show up as your best self, right? If we talk about these topics, we discuss through what all this stuff means and all of that kind of thing, then we can kind of figure out, right? It ain't on me to tell you, it's on me to ask the questions, right? If I ask the questions and I pose them to you or pose them to myself, then we're figuring it out, right? Because who wants to deal with the pressure? You know what I'm saying? Like, pressure can push you to reach a level that you've never reached before, right? Pressure can make a diamond, right? But am I addicted to that pressure, right? Because this ain't about addiction in the usual sense, right? In the normal sense that most people know addiction to be, okay? This is about being used to stress, right? That's pressure, right? Urgency, chaos, deadline, emotional intensity, right? Emotional intensity, where something is like, and everything is tight, right? Some people like that, right? Survival mode. Or do you feel like you're always in survival mode? Because if you feel like you're always in survival mode, and you feel like also life feels funny if you're not in that survival mode, like this feels weird, then maybe peace is unfamiliar, right? Maybe peace is uncomfortable. So could that be, right? Here's the question. Could that be because what you know best is pressure, right? I just think that sometimes pressure is like that thing that a lot of people have now called their friend, right? I believe that, and let's just talk about me, okay? I think a lot of times I've said out loud that I function the best when the pressure's on, right? I know I can step to the plate. Like if it's a basketball game, give me the ball at the end of the game, right? Last couple seconds, I start functioning. And I'm not just talking about in basketball, but I'm talking about in life. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mind being the person that when the chips are low, everything's down, pass it to me, I'm gonna make something happen, right? And I've been that way. But now, in this time in my life, right, where I'm thinking through these things, is it I I don't know if I want to say like this is the way I should be, right? Because I don't know if this is the way I should be. Should I be a person that's feeling like I perform best when I'm stressed? I don't think that anybody should lean to that. Now, if you have the ability to perform very well under a stressful situation, that's worth it, right? You may need that skill because that can be a skill. But if that's the thing that you look for, like I'm not gonna make a move until there's pressure. I'm not gonna make a move until the chips are low. Like that's when I'm just gonna come in and I'm gonna shine. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna take the last 3 point because I know I can do it. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't be like that. Like that shouldn't be your norm. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be my normal. So as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I'm like, maybe I am addicted to pressure, right? Because it seems like sometimes the things that I do are always last minute thing. Even clients, right? Clients will come to me at the last minute and be like, hey, I have this project, I need it done in a week. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody else didn't do the project. So now, I'm coming to you. But why didn't you come to me when you had time? Right? Because I would rather have time. But because this has been a routine of people calling me in the last minute, do I accept that because I know I can come in and hit that last minute 3 point and hit, you know what I mean? All net, you know what I'm saying? And kill the project, though it's last minute and it probably could have been better if I had the time. Probably. But I'm just saying, like, I might be addicted to pressure. Like, this is just an internal, you know what I mean? Fight, right? Well, not a fight, a question, right? An internal question of my existence. Because once you start this path, right? This path of becoming the best version of yourself, you start questioning everything about your existence. Do I move right in this area? Do I move right in that area? You know what I'm saying? Am I operating to the best ability in any given situation, right? Am I showing up with the right mindset when I'm talking to clients, when I'm talking to, the relationships I have, when I'm talking to my kids, right? Am I showing up in the right way? Those questions that you start asking yourself makes you start looking at yourself in a different way, from a different angle. And that's what this whole channel is about, right? Really taking a look at yourself, doing a deep dive and saying, hey, is this me? Is there a way that I can make myself better? Is there a way that I can put myself in a better position to win? Because the whole point is to win. Whatever winning looks like to you, that's what this is supposed to get you to. Because you can make a decision to win in this way, where somebody else might try to make a decision to win in that way. Some people don't care about procrastination. Some people don't care about pressure. Some people want peace. Some people want, chill time. They don't want to be always on the edge, right? If you say that you want peace, if you say that you want, chill, then that means that you have to plan things in advance, right? That means you have to structure your life, right? And we talked about those things in past episodes, in past lives. But now I'm coming to the realization that me personally, there might be a chance that I may be addicted to the pressure. This is a hard thought process, right? Because it's like, am I? It's a realization that I've come to, and this is the reason why I'm even talking about it today, right? Because when I think about it, right? Here's some thoughts. Am I procrastinating and waiting until the last minute to do things? If I think about it, I got things right now on my to-do list that I probably could have already started working on. But I haven't. Am I waiting for it to get closer to when I think I need to be done by? Maybe. Maybe unconsciously. You know what I'm saying? Because if I put it on my to-do list, then that means I plan to do it. And for me, I do everything that's on my to-do list. Here's the thing though. Am I creating an emergency? Right? Am I creating an emergency situation where I'm like, I know it need to be done 3-4 weeks ago, but yet I waited until the last week. Or I waited until the last 3 days because I'm like, I should be able to finish that in 3 days. Like, it shouldn't take me no longer than 3 days to do that. And then I end up waiting. Now I've created an emergency. I've started, putting things on the back burner, all that kind of stuff. And now I might have a new project that comes in that does have time, but now I've got to push that back because I still didn't do this thing. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm asking the question, am I addicted to it? Maybe. Okay, let's keep going. So what about if you keep choosing chaotic people, right? People who are on the edge all the time. Like, that's how they live their life. And those are the type of people you keep choosing. Is it because you want to be around that pressure, right? You want to be around that high level of stress, right? I think about it, and back when I used to do live TV, right? I worked at a company, if you will, that we did live TV. Here's the thing. When we did live TV, it was a lot of pressure, right? And yeah, I'm folding my arms. I'm not saying because I'm trying to separate and keep distance between you and I. I'm saying that, in my thought process, I cross my arms when I think about things. just so you know, okay? So if I am thinking about this, that was a very high pressure environment. Okay, very high pressure, very high stress, very high level of performance you had to do because you didn't have time to miss the deadline, right? The show had to go on, things had to move in certain time frames, and that led you to getting things done immediately, rolling, right? If anybody in the chat has been in that environment, you'll understand what I mean, right? The live TV industry is very, very chaotic. Very chaotic. A lot of people talking, a lot of things going on. You're taking inputs in your eyes, your ears, you know what I mean? And this stuff is, you're moving, you're doing things, you're pointing cameras, you're making sure that you're keeping up with what's going on, what they're talking about, what things you need to put on the screens, what things you need to put on this screen, the sound changing, right? Microphones moving, like all these things, and you're trying to make sure that everything is going off without a hitch. High pressure. Some people can't take that level of pressure. And I did that for a couple of years, okay? So in doing that, it makes you lean in to that pressure moment, right? That high pressure moment. And when you have that level of pressure and you get it done, at the end there's this, oh boy, we did it. Oh, we did it. High five, right? You high fiving around the room, you know what I'm saying? We did it. We killed it, you know what I mean? Blah, 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 blah. I think that feeling a person can get addicted to. You know what I'm saying? I think it can. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that there may be, if I'm coming up with this topic, then there's probably some sort of a, what do you call it? Some sort of a understanding in me that this could be true, right? There's some kind of connection, if you will. Okay. So if we think about that, am I waiting until things get bad to go do something about it? Right? Like I see it coming, but I wait till the last minute and then I go do something. I don't think that I do that though, because I don't like things to get bad. Right? Pressure is one thing. When I see it going downhill, now we got to fix that fast. Right? But am I confusing stress and that high pressure stuff with productivity, right? I may have been stressed out and I have now told people like, oh yeah, I've been getting stuff done. But am I really getting done all that I could get done? Or is it because I've knocked back some of the stress that I feel like I've been productive? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm asking myself all these questions because these are questions that you have to ask yourself if any of this is connecting with you, right? Does anybody feel this way? Like, do y'all feel like that you're waiting until the last minute to get stuff done? You know what I mean? Don't leave me out here by myself, because I know it's not just me. I know a lot of other people. Get in the chat, let me know, right? Get in the chat, let me know. Put it in the comments, however you want to do it, but let me know. Because I think there are people who are out here that are confusing survival mode, right? Survival mode with their purpose, right? If survival mode is how you operate, then it almost becomes where you kind of feel like, oh, well, this is my purpose, right? Because I'm able to complete it. I'm able to get it done. So it must be the thing that I'm good at. No, you might just be good at surviving. You might be good. You know how some people are con artists, right? Con artists. A con artist can act as if they can do anything, but really they're just doing enough to get by. Right? So are you conning yourself? Right? Let's make it even more real. And you can repeat after me. Am I conning myself? Where I think this thing is my purpose, but really and truly, I just understand how to survive. These are these are the things that I'm asking myself. These are the questions that I have. Somebody, you know what I mean? Jump in the chat. Like, I'm trying to. Don't leave me out here. Don't leave me out here. I'm just messing with you guys, man. I'm just messing with you. Here's what I'm trying to get across, right? Like, if you only are getting things done when the deadline is right in your face, then there might be an issue, right? Like, you may be addicted to pressure, right? If you keep putting off the conversation that you know you need to have, and you're waiting until something blows up to have it, I think these are telltale signs, right? Now, do I do some of those? Maybe. And I'm trying to be honest with myself, right? Like, maybe I do some of those, because sometimes you can operate in a way and not even realize that you're operating that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I waiting until things like feel off? Like, something just ain't right, right? Life is too quiet. I gotta make something pop. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people would call that toxic, right? Some people would call that, looking for problems, right? But I don't think that they're doing it on purpose. I think they don't even realize that's what they're doing, right? In that instance, right? Like, someone feels off, it's too calm. I need to get something popping, right? And somebody needs to get into some argument, and they might not even say it to themselves. They just go initiate something. You know, so and so said something about you, right? They're trying to create stress. They're trying to create pressure. They're trying to create that feeling, so then they can come in and either one, save the day, or two, step out of it, so they can say, oh yeah, you know, I don't really like the pressure, I don't like the stress, but I want calm, right? They're trying to promote calm, but yet they initiated this situation that's stressful, right? I think there's two sides of that coin. You know what I'm saying? There's two sides of the coin. There's the person who initiates it because they want to get in it. There's people who initiate it because they just want to see it. They want to be entertained. Right? Now, for me, this is all personal, right? This is personal because, like I said, I'm questioning myself in this and seeing which side am I on, and not only which side am I on, but also how am I leaning, right? Like, I don't lean to the fact of creating chaos. Don't like it. Don't like it. I don't like people who do that. I really don't. I don't like it because why are you setting off a situation that we didn't have to have? Right? This situation did not have to exist if everybody would have just, you know, had a reasonable conversation, you know? But that's not what people do. Some people just literally lean into creating chaos, right? And so that's what we have to figure out. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? Because that shouldn't be. So that's one, right? That's one. But it's also personal because, like, when I'm a person who looks for opportunities to build businesses, looks for opportunities to create something new, right? I get on here and I stream and talk to you guys because I want to be able to help others become the best version of themselves, right? I take time out of my life to create music that I can put out that still do the same thing as these lives, which is help others see their life in a different perspective, and they can choose to make a different choice based on the examples that I use within my music, right? Now, here's the thing. I feel like I'm an idea chaser, right? Like I'm looking for the next idea, the next thing that I feel like I can do that can make some sort of difference in the world. I really do. And doing all of those things, especially comprehensively, right? Like doing them all, meaning 1 minute I'm doing that, 1 minute I'm doing that, next minute I'm doing that, then I jump over here to that. I take a couple phone calls, go on a couple meetings, do this, do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm running, boom, 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 boom. And when I say running, not physically, mentally, right? By the time I go to bed, my mind, it has had it, right? Sometime around about 7, 8 o'clock, checkout season. My mind is checking out. You know what I'm saying? Checking out. Now, don't get me wrong. There's sometimes that I'll stay up late, do more work. But most of the time, if I'm up late, it's because I'm lunching. You know what lunching means? I'm letting my brain be. It might be by watching videos. It might be by watching TV. It might be by, you know, some form of streaming something, just so I don't have to necessarily think about the things that I know I need to do. Right? Because I've applied so much pressure to my life on a daily. Right? But I'll tell you this. If I don't take that time to let my brain kind of calm down from all of the pressure that I've more than likely put myself in, right? Then that means that I may think that that pressure means I'm doing something important with my life. I don't think that the pressure itself means that I'm doing something important, right? If you try to equate the pressure with importance, I don't think those two things are equal, right? I think it may have been important to help that individual in a timely manner when there's a short deadline, yes. But that doesn't mean that what I'm doing is actually important to the purpose of who I am. Right? So how can I equate just because I was able to manage the pressure for someone else's project that I'm doing something important in my life? I don't think there's equivalence there, right? I don't think it's the same. So I think if I'm going to be able to reach my purpose in my life, then that means that I have to start getting rid of some of this pressure and stress, right? So that makes me say, well, how can I do that? Right? How can I get rid of some of this pressure and stress? Let's think about that. If you have some ideas, right, about how I can reduce that pressure and stress, put them in the comments, put it in the chat, jump in, let's talk about it. Because how can I reduce that pressure and not stop the flow of income? I think that we end up putting ourselves in a box. Oh, okay. No. Let me say it a different way. We end up letting other people put us in a box. Okay. Now, this is something I've said before. I haven't said it on stream, but this is the way that I've thought about this before. Okay. We let people put us in a box instead of creating the box and giving it to the people. I'm going to let that sit for a second. Did y'all get that? I'm going to say it again. We let people put us in a box instead of us creating our own box and then handing it to them. Okay? Let's walk out what that looks like. Shall we? Shall we? Yes, we shall. Here we go. If there is a... Okay. All right. I've told you on this stream that, and we just said it, that I do music, graphic design, develop apps and websites, do videography, editing, and things of that nature. Okay. So I do basically full on production in every sense of the word. Okay. I've done live TV. I've done, films. I've been in films. Here's the thing. What people used to know me for live TV, right? They knew me for being a director in the live space. Okay. That's what people knew me for. That was the box I was in, right? And not to mention or to boot church live TV. Okay. That was how a lot of people knew me. I've done a lot of traveling on that tip too. So then if now I want to change that box, I have to create, a new box and then show that to the world, right? Because if everybody only knew me for that thing in the past, then I sat there and didn't present a new box. I started doing something else, but I never presented it. I just started doing something else. And then people slowly started finding out about it, but I haven't really gave it a box. You know what I mean? Like I haven't really put it together in a way that I could show somebody else and tell them, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is who I am. This is what I'm about, if I haven't given that to them, then they're looking at the thing that I'm doing now, and now they're going to start to create a box / narrative for who I am, what I'm doing, and how they can put me into their life, right? If I tell them that I do audiovisual production, design, and development, right? If I say that that's what I do, and that's all I say every time that I say it, then they will say, well, oh, he does video. Oh, he does development. Oh, okay, he does design, right? I've created the box. I've set it in a way now that I can present it, right? And if people say, oh, well, do you do music videos too? Right? Because now they're thinking of ways that they can use me based on the things that they know now that I know. So now I've created a box because that's the box I want to work in, and I've handed it to them. Does that make sense? Because once I've done that, then now anytime they think of me, they're going to think of me based on the box I presented to them. Right? Based on the box that was created for me back in the past, based on what I did that I never said I was, I just did that, right? And people found out that I did it over time. People would talk about it. People would go around tell other people about it. And then that's how I would end up getting referral type business and going out there and doing things, okay? Wasn't a bad box to be in, to be honest. Wasn't a bad box to be in. However, it wasn't a box that I created, packaged, and handed over. So the box that I'm in now is a box that I created, built, handed over. Here's another thing. I just said that I create businesses, right? Because I've created multiple of them. Here's the two businesses that I'm running now, which I've talked about on stream. So I'm not going to go deep into them at this moment. But what that does is make people say, oh, he's an entrepreneur, right? Once you start creating businesses, you're an entrepreneur, right? Okay, cool. If I'm an entrepreneur, then in some circles, that's how they'll know me, right? And in some circles, that's what I go in there and I say. I don't say that I do audiovisual production, design, and development. What I say is I own 2 companies, right? And I'm working on a third, right? I'm also vice president over a nonprofit, right? So here's the thing. What I'm saying here is that I have now in this circle given them a box. In this circle, I'm presenting this box, right? Then I do music, right? I said that. I'm an artist. I've been doing music almost my whole life. Some people know me for that, right? Some people know me as a gospel rap artist. Others know me as a rap artist. Others know me as a producer, right? Because others know me as a mix and mastering engineer. All this is within the music space, right? Some people even know I do live sound, right? Front of house. So if everybody knows that I'm in the music space, but each one of those people know me for a different vein of that space, those are little boxes that I've created and I've handed it to them, right? I didn't let them create the narrative for what I do. I've handed it to them. Here's what I do, right? I've presented that to them. Okay, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because I've created so many boxes for myself that now the goal when I did it was to keep getting business in all of these different arenas, right? Money coming, money coming in, money's always coming in. That was the reason I did that. Now, there comes a point where it might be too much, right? It might be too much because then you're getting calls for this, you're getting calls for that, you're getting calls for this. I'm getting calls for this, and this, and this. As I'm getting all these calls, now I have to try to manage all of this. So did I do it unconsciously? Did I do it unconsciously, meaning create a stressful work environment instead of saying, hey, here's the box. I do this. I'm a video editor, right? Or I'm an artist, or I'm a streamer, or I'm a, right? Whatever those things are, right? Oh, I'm a graphic designer. I didn't create the box narrow enough. Why? Well, one, because I think I like to do all of those things, right? And I'm good at all of those things, right? But it's so much that it's overwhelming. A lot of people ask me, how do I do all that I do? I've gotten that question numerous times. How do you do so much? When do you get a chance to sleep? Right? But I already told you, come 8 o'clock, my brain done checked out. I'm done. But that's because during the day, I'm all go, right? I'm all gas, no brake. I'm all go. Whatever the go means, get it done. And a lot of things that I do, it doesn't take me long to do. Because I'm good at it, because I've done it for years, right? So now, if I have a project, for some people, it might take them 6 hours to do that project. For me, it might take me 2 hours, right? But it's only because I've been doing it for so long. Is that a good thing? Yes. Is it a not so good thing? Yes. Because then I can end up filling my day with a bunch of things and not get to the thing because I know I can do it in 2 hours. This is what I was going into earlier. Now I just gave you more context. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Because I know I can get it done in 2 hours, I'm like, I don't have to do that yet. I can do all these other things, right? So now I've created a stressful position for myself unconsciously, right? Don't get me wrong. I consciously made the decision to do it, but it was unconscious that I put myself into this stressful, pressurized position when I could have just did it as soon as I got the project in. Project came in, I could have just been 2 hours later, done, package it up. Don't send it yet because they're expecting some hard design. Give it some time, right? Give it some time, work on this other stuff, and then pre-send the email for it to go out in 8 hours. All right, 8 hours, the email is sent off. By then, I've done 5 other things. I've gotten done 5 other projects. But that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is waiting till the last minute, right? Because I know it's going to take me 2 hours. Knock it out, right? And then feel stressed because I'm like, oh, I got to get this done. And now I'm like, now I feel like I got to get it done in an hour just because I'm on mega, right? I'm sitting here with the music blasting in my face and I'm rolling. Okay, this, that, bam, 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 bam. Good to go. Let it fly, right? But why? I don't have to be that way. I don't have to put myself in that position, right? I don't always have to be putting out a fire, right? Because sometimes, I think I can feel like, if I'm having a calm day, right, and I'm just working on some stuff here, got to handle this over here, do I feel like I'm not doing enough? Right? You can definitely feel like that if you don't feel like you're bringing in the amount of money that you think that you should have. Right? You feel like I must not be doing enough. There's got to be more that I can do. Right? I think that if we really look at the situation, there's a difference with being busy and being productive, which we had a whole video on that before, right? Busy versus productive. Take a look at that. Go back and look at that video. Because what I know is that they're not the same, right? Just because you're busy don't mean you're actually making way. You're actually gaining ground. You could be standing there running. I could be in the studio all day running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but I really ain't making no progress. No work is getting done because I'm running around back here in circles. I'm back here doing push-ups all day. I'm back here like, looking out the window, seeing what's going on out in the world instead of getting the work done. Right? I could be sitting over here like, okay, let me update my computer and let me, clean up the wires back here and let me, and not saying that my wires is all bad, but I'm just using that as an example, right? Like, I can be saying that I got to do this, I got to do that, got to do this. Okay, all of that's busy, right? Oh yeah, I got to make sure my space is clean and every day I come in here, I got to wipe stuff down and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Maybe once a week do you need to wipe everything down, but every day, what are you doing? Cutting wood? You know what I mean? You back here kicking up dust? Do you have dust in your workspace? It's different if you work in the wood shop or something, right? Automotive shop. But in a studio, you ain't got that much dust that you need to be dusting every day and you ain't getting no work done. These are just the things that I'm talking about, right? Like these are the fights that you got to have with yourself on a regular basis, right? These are the fights you have to have with yourself. And when I say fights, I'm not saying like, man, you got to beat yourself up. I'm saying that you have to like push through your brain telling you, don't worry about that right now. Let's handle this cleaning. Let's go grab the vacuum and vacuum the carpets in the house. You know what? We ate lunch. Now let me just go ahead and empty the dishwasher, right? And then not only am I going to empty the dishwasher, let me go over here and, see what we're going to have for dinner. Okay. Oh, let me go ahead and run to the store now. In the middle of the workday, let me run to the store now. I can get that done. Then I can come back and that'll give me like 3 hours before that project's due. But I still can probably update that video and then get to that. And so basically I'm supposed to have it done by the end of business. I done pushed my whole day in front of the work that's going to actually pay me the money, which then takes the pressure off, right? All I'm trying to get at is that we need to question some of the behaviors we have, because I think some of us are still trying to create pressurized situations and because we like to work under duress. I think a lot of us are used to it, right? You might have grown up in a stressful situation. You might have grown up where everything was on edge all the time in your house, right? Your mom was always running around there looking like, oh, we got to do, well, we got to go. Your dad was like, get up, do this. We got to do that. We got to do that. And nobody ever sat down. Everybody was just always going. If you're looking for that type of life, then you may not even realize it, but they might have been that type of person that always put themselves in stressful positions, that always waited to the last minute to do things. That doesn't have to be your story, right? That doesn't have to be my story. We can plan, right? We can choose to not take a project if it's at the last minute. If we do take that project at the last minute, then we just charge more, right? For a rush fee. Because then that forces people not to bring us last minute projects. I hope this is coming across the way that I'm hearing it in my head, and the way that I'm really trying to hope you guys can receive this, right? But I think that I really have to ask, like any of us in any given situation, we really have to ask ourselves these questions, right? These are the questions that we have to ask. And we talked about them already, but I think I'm going to ask it again, right? One is, why do I keep creating pressure situations, right? I keep doing it. It's become a habit, right? It's become a habit. Then maybe something like, why does the pressure feel good to me? And you might not even be convinced that it does. You may be like, I don't like to be under pressure, right? That's because that's the right answer in your head, right? But if you keep recreating pressure sensitive or pressure inducing moments by putting stuff off and things like that, maybe you do. Maybe you do. Maybe it does feel good and you don't even realize it, right? You don't even realize that it feels good, right? But then you might even say like, well, does having these pressure type situations make me feel important, right? Because if I can come in for the save at the last minute, then I can poke my chest out. You know what I'm saying? I'm the man. I come in there and everybody gonna say it. They gonna get on your line and be like, you did it, bro. That was wonderful. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, yo, I knew you the greatest, bro. You the greatest. That's what they gonna tell you. And you can walk around with your chest poked out and you around there flexing like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'ma rock that. And then you go around telling everybody else, yeah, yeah, you know, I did that project, yo. I did that project. You was at the last minute feeling like you was about to pass out because you couldn't get something to work right. And then you finally got it to work right. Yeah, so you did win. You did get the thing. But the problem is you did it under duress and you probably could have did it better than you did do it. Right? Because you'd had time to think about it. You'd had time to do different versions of it. You'd had time to figure out whether or not this was going to go better with that or this would go better with that. Don't get me wrong. I think that sometimes the pressure does make a diamond. But there's one part of that line that we have to keep in mind. It's pressure over time that makes a diamond. Not just pressure, right? It's pressure over time, which means that if we just keep our work level up, still organized, still no project is the last minute, there's gonna be pressure. There's no matter what, but there's a different type of pressure. There's not a time connected pressure. Now there's a greatness connected pressure. That's a different type of pressure. The pressure of I'm gonna go in here and okay, Kobe, I'm gonna go into the gym and I'm gonna be hitting 1,000 free throws before I go home. It's not because it's a rush. It's because I want to be great, right? I'm gonna create a new graphic every day. Right? I want to be the greatest graphic designer ever. Right? So I'm going to do a new graphic every day. I might do one every hour. If I ain't got nothing else to do, if I'm finished doing the work, right as soon as I finish one work, I'm going to just create me a quick new graphic. Right? Just to stay sharp, just to stay quick with the tools, just to keep my ideas flowing. That's pressure to get to greatness. And if you're addicted to pressure, maybe that might be the pressure that you need to put on yourself. Push for greatness, not pressure because I don't have enough time, not pressure because I didn't plan effectively, right? Not pressure because I've created a box by which others are know me that I can do it at the last minute. And so that's all they bring me, a bunch of projects that's due at the last minute. That's not the right type of pressure, right? The pressure that if you're going to put pressure on yourself, put the pressure for greatness on yourself. Right? Because the pressure for time can actually be a distraction. You know what I'm saying? I I'm hoping I'm making myself clear with these things that I'm trying to get across, like with these points. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all are getting it. Because if you push pressure for greatness, I don't think that costs you as much, right? If you push pressure based on time, based on poor planning, or last minute execution, that can cost you. That can cost you a lot. What can it cost you? My ideas are, it could cost me peace, right? It can cost me creativity. It can cost me health, right? It can cost me my relationship, right? Think about it. If I keep doing things at the last minute, and now at the last minute, I'm having to, push in the middle of the night one night or whatever, now I'm not spending time with my family, right? And especially if I do it, if I'm doing that consistently, right? Then I'm hurting my relationships. It's costing me my relationships. It's costing me my long-term vision, right? Because my long-term vision is to achieve greatness in an area. Whatever area I choose, that's the area that I choose to be great in. And if I keep making rush decisions on how I'm going to do that, or rush decisions on getting a project done that I need to get up off my plate so I can keep pushing to greatness, that doesn't lend itself for wise thinking. That's not wise, because you can't keep that up but so long. Because again, it goes back to messing up your health. Because at a point, you're going to your heart ain't going to be able to take it. You keep adding on pressure for no reason, pressure that you could have done over time. You could have pushed this project out. Let's say it's a project that might take you a week to do. Let's say the project takes you a week to do. The client wants it, let's say, in 2 months. It might take you a week to do it. The client wants it in 2 months. What's wrong with taking that first week and at least doing as much as you can to try to get that project locked in to where you're like, basically it's done, but now let it go for about half a week or a week, right? You finish it the first week, but now I'm not even gonna think about it for the next week. Okay? They needed it a month in the future, right? 4 weeks away. First week I did the project. Second week I just let it go. Didn't even think about it no more, right? Third week I come back to it. Let me look at it. What is this? What is this project? Is this hitting? Do I think this is hot? If I saw this in the streets, would people like it? Would I like it? You know what I mean? And be really, really hard on yourself, right? Scrutinize it. And if I say, you know what? I would have wanted this to be better. I want this to be better. I want this to be moved over here. Because you're coming back at it from a sense of, I'm not stuck with the pressure. I'm not in it. Now I'm looking at it like, do I like it? Would I say that this was dope? If another designer did this, or if another artist did this, if another video editor did this, if another, right? I'm looking at it from a different perspective, and I'm saying, would I like that if I saw somebody else did that? If they put that out on the internet, if they put that out on TV, if they put that out, you know what I mean, on print ad, on a magazine or whatever, would I say, man, it looked like that person ain't know what they were doing. That looked like garbage. Like, would I say that? What would I say about it? And if I could say, oh, that's fire, right? You could go back, look at it later and say, man, that's fire. If you still feel that way, wrap it up, send it to the client, let's go. Now you're done. You still have another week and a half before they even expecting it, right? But if we wait to the last minute, to the last week, and now we're rolling, trying to finish it. Now we're trying to cut, even though it takes me a week. They thought it was going to be 4 weeks. It takes me a week. But now I'm trying to compress it into less than a week, half a week, so that way I can then give it to them to get feedback, so that way I can now have it done by the end of the week. I put myself in a stressful situation, right? This is the reason why I'm saying you have to be able to have time. You got to be able, because if you want a diamond to come out, then that takes time. I got to be able to go back. I got to look at it. I got to think about it later, review it, right? Look at it from a different angle, put it in some sunlight, make sure that, run it past a couple of trusted people that I have to see what they think about it. Like, those are the things that you do to make something dope, that makes something great, to reach greatness, right? I'm just giving you these things because I'm like, These are the things that you may have to do if you're trying to achieve greatness in any area of your life. Being addicted to pressure, it doesn't help to achieve greatness. It doesn't. It doesn't. Because pressure might help me move fast sometimes, but it can also keep me from moving well. It can also put me at a disadvantage when you start looking at others who are doing those same things, who aren't moving from the last minute. And I'm not saying to compare yourself against others. I'm just saying that you wonder how they're getting like all these other projects, because they keep practicing, they keep doing things, and they're not waiting until the last minute to do things. They're not shoving everything in the last minute. They're able to sit there, think about their designs, think about their developments, think about their edits and all that kind of stuff, and give it time. Sit with it for a minute, right? A lot of companies, when you think about companies, they're planning stuff a year in advance. Whole events. They're planning out the whole event a year in advance, and then they started advertising it at least 9 months before the event. Now they have a run on time. They can try different advertisement. They can try different advertising channels. They can try all of these other things because they have time. Right? These are the reasons why I'm trying to get you guys to understand that pressure ain't the thing. It's not the pressure for greatness is wonderful. I feel like that's the move that you should be going for. You want to be known, well known in your industry, all that kind of stuff. That's dope. You should be putting in the time to do that. You can't put the time in if every project that comes around, you're pushing it to the last minute. That's what I'm trying to say. Right? And if you really want to think about this, I have to be honest with myself if I believe that peace feels strange to me. Right? I have to stop glorifying that last minute intensity makes me good at the thing. Right? I have to build systems, structures, timelines, margins in for every project that I'll do, and don't take things that don't fit that type of setup. Right? And if I do, it's because I really want to be involved in the project, and I know I can add value to that project even though it's last minute. But that's not the norm. Right? I have to learn how to get it done before it's an emergency. Right? Because the goal is not to wait until the pressure makes me go. The goal is to become the kind of person that moves from intention. I want to be intentional about everything that I do. I don't want to move all quick just to get something done. I want to be focused and in the pocket based on the box that I want to be known for. You know what I'm saying? So if anything I said today is connecting with you, and you can see a bright new way, right, that you can become great in your area, right? Not your area of location, but your area of expertise, then I appreciate you, right? Then I hope that you can make whatever shifts you need to make that happen for yourself, right? Because what I'm thinking, and I think I'm going to end it here, what I'm thinking is I don't just need less pressure, right? I don't need just less pressure. I need next level growth potential based on the structure, based on the planning, based on consistent execution that's not based in short periods of time. I need to be able to work smart, not hard. And at times, I feel like I'm working hard, right? And it might be because the things that I'm doing are not effective, because I'm running around in circles in the back of my studio. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really doing that, but in my mind I am, right? Because I'm jumping from one thing to the next, and all I'm doing really is putting out fires, right? Anything in the last minute is almost considered an emergency, aka a fire, right? Last minute thought. Here's the last minute thought. If I need pressure to function, then pressure might be controlling more of my life than I realize. So now, I hope you will, because I know I am. I'm about to totally revamp how I'm doing life. Across the board. There may be, I might not end up doing so many videos in a week, right? I may stick to doing maybe, I don't know, I don't even have a number, but it might be more like 3 times a week, maybe, right? Other than the ones that I do with my music at night and the weekends and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm just saying this, like I'm saying it out loud, but that doesn't mean that that's necessarily what I'm going to come to the conclusion of. Because maybe I'll just realize that streaming is more important to me at this moment than some of these other things, right? Maybe. Because of the community that we're building here and the connections that we're making with, I do know that I want to be there with you guys for you guys to continue to get more and more, so you can grow more and more. And I can too. Right? And the only way we can do that is if I keep on these lives. So I may end up continuing to do this more, but I'm going to have to cut out something that's causing maybe more pressure than it's worth for where that thing is, right? Because sometimes when we're prioritizing these things, it may be you have to prioritize something that's making money right now because the other things aren't. So I may have to prioritize that a little bit higher. And then some of the other things may be things that I might fill in every now and then, but I have to put it on a schedule. Does that make sense? Like I got to put things on a schedule. So that way I'm not feeling like I'm running around and just jumping from this to that, to this to that. I got to get some consistency. I got to get some stability in all of these things, right? Create a pattern, if you will, right? Of when I'm working on things and when I'm working on these things, and you know what I mean, have all that set, because then that will produce more peace, that will produce more ease, it'll produce less confusion. If I know that I'm about to work on this one, then that can also give me time that I can think it out. I can sit there and have I can have a thought session to say, okay, how am I going to address this? I know I'm about to work on it. So how can I address this? What am I going to do? Maybe what I'm going to do is I'll plan to have a 30-minute thought experiment about that project, brainstorm, if you will, about that project before the time that I'm supposed to work on it, right? So I can already put some thoughts in my head. I'm not doing anything else. I might just be sitting here like this, right? Envisioning that project and what it could be, right? I might need to get on the computer, do a little bit of research about that project. Maybe that might be something that I need to do during that 30 minutes. But because I have time, now that means that I can think it through. I can give myself time to wrap my brain around it, right? And what I think, based on some other projects I've done, what I think is I'll get a better outcome, right? And if you implement some things like that, possibly you'll get a better outcome on your projects. So, to answer the original title of this, Am I Addicted to Pressure? I think I was. Even though I didn't like it, I think I was. But now, after thinking this thing through, I think I know how I can beat it. Right? Because you can't quit an addiction. You can only replace it. And so now I'm going to replace this pressure addiction with structure, with planning, and with fully thought out execution. Thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate the time that you're giving. You know, I appreciate everyone who has followed, right? We're almost at the 50 goal, people. But I appreciate everybody who has followed. I appreciate it if you've ever liked, commented, if you subscribed, right? To all of my subscribers, I appreciate you. I really do. Because you didn't have to, but you did. And I'm so appreciative of it. Because there's so many people out there that you can subscribe to, but you chose to subscribe to the Real Rich Bees. And so I'm trying to do that each and every time I go live. I'm trying to give you the real, authentic me. I'm not around here playing games. I'm not around here trying to be no motivational speaker or nothing like that. I'm just telling you exactly the thoughts that are in my head and how I think through things as I'm trying to become the best version of myself. Right? So y'all are getting a lot of this in real time. Real time. I just had the thought about it, right? This, am I addicted to pressure? Real time. I was just thinking about it. I'm like, I got so much to do and how come I haven't done it yet? Right? Because I know I had to do this. Like, I said it on one of the other streams, so I ain't even gonna go into what it is. Well, one of them. I've said one of them on stream. In one of the last two or three streams, I've said it. Go back. If you find it, put it in the comments of this one and I'll tell you if you're right. But what I'm saying is that I already knew I was supposed to be doing that and I didn't do it. This is what made me think of this. Am I addicted to the pressure? I think I am. That's going to change today. That's going to change today. So now I have to put off everything again because I need to figure out how am I going to handle this, right? What does the plan look like? And maybe it's not something that I need to stop everything for. Maybe that's just something I need to start working forward. That's what I think. I think I need to start working forward. Let's not go backwards. Let's start working forward. So that means that I'm going to create a plan now, work forward, and implement that as I go. Because first things first is what's the rules, right? What's the rules of me saying, no, I don't want to do a project that's last minute? What is last minute, right? I think that's the very first thing I need to find out. What's last minute to me? If last minute is a project that's due within a week, then I'm cutting off any project that comes to me that's due in that same week. If it's due in the same week or 7-day time frame, 7 business day time frame. If it's due within 7 business days, I'm not going to take the project. That might be the first step. That might need to be your first step, right? If it comes within 7 days and you feel like that you can still get it done and it's not going to put you in a stressful position, charge more and then go ahead and do it, right? But charge more. You getting to the bread. We ain't playing around here about that. We're going to get to the bread. But we're going to do it in a conscious way. We're going to do it in a very intentional way. So to that end, I'm saying that's my next step. If you're addicted to stress, addicted to the pressure, maybe that's your next step too. So let's work this out together. Come on back on the next stream. I don't know what we'll be talking about at that time, but I do know that it's going to be something. It's going to be something that's going to make us a better version of ourselves. Right? So remember, tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your man's Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees, on all social medias. Rich Bees on other ones that are not up here. See you next time. Rich Bees, it's been fun. We out. Hey, yo. Welcome, 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 welcome. You know who it is. You know what it is. We back. This is the Real Rich Bees channel on all of these. And today we have a different topic, right? This one does kind of hit a little bit close to home because we all have life decisions that we have to make. So I'm saying that to say that this might hit your home too. Maybe. We'll have to see. So we're going to roll this out today. And before we get started, I'm going to say this. If you have not liked, followed, subscribed to the Real Rich Bees, you have the opportunity to do it right now, right? If you jump on and you're just seeing this, make sure you hit that follow button. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Don't cost you nothing. If you want to subscribe, it also won't cost you nothing if you have Prime. Okay? So, there's that. Now that we got that out the way, what are we talking about today? Because today we're talking about something real. Something that hits home. Something that you probably have to deal with. Okay? So how are we going to roll this out? We're going to roll this out. Oh, look at that. Let's put up the flow of today's stream. Okay, here we go. Wow. This is what we'll be talking about. Okay, these are the sections in which we'll be talking about them. Today, I didn't put in all the specifics because I'm going to do this stream a little bit different than how I normally do it. Okay, this is going to be a little bit different. Yes, we'll go through the same format. As you can see, I have an opening, I have a definition type, right? We'll come in here and we'll do all the same things, but it's just the way we're gonna do it. I'm saying it's gonna be different because I want to connect dots for you guys, right? The things that we've talked about in the past, I told you that they stack on top of one another, right? They stack on top of one another, in which when you're building your life, when you're working to become a better version of yourself, then once you start the basics, right? Once you get your goal down, once you understand the plan, right? Like those type of things, everything else starts to stack, right? So I've tried to keep this really consistent in the way that I'm delivering this information. If you go back, go to the YouTube, and you can watch all of the older videos, and I've walked this thing out very methodically. Okay, I walked the thing out methodically because I need you guys to understand that once you can make a decision for yourself and you understand what that is, you can end up choosing to make better decisions as you keep growing. Okay? Now that's the point. The point is to constantly get better. The point is to constantly make better decisions. That way, the outcome that you get, right? The things that you see in your world will be better. It will be what you've designed thoughtfully, right? Intentionally. So today we are talking about do not make decisions, life decisions, from financial fear. Okay? Why? Because when it gets tight, people start calling fear wisdom. Don't you? You might think that it's wisdom or wise actions that you're taking, but you can't make wise decisions if your panic becomes a plan, right? If you are under duress, you'll start calling survival discernment, right? Because we talked about discernment. Discernment, we see what's coming ahead, right? We're discerning what's happening. And as we're doing that, if you're doing it from you're under duress already, you're already in this fear, panic state, then you're going to be choosing things that directly get you out of that feeling of panic. It doesn't mean it's the right decision. It may help you in the moment for how you emotionally feel, but that doesn't mean that strategically it's the better of the decisions or options that you have in front of you, right? Because if you're not careful, you will keep making decisions in one hard season that cost you the next 5 seasons, right? I'm not saying that we should ignore our bills, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying to act like pressure is not real, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that financial pressure is not qualified to lead your life. That's what I'm saying. Just because you have financial pressure, it doesn't mean that that state that you're finding yourself in should lead your life. Am I making sense? So what I'm doing different in this video is I'm going to make connections, okay? The connections that I'm going to make is to previous videos, okay? So if you've seen the previous videos, if you haven't, again, head over to the YouTube, right? That's The Real Rich Bees on YouTube and put in the whole thing. So youtube.com/@TheRealRichBees, and then they'll come up, okay? Now, I'm probably not going to name the video, but I will reference the video, okay? So if you think about the headers that I'm going to give you, then you'll be able to find the video because most of them are titled the headers, okay? That's how I'm working this. So please pay attention, take notes. We're going to get into this thing. I'm going to try to make it quick. I don't want this to be a long one. I want this to be very quick, clean, and precise, right? So let's first name the pressure, okay? What is the pressure that you're feeling when you're operating out of financial fear, right? What's the pressure? Currently, in the world landscape, or no, you know what? Because I can't talk about the world. What I can talk about is the US, right? The United States of America. What we see is all the prices are up, right? That's what we see currently. Currently, what we see is a lot of people have job insecurity, right? Or insecurity. Yes. Okay, let's say it this way. Job uncertainty. How about that? Right? That's right now. That's not tomorrow. That wasn't in the past. That's right now. Right? Companies are laying off thousands, tens of thousands of people. You see it in the news, right? I know I saw it. So, with that being said, though, don't think that just because you own a business, that this doesn't matter to you, right? Because I own 2 businesses and it matters. Why? Because there is business pressure. Yo, what's going on, Carl? What's the deal? Glad you can join. Stay in the chat because it's good. I'm coming down your neighborhood. If you own a business, then there will be business pressure, right? Here's how I get to everybody's street, okay? This is how I get to everybody's street. If you think about it, thanks for the follow. We appreciate you joining. Everybody's life has responsibilities, and sometimes those responsibilities get very heavy, right? Those responsibilities, like I said, talking about bills, talking about if you have children, right? They have daycare, they have school lunch, they have trips, all of these things, okay? New clothes when you get to the new school year, graduation, prom pictures, prom itself, like all of these money that needs to go out, right? And we're talking about financial fear. We're talking about do not make life decisions from financial fear, right? Hey, we encourage honesty. Thank you for that. In high school, you still have those same financial issues that you're dealing with because you see other kids coming in there and they have, the newest shoes. You see kids coming in there, they have the new Balenciagas or the new, J's, whatever. You see it, right? We're talking about not making life decisions from financial fear, right? If you think, say you're sitting there and you have $100 in your pocket, right? You might have $100. You done saved up your allowance. You done, you paid all your bills. That's what you have left, $100. Now you're sitting there you're trying to figure out, well, how do I get that new thing, right? Or how do I flip this money, right? Because you're feeling squeezed, right? I only have this little bit of money, so I need to make it last. I need to make it stretch. I don't know when I'm going to get money again, right? The reason why I said this is personal to me because I go through it too. I think majority of adults do. I can't say everybody because there are people like the 1%. There are people who have created systems in place and all that kind of stuff, right? But most people right now, and again, I said in the US, are feeling very, very stressed. And so if you feel stressed, those aren't the right times to make life decisions, huge life decisions, right? Because when money pressure starts making the decisions for you, and in those situations, that's when wisdom should be talking, right? Wisdom should be guiding you, leading you to a successful growth path, right? Then at that moment, when you're using that pressure to make the decision, that pressure creates panic, right? If you're not stable, if you don't know who you are, if you're not connected with the plan, if you have not already previously set goals and created a plan, then that panic feeling that you have, or anxious feeling, it starts to work out its own strategy, right? It starts to work out its own strategy. Okay, hold on one second. Let's get to the chat. What's the chat saying? Can you tell me how to start in early age because I've been interested in doing so? Interested in doing what? Starting a business, making better decisions, which one is it? So okay, while I'm waiting on that response, let's talk about this survival mode, right? Because survival mode starts running your life. I too, not different than anybody else in that sense. I had a 5-year run that I was totally in survival mode. Totally. I will get to the business. I will get to the business in a minute. Call me. I'll get to the business in a second. And matter of fact, I did a stream about that. If you head over to the YouTube, you'll see a stream that I did. It is called you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you the stream that I put on YouTube. Hold on one second. Let me go to my channel. youtube.com/@therealrichbees. Right? And I'm gonna show you exactly which one it is. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Wow. Okay, so this is my YouTube, right? The Real Rich Bees. And if you scroll down, it's a 17-minute video about, where is it at? It's not that far. Under your part where I'm talking to this one, becoming an entrepreneur, a convo with the chat. This might be the one you need to take a look at. Oh, you found it? Yeah. This is this one right here. So after we finish this one and we talk about the pressure and the financial fear, because if you want to start a business, then what you're looking at is having to get through that. And it's better to understand what that is before you get to the point that you're making decisions out of financial fear. Because a business, a lot of times, is really tight. And when I say tight, I'm talking about tight on the finances. A lot of times in a business, great. Glad you saved it. A lot of times in a business, you're running in the red. A lot of times. It doesn't matter how much you think that you're making, you still have overhead, right? Now that's obviously that may be different if you're able to create some kind of AI business that you don't have hardly any overhead. But most of the time you'll be working in the red. I can almost guarantee that. Most brands take 5 years to get out of the red. Exactly. Now, I'm going to say this about one of my companies. When I started it in a way that, and Jackson, appreciate you coming, bro. I appreciate you jumping in. I'm going to try to make this stream kind of short, but we are talking about something that hits everybody, which is financial pressure, right? Which is making decisions, life decisions based on financial fear. So thinking about this, when I started my first company, it wasn't my first one, but it was the one that I've been running since then. I have not changed it since 2008. That company, when I started it knowing that I wanted to be able to move around and things and not be tied to an office, right? I structured it from the beginning. I wanted it to be like a remote type of business. And so when I structured it that way, I didn't have to have the overhead to start with. I found a client that needed the service that I provided. They agreed. They paid me. I did the service. And that's how I did every service after that, right? As a result of them paying, that's how I acquired the overhead, right? The way my service style business is set up, that as people are paying, then that covers the overhead that it costs to do the service. So I never have to pay for the overhead in advance, right? Which works out well because that means I don't have to operate in the red. However, that's challenging because now I'm sitting with, over time, stacking up of all of this overhead, and it keeps going out. So now if I'm dealing with, let's say, 50% of my business is overhead, right? Because the way I set my pricing, let's just say this is illustration purposes only. I'm not saying this is how my company runs. I'm saying this is kind of how it works. if my overhead to support these clients who continuously pay like subscription, renewal and ongoing services, if that overhead, let's say, is 50% of what they're paying, then now I'm sitting with 50% of every bit of money that comes that comes in, that's going to go right back out, right? It's off the top. 50% of it is going right back out to support the customers and what they have going on, right? Okay, hold on 1 second, Jackson. I'm gonna look at that. I'm trying to keep my thought. If 50% is going out, and now I only have 50% left, then that 50% that's left still has to pay taxes, still has to pay, my money, right? Pay myself. I still have to pay every other thing that creates a life for me, right? Personally. So that's how it gets challenging. That's why I said you feel the squeeze. You get to the end of the month and you're like, okay, hold up. I need some new clients to pay. I need to get a new client, right? Like I need some new services to come in. You know what I'm saying? Like, because up front, half your money disappeared. So if you got, let's say for illustration purposes only, you have $5,000 coming in a month. 2,500 of that goes out. I got 2,500 left. If I got bills, let's say my bills come to 3,000 a month. Where does that fit? Where does that fit? Especially in the US, if everything is going up, rent goes up, mortgage is going higher, interest rates, all of this kind of stuff, car notes or gas prices, electricity, you know what I mean? Water bills, all of these things. It's churning that money. So now you got to hustle even harder to try to get more. You know what I'm saying? All right. So hopefully that makes sense. Jackson, you said our game plan is to save up a chunk for samples, then use those samples for photos and videos, then launch a Kickstarter to try and generate the funding for the first drop. Let me think about that. Okay, so you're saying before you do anything, you're gonna just save from other things that you're doing. You're gonna save up money, store it to the side, and then you're gonna use that for the samples. And those samples, and then take those samples and make the photos and the videos, and then do a Kickstarter to generate funding to get the first drop. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a way. That doesn't equate well for the move now type thought process. Is it possible? This is just my I mean, it's just me. I can only tell you, what I'm saying, from my side of it. Is it possible that you can create the Kickstarter off the rip, right? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Jackson, you do graphic design, if I'm not mistaken. So wouldn't it be possible that you can just create graphics of the thing, right? The product or whatever, because it seems like you're talking about a product. Create graphics of it, right? As a mock-up. Put that on the Kickstarter. Let the Kickstarter generate revenue, but also find you some pre-sales of people who like what you're talking about and they're willing to pay in advance for the thing. The more, create you a form online, the more people who sign up for that pre-sale, they pay pre-sale, and then you deliver after you get there. And you give them a timeline and keep them updated of what that process looks like as you're building it. Yeah, think about what I said. Play this video back so you can get that part. Have a good meeting. All right. It says, shouldn't we income from multiple sources? Because does this work? If you like work 9 through 1:30 in one company and 5 to 8 in another, isn't this better than working that time in one company? You're talking about working for another company, or are you talking about creating a company that's how you split up your time? Right? Because if you're talking about working for a company, they control your time, so you can't build your business because you just said, call me that you wanted to create a business. So what are we talking about? If we're talking about working for multiple people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that a job is bad. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that the chances of you starting a business is going to be slimmer the more jobs you have. That's just how I see it. I see it that way because a business or another company that you work for, right? If you're an employee, they're going to take your time, right? And then take your energy. So by the time you get home and you're trying to work on the new business, now you might be tired already, right? You still got to eat dinner. You still got to sleep. So how much time are you talking about left in the day? And you said that you're in school. So how do you think that you'll be able to balance that too, right? Like working for a company for like 5 to 8 and work at your own from 9 to 1:30. My dad's a doctor and he says that this is kind of perfect. It is. I mean, that works, right? So you're saying do a part-time from 5 to 8 and then you build your own company from 9 to 1:30 a.m., right? Because you got school from 7 to 3, right? So I can see that works. I mean, that definitely works. Is it? And a lot of people have started their companies that way. So nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. You know, again, you'd have to be dedicated, and we did a video on that, right? So you can find that video on there too, because you're gonna have to be disciplined. That's the word, disciplined, to whatever that routine that you set up, and you're gonna have to work it. Meaning you can't just lackadaisically do it, right? You have to do it. This is what I'm going to do, and nothing gets you deterred from your plan. And you figure out, well, what's your goal, right? Where can I change my plan? That's what you have to build that into the plan from the beginning. At what point do I say, now I can get rid of this part-time job, right? Is it when I make 2 times in my own business, when I make 2 times more than my part-time? Like, what does that look like? You know what I mean? So discipline comes first, and have energy and be mentally strong and have the power to do that. Yeah, because I also think if you own a business or actually are trying to become any kind of a leader in anything, right? You're gonna have to also put at least 30 minutes to an hour of time to work out, right? You have to work out. And I'm not saying that because I feel like that's just something there, like that's good to say. I'm saying it because the pressure and the stress that is on your body when you're owning a company is very challenging. It's very stressful. So your body has to be able to hold that stress. And if you're not working out, you can succumb to the stress really easy. You can start to make, like I said, these bad decisions because you're in panic mode. Your body can't deal with that stress, right? But you're putting stress on your body when you're working out. You're releasing stress when you're working out. So your body becomes accustomed to being able to survive that, right? Yes, but not for right now at all. I was literally depressed today. You know what? That's a real situation. And thank you for sharing that. When we get into those modes, a lot of times working out can help, right? Working out can help because you get chance to release the stress. You get chance to, not focus on your feelings. You have more chance to, you're working on something external, which is causing your body to have to look at itself, right? Meaning look inward to push that weight. That will get you out of the thought process of wherever your brain is stuck in the way that it causes depression. Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical person or nothing like that. I'm only telling you the things that help me. Okay? So this is from my personal experience, Rich B's, and I'll be here all week. You know what I'm saying? So let's keep going, because we did get a little sidetracked. We were talking about, and sidetracked for a good reason. So hopefully you guys can grow from that, right? We're talking about now survival mode. It'll start running your life, right? And that's the fact. Survival mode will start running your life, because if you don't know what the plan is and have it all written out, knowing the steps that you're going to take, you start acting out of the survival mode where I just have to survive today, right? I just got to get through today. And yes, you do have to get through today. However, you have to look into the future, because the decisions that you make today affect your future. It doesn't matter whether it's financially, relationally, family, any of the Elise, you know what I'm saying? All of those things you have to plan for. And you might not even know what it is, but it's just the fact that I have to plan for the unplannable, right? Whatever else comes, here's my contingency plans just in case. You know what I'm saying? So if we look at the video that we did about pressure, right? What we said was pressure can become the driver, right? This is when I said, am I addicted to pressure, right? Because some people only know how to move when they feel scared. They won't do anything until they're scared, until they feel like they don't have it, or until they're at their wits' end, right? The pressure, that's when they move. If you do that in the financial sense, you can miss out. You can miss out on a great opportunity. You can miss out on your window that can get you financially free, right? That makes fear feel productive to them, right? When it's really just a distortion, because you're operating now out of the word I like to use is oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot the word. Man, I just said it earlier. I can't believe that. When I remember, I'm going to say the word. I mean, I'm highly young, but I'm matured and also athletic, even though I'm only a lot of power and courage to do. Discipline. Listen, I'm going to tell you what. Even if you are that old, that doesn't stop the fact that you can start a business today. It doesn't matter your age these days. You can start a bit. There's people who started businesses at 6 and 7. Lemonade stand, car wash, grass cutting, you know what I'm saying? Yard work, like sweeping, older people's porches, like all of that kind of stuff. Yes, I know that was the point. Internet changed the world. Yeah, but even without the internet, it doesn't matter. I had businesses without the internet, because business is only supply and demand, right? Can you supply what somebody else needs? Is it? If you can supply what somebody else needs, then there's money in between the two, right? So if there's a person with a piece of paper and needs to write something, then that means they need a pen or a pencil, right? If you know a person that has paper but doesn't have anything to write with, then there's an opportunity to make money. Sell them the pen, sell them the pencil, and the way to make consistent money is to rent them the pen or rent them the pencil. Do it from a subscription. Every month they have to pay you for that pen. And maybe for the subscription, now they get free refills with the ink, right? Whenever you need a free refill, you just come back, we give you a free refill because you're paying your subscription every month. That's how simple business is. And I know I'm saying this like I hope I'm not saying it in a way that makes you feel less than or anything like that, because that's not my goal. My goal is to empower you. And so I'm just trying to get you to understand that business and finances is only that. It's supplying a need that somebody else has, right? Whatever's in demand, if you can supply that need, you have an opportunity to make money. Back in the day, and I'm not going to say it because it's in that other video. It's in Becoming an Entrepreneur. In that video, I go into that whole piece. I go into that piece of one of the things that I did when I was in school to make money. So make sure you watch that video. I promise you that video right there will tell you even more. I think Jackson was there, if Jackson's still in here. My country doesn't really have like football academies, and I'll always try for that. Oh, well, I mean, that's not the way to get to the money right now. You know what I'm saying? You can keep doing it, but that's not the way to get to money. That's the way you get to money later. So keep doing it, right? Because that creates discipline, that creates structure, that creates a growth path. But that doesn't mean that you can't do something else, right? Something else that even, because if you get hurt and can't play football, then what? Yes, that's what I'm saying. It'll be the future plan. You know what I'm saying? So that's how pressure can start to control your life, right? But if we I think I had the word come back up. Sorry, here it is. The word is under duress, right? Like if you're making decisions under duress, meaning I'm at my wit's end, I don't know what to do, life is going bad, everything is going down, then I'm have a feeling of duress. I'm under duress. If I'm under duress, then now it's hard to make good decisions, right? So we did another video talking about discernment, right? Not every money decision is a wise decision, right? You got to have or find good advice that can fit in your real life, right? And you have to discern what that advice is. Like what I'm saying right now to you, I'm telling you ways that you can take it right now, implement something like it in your life today. You can start something today and you can see results, right? I'm not saying to do exactly what I said. I'm saying look at the structure of what I said and figure out what works for you. This is how we can get out of you operating out of fear and get into operating out of wisdom, right? And I know if you're young watching this, it may feel like, well, I don't have wisdom. I got information, right? Information can turn into intelligence, right? Because applied information is intelligence if you're using it correctly, right? If I know when to use this, then that can be seen as intelligent, right? If I get into intelligence over time, right? Meaning applying information in the right situations, if that leads me to intelligence, then intelligence done repeatedly over time equals wisdom, right? Because you take the feedback of when you're applying this intelligence, and now you know when, where, why, and how to use this in any given situation, which now makes you wise. So you can operate out of wisdom, right? And that's where we need to get to, right? Because we know that fear will make bad advice sound necessary. We know it will. You're like, oh yeah, that's perfect. That gets me out of this. Or I can see how my fear would, the way that I feel would be gone if I did that. And that might be true. But is it what you need to be able to grow that future plan? That's what you have to figure out. Right? And in talking about planning, we did a video talking about planning. And in that, we're saying that fear wants everything to be handled right now. Fear says, do it now. Right? Think about it. When you're at a store, they put these sweet things, candy things, all kinds of last minute purchase things by the end of the aisle right before you check out. Right? Because they want you to see, they're basically telling you, buy now. Right? Buy this now. Not when you were walking around the store. They didn't put all the sweet stuff all around the store. No, they put it right by the checkout. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you definitely can. You definitely can. But they put it right by the sides of the store because they want you. They want you to make a rash decision, a last minute decision, right? They don't want you to stick to your plan. They want you to go and buy this right now, right? And if you look at any other thing in life, you notice even commercials, they try to get you to buy now, right? Join now, right? Not to think about it, not to, hey, take this information, see if it's something that can work for you, and then come back to us and we'll handle that for you. That's not what they're telling you, right? That's not what they're telling you. They're literally telling you to buy now, right? So planning will tell you, is this for now? Is this for later? Right? Or is this something that doesn't even apply to me? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, like, every urgent feeling does not equate to an urgent move. Just because I feel like something might need to be now doesn't mean that I need to move on that now. I got to really take into consideration whether it's something even for me, whether it's something for later, whether it's, because I told you in the planning episode, right, in the planning video, that you have three different, I have three different planning structures, right? One is now, within the next week, right? One is within the next 3 months, meaning 90 days, or one is in the next year, right? I'm going to plan within those three structures. Why? Because if it's something that can be done in the next week to be able to create money for me right now within the next week, and it fits the plan, it's in my business model, right? My goal structure, if it fits that and it still leads me toward my goal, then I'm gonna get that money this week. I'm gonna get that money today if I can, right? But if it's something that's a long-term plan, it might be a medium plan, it might be a long-term plan, but if it's a long-term play where something I have to do this, I have to do that, I may have to wait for somebody, I might have to do some other things might have to get built before I can get to that other one, then that's a long-term play. And you can't have many of those long-term plays because they can end up taking up your time now, and you need to get to short-term plays, medium-term plays, because those are going to give you money closer, right? Your brain is, I know I'm giving a lot of information, bro. I know hey, listen, but I do appreciate you coming, and I do appreciate you joining. So if you do choose to jump off, hey, I appreciate you. Make sure you come back and join us. You know what I'm saying? Because all I'm doing, my whole videos, all of my channel is about becoming your best self. It's about taking the things that you've learned in your life and learning how to stack those things on top of the older things and grow to be your best self, right? Changing the way that you make decisions, changing the way that you see the world, giving you a new perspective of your life and the situation you're in. And you understand that, hey, I'm not the only one that's like that. I'm not the only one that's trying to figure it out, right? Most men, most people are trying to figure it out as they go. So if I learn something, why not come back, right? Come to the live stream and I can give you some more points for you to now take that, put it in your tool belt so you can use it, right? Because it's something that I realize works. So why can't I pass that on, right? No sense in gatekeeping. I might as well push the information. Knowledge can be free. The implementation of it I might charge for. But other than that, that's what the Real Rich Beast is all about. You know what I'm saying? Becoming your best self, right? Being able to show up in any given situation as the best version of yourself and handle that situation very professionally, very thoughtfully, very intentionally. All right? So make sure you come back, bro. I really appreciate you. So we did another video talking about starting over versus pivoting, right? We talked about sometimes you have to pivot, right? Pressure can make people blow up a good structure, right? Too early because they're under pressure and they're like, you know what? I might need to change this. I might need to pivot, right? things are doing this, things are doing that. Sometimes it just means that you might need to create a new rule. Sometimes it means you might need to stop this little bit of line of business because it's creating too much headache for something else. That don't mean you got to start over, right? That just means you might need to pivot, change the idea slightly, because you're taking into account the issues that you had. And so if you're taking those things into account and you pivot, then now you can be on your direct path, right? Your direct path to success. It might feel like I'm getting off course, but no, you're taking into account the issues and the challenges that you had, right? With the way the business was structured, or the way that you're working, or the way that you're operating within your relationships and stuff. And now you're changing those things, adjusting, if you will, to get a clearer path. That's how it is in sports, right? You don't just keep running and you see the thing blocked. You gotta sometimes weave. You sometimes gotta bob. You don't just keep standing there and taking punches. You adjust, right? Now panic would say change everything, right? The pressure would say change everything. Everything's gotta go. Can't have none of this. But that's not the reality. The reality is that you just need to adjust what needs adjusting. Just that. Just the part that needs adjusting. Sometimes the way to get to success is just a small little adjustment. Sometimes that's the fact. Right? Pivoting from wisdom is different than restarting from fear. Because if you say, let me get rid of it all, let's start over. If we start over, then what? Right? Because now we're starting from fear because we didn't know what was going on with that. Right? Now, is there times where you do need to start over? Yes. I'm not going to negate that. There is times that you need to start over. But I think majority of the time, if somebody came up with a well thought out plan, that just may need adjusting and pivoting depending on the market. That's outside factors. That's not necessarily whether or not that business model or that angle or whatever can win, right? Or can lead to success. So if you think about the part that you're playing in this, right, and you're handling your part, which we did a video about, we have to understand that we cannot control the economy, right? The only thing we can control is our own effort, our own standards. We can control our discipline, and we can control our choices, the choices in which we make, right? Because if we can control the things if we handle the things that we can control, then we can move to getting to our goal. Because sometimes the economy, what we know about it is it will go up and down, right? The economy goes up and down. But if you're staying consistent, right? The economy's going up and down. You're staying consistent. Then there's times where you'll be over where the economy is. There's times where you'll be under where the economy is, right? But if you can stay consistent and even point the nose up, right? Point the nose up so you're going up. Then there's more times that you can end up on top, over top of the economy than underneath it. Right? And they will come a time if you keep that nose pointed up high enough that you can get to a level of real success where it doesn't matter what the economy is doing. Right? But you can't direct the nose to point up on your ascent if you're operating from fear. Because fear usually looks down. Right? Think about it. When somebody is scared of something, they're usually looking down. They're usually tightening up. Right? They're not feeling open. They're not feeling wide. They're not, puffed up. They're not, swelling up, feeling good, all excited, pounding their chest. Yo, look at this. Look what we doing. You know what I'm saying? We growing. That's not what fear is doing. Fear is looking like, hey, I can fix your service. I can help you with, I'm really good at. That's what fear is doing. So what I'm saying is fear will get bigger and bigger and bigger when you stop handling your part. Right? So you have to keep handling your part, whatever that is. Right? The more you handle your part and the more that you get all of that kind of locked in together, then you'll start to gain peace. which we talked about yesterday, right? Because even yesterday we said peace is not the absence of pressure, right? It's whether the pressure will make you abandon who you are, right? Can you stay grounded, sure in yourself, even when the money's tight? That's why I did peace before I did this. You got to have peace if you're going to be able to get through those financial hardships. And I'm only telling you this kind of stuff because this is what I'm dealing with. And as I've been dealing with it, I've laid out a plan of attack for me to be able to convey this to somebody else to be able to get through it. You're not alone. I go through it too. I'm dealing with it. I deal with it now. However, me talking it out, it's helping me, it's helping you. We all grow together. A rising tide raises all boats. We all become successful. Right? I think that the way that we can strategically, right, get this worked out is if we connect it to the decision filter, right? I made a decision framework that can help you to make better decisions, right? Because you have to figure out the L, right? What is the level in which you're trying to achieve, right? The E, the what is the environment around you saying about this thing, right? V, what is the value this thing adds to your life and your own value standards? E, the next E, what is once you do something, evaluate that thing, right? That's the evaluation of all that we just talked about. You put it all together, you look at the evaluation of it, and then L, right? You create a loop of the way in which you get that decision feedback. So that way you can keep on incrementally getting better, right? That's the framework to keep making better decisions. So if we put this subject through the filter, we would ask ourselves things like these. What am I exactly afraid of? Right? What am I afraid of? Does this decision solve the problem, or does it just soothe the fear? Does it just calm the fear of that I was feeling in that time? Does it just get me out of this duress state? If it just does that, maybe it's not solving the problem. So we have to ask ourselves that question. Does it solve the problem, or does it just soothe the fear? Right? What will this cost me later? That's a huge one. Right? Because some people are willing to overpay for something for relief now. Right? So if you overpay for the relief now, later on, you're going to feel like that was expensive. Right? Like this cost me a lot of my life because I made that one decision. And that's how you end up realizing that, man, that was very fear-based. Like I was under duress in that moment. So I made this decision, and this decision now is going to cost me in the future. I didn't think about that cost when it happened. I just need to get out of that situation. Right? But later on, the rent came due. You know what I'm saying? The taxes, it was time to pay, right? You got to pay the piper, right? Pay to play. Later on is when it comes back and bites you. So that's what you have to ask the question of, what will this cost me later? Right? When you think about the decision that you got to make, would I still choose this if I felt stable? Right? If I felt stable, I didn't feel like I was in fear or whatever, would I still choose this? Right? Because this directly leads to, will it cost me later? You know what I'm saying? So we have to do that. We have to ask ourselves these questions. And another question I can think of is, am I moving from wisdom or panic, right? Because if I'm panicking, then I might not need to make that decision right now. I might need to wait for a little bit, or I might need to center myself, right? I might need to sit down, think about it, give myself 24 hours, 48 hours to think it through, right? And sometimes people say, well, you don't have time for that. You got to think right now. You know what I'm saying? If you had a gun to your head, would you do it? Like, you know, but that's not how we make decisions that are going to better our life. Sometimes then if somebody's forcing you to make a decision right now, then sometimes the answer just might need to be no. Nope, I'm not going to do that. Right? They say, why not? It's a really good option. It's a really good decision. I'm not going to do it because I feel forced. You know what I'm saying? If I feel forced, then my answer is no. If you're going to force me, my answer is no, because it's probably going to cost me more later. These are things that you have to take into account. These are things you have to think about. These are things that you have to put into your life as practice, as a plan, as a mode of operandi, right? A modus operandi, which is the way I operate normally. This is my default, right? For me to ask myself these questions and then be willing and okay to say, no, I'm not going to make that financial decision. No, I'm not going to make that life decision. No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to do that. Why? Because I feel forced. I feel like I don't have time to think this through and whether or not this is going to be good for my life or whether this is going to help me to become a better person or is this going to help me to reach my goal? If it doesn't do any of those things, none of that matters. No. And I'm good with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to go to that party. I don't have to go to that club. I don't have to do that thing. I don't have to go to that friend's party, that friend's house, whatever. I don't have to do it. Why? Because it's not going to get me close to my goal. Actually, it's probably going to get me in trouble. It's probably going to make me do something that's going to cost me more later, right? It's not going to solve my current problem. My current problem is I want to start a business. My current problem is I want to make this new whatever. My current problem is I want to be the best version of myself. That's my problem. Me going to that party does not solve that. Unless you're trying to be the life of the party. If that's what you want to do, if you want to be the person with the lamp, the lamp on your head, if that's what your goal is, sure, go to the party. Right? If your goal is to be a party promoter, go to the party. Maybe. But is that house party the type of party you're trying to promote? Again, it makes you make decisions. Right? And you have to think these things through and you need time to make a rational decision. So you don't want to make a decision based in fear. Just because that party going on, oh, this is going to be the best party ever. This is going to be the last party that's going to be this huge. Is it really? Probably not. Probably not. It probably will not be the last party and it probably will not be the best party. You know what I'm saying? So those are the things that you have to do when you're trying to put it through the filter. Put it through the filter. Ask yourself questions, a lot of questions before you make a financial decision that can end up costing you more, before you make a life decision that can end up costing you more, before you make any kind of relationship decision. Because, of course, a relationship, that takes years out of your life. And you don't want to make the wrong one. But don't overthink it either. I'm going to say that. Don't overthink it. But do give yourself 24 or 48 hours to think it through. Put a list out, pros and cons, things like that. Try to figure out, hey, is this going to be a great decision for where I see my life being in the future? Right? And stick to that. And I can tell you this because I did it wrong. That's not what I judge my decisions on. Right? Because I didn't have this knowledge. I didn't have these videos on the Real Rich Bees, on all of these that I could refer to. I didn't have that. What I had was examples in front of me of people who made certain decisions. And I had what I felt emotionally for the type of things that I wanted to do. That's what I had. Right? Well, I had God too. But the outside is what controlled me and the manner in which I was making decisions. So now, in the age that I am, we're flipping that, right? Gotta flip it. And so for you guys are more than likely younger than me. So that means that you have the ability to do it earlier. If you can make these changes earlier in your life, you can see success a lot earlier. Some of you can end up being successful by the time you hit 18. Some of you can be successful by the time you hit 21. Some of you, it might take till 30. Some of you, you might not take the information and then realize later on that it does and could work because you have been at least exposed to it. And so you don't end up getting to success until sometime in the 40s and 50s. It can happen. But what you know is the resource will always be here, right? And so if I want to bring it to a close, here's what I would say. Money pressure is real. Financial fear is terrible as a leader, right? Because it will build your life around escape instead of purpose. You have to operate out of your purpose in life. If you don't know what it is, then what you do is you sit down and you just make goals, right? What are your goals? If you can figure out what your goals are, sometimes that can work out the direction in which you're feeling led, which can lead you to your purpose, right? So don't negate why you like this thing. Don't negate why you feel like I want to be, I like working with kids. I like working with cats. I like working with, you know what I'm saying? Whatever those things are that you like working with, the things you like to experience, the things that you love innately, right? What do you like to do on a normal basis if you wasn't getting paid? All of those type of things, if you think about it, it can kind of hone in what is your purpose. Yep. Now, how that plays out in the world, it can vary. Because I like cats doesn't mean that necessarily I'm going to be a veterinarian, right? I'm not saying I like cats. I'm just using it as an example, right? Illustration purposes only. If I like cats, that doesn't mean I have to be a veterinarian. I might just be a cat sitter, right? I might be somebody who makes a tool that helps to cut cats' nails, right? I might be somebody that understands cats to the point that I can figure out a tool that makes it easy or stop them from shedding. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just giving you an example that just because you find your purpose doesn't mean that it's going to play out in only one way. It could play out in multiple ways. But once you understand your purpose, then that's the direction in which you're going. I'm sticking with cats. I'm going to learn everything I can about cats. I'm going to learn everything I can about transportation. I love cars. I like buses. I like trucks. I like trains. I like automobiles. I like airplanes. I like anything transportation. I like rocket ships. I like if you like that kind of stuff, then at least you know the direction in which you're going. So your purpose starts to lead you. Well, what part of that is you, right? The thing that really hones in for you. And then you're like, I really like this thing. And you keep working towards the thing you like. If you keep walking in the direction of things that you like, you'll not fall, but you're choosing the line in which you're walking to be able to achieve your purpose, which then lead you to your goals. Sometimes people don't find their purpose until they look back and they say, you know what? I did all of that and all of that led me here, and I feel really good at where I'm at. This must be my purpose, right? So I'm saying that to say, hopefully these things helped you. Hopefully you can grow from them. Hopefully you can go and pass this video on to somebody else that you feel like needs to understand this concept. I thank you for everybody who jumped in the chat, everybody who keeps coming back. If you like this content, if you like the things that I talk about, make sure you subscribe. If you see this on YouTube, right? Boom. Make sure that you follow on Twitch. You can, even if you see this on YouTube, go over to the Twitch, give me a follow, right? If you got Prime, subscribe. It's free. We can get the subscriber numbers up. You know what I'm saying? My goal is to create a great community that all show up as the best versions of themselves and are very, very much keyed in to creating a better world experience for each and everybody that we encounter. This is all real. This is all Rich Bees. Appreciate you for joining me. Make sure you tell a friend to follow your mans, Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees on all of these. I'll see you next time. You know what that means. Rich Bees out. We finished. Right? However, we're here and we are gonna get started. This is gonna be smooth. Okay? This is gonna be smooth. Why is this gonna be smooth? Because this is a real issue. Let me pull the mic down. Let me pull the mic down. This is a real issue that real everyday people are dealing with, and I am too. That's why we're here today. So we're going to talk about it. Okay? We are going to talk about it. So come in, grab you a seat. You know what I say? Grab you a notepad and a pen, because we ain't trying to erase nothing. We gonna get this information and we gonna lock it in. Okay? So we not trying to erase nothing. We trying to keep it moving. Why are we trying to keep it moving? Because our goal, as we state on every stream, is to become the best version of ourselves, right? How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? Not only by showing up, but also really looking at what our topic is today. What is our topic? Our topic is your to-do list is killing your vision. How many of us have to-do list? I'm pretty sure everyone. Y'all can all raise your hands. Y'all can get in the chat, because I know you have a to-do list. Everybody does, right? Especially if you went through anything that we talked about up to this point. If you go back and you watch the videos, you've made goals, you made plans, you know what I'm saying? You've strategized, you've looked into yourself, you know, you've built your boundaries, right? You've chosen what things that you want to come in. You know, you've made better decisions, right, by looking in the mirror, seeing where you currently are, and now you feel like you're rolling, right? How you doing? What's going on, I Life Gaming? Good to see you, bro. Glad you could make it today. But we're talking about to-do list. Because if we've done everything else, we've built our plans, we've built our vision, we got it all laid out, and we start rolling down this path of becoming the best version of ourselves, then what happens? What happens that I've seen, and I can only speak about myself, but what I've seen happen at this point is that you end up having a ton of things to do, right? Because not only are you changing yourself, not only are you starting to read books, not only are you, trying to show up in relationships better and trying to show up to your friends better, like all of this stuff, it becomes a lot, right? We end up getting overwhelmed, right? Because it's not just about, sometimes you get distracted, but it's just about the fact that you're getting overwhelmed, right? Your bandwidth has now been reduced to almost nothing, right? It's not that you're even unorganized, right? It's just the fact that you're overloaded. You feel overwhelmed, and there's everything that's coming at you. How can you become a better version of yourself, and not only better, but also be more effective, right, in the vision and the plan and the goals that you have? You can't be effective if you're overloaded. It's too much going on, right? It seems like a bunch of noise. Everything seems like noise. How do you see the path? My belief is that we're going to have to get rid of some stuff. We'll talk more about that. But for right now, let's think about, well, what is overloaded? I think we know how it feels to be overloaded. What is the definition of overloaded? You know how we do on this channel? Every time, let's look it up. Let's see if we can get this locked in so we talk apples to apples, right? We're using the same terminology, because if overloaded is not the word, then we're going to use a different word, right? We'll find a better word. But right now, I think overloaded is the word. That's why I chose to use that, right? Let's look. because I'm telling you, I don't look this stuff up. I'm learning as you're learning. I'm growing as you're growing. All I know is what I'm feeling, and I know where I should go. I know the things and challenges that I've been through. I know how I've overcome certain things before, and there's still certain things I'm still working on. Overloaded or the lack of bandwidth is a current issue, right? It's a current issue for me. Is it a current issue for you, chat? Are y'all having that same issue that it feels like you just have to do a lot, right? And sometimes, especially now, we look at the economy, all the stuff that's happening, and we're really trying to figure out, well, you know, groceries expensive, right? Childcare is expensive, living expenses, like everything you're doing is expensive, which means that you have to try to do more work, right? To make the money. Can't make money if you're not working. So how we do that, right? But first, that's what I'm saying. Once we set the goal, we know what our goal is and how we can end up getting to the money. Then we have the plan of the attack, all the steps, all the things that we're going to have to go through. Then we come behind that and we're doing, so we have this plan locked in. Now, let's figure out what this overloaded feeling is because I know I feel it. If you feel it, we're going to try to fix it today because I need to fix it myself. So we're going to fix it together. So let's look it up, right? Overload. Let's say that. Oh no, let's say overloaded because that's actually what we're trying to say. We feel overloaded. Yeah, let's look up that. So let's go to the dictionary. Here we go. Let's put it up. Bow. Overloaded, right? Just pulled it up. And so overloaded, adjective, busy. Busy. One word, really? Okay, let's go. We're not going to look at the synonyms. Okay, antonyms. Overworked. Okay, that's one of them. I know it's way up at the top. My bad, y'all. But overloaded. I mean, overworked. Okay. Packed. A bunch of one words. Okay. Top heavy. All right. Let's go back to overload. Right. We're gonna see if we can get to what that is. Come on. Let me change my definition. My computer be tripping, y'all. All right. We just gonna type it up here. I see it's still loading. That's what it is. The page is still loading. Overload. Here we go. Boom. Go to the root word. Okay. Overload. Way down. That's how I feel, right? Y'all feel that way? Weighed down. What else we have? Encumbered. Okay. I mean, I guess overloaded is a very simple understanding, right? Weighed down. Uh, um, yeah, that's what it seems like at this moment, right? So that's the thing. If weighed down is what we're feeling, then we're trying to figure out, okay, so well, what do we do about that? Right? What are the steps that we can do to unencumber ourselves and we be able to be effective in what we're doing? Because based on what we've already talked about, we're getting organized, we're getting structure and all that kind of stuff. But here's the issue. If the problem is being overloaded, right? Your to-do list is way too long, right? It's because everything is on it, right? At that time when you feel overloaded, everything is important. Everything. It doesn't matter what it is. You got it on the list. It's all important, right? Little tasks end up being, it just feels like it's major, right? Everything. When instead of you choosing the direction that you're going in, you end up just reacting to everything, right? If it comes up, okay, I'll figure it out, right? Almost to the point that you don't even have a list at this point. You're just reacting to everything because it keeps coming, right? It just keeps coming at you, and now I just got to react to it. Here it comes. Okay, I'll deal with that. Okay, now this is coming. Okay, I'll deal with that now. That's not the best way to be able to get to success, right? In any area, if you're just reacting, because there's no structure, there's no intent there. There's only reaction. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you for the subscribe. That's all right, warrior. Warrior, you here? You here for it? Join the team. Join the team. What we doing? Getting better. What we doing? We growing. What we doing? We getting it in. Anyway, all right. Welcome. Salute to you. All right. So we're talking about the to-do list. We're talking about being effective. We're talking about getting rid of the feeling of being overloaded, overworked, weighed down. Too much is going on. I'm trying to be effective. That's what we're trying to fix, right? We're trying to address that, not fix. We're trying to address it. How do we address it? Well, if your to-do list is mad large, right? We just talked about it, right? Everything feels urgent, then what's the problem, right? Because the problem at that point is killing your vision. You can't even see your vision because you're just reacting to everything that is coming because it's too much, right? We're overwhelmed. Okay. So in that, what are we trying to do, right? The first thing, and this is just me, like I'm really just kind of trying to think through this. Um, because it's not really about just like checking boxes off the to-do list, right? It's not. But if we are checking boxes, then that feels good. That makes us feel better. It feels like we're achieving something. But it's killing the vision because it still makes you feel kind of like fragmented, right? In your focus. Like when you're trying to get to the goal, you're over here, you're over there. You really can't just stay focused and stay the path. You're here. You know what I mean? It feels like confusion, right? And every time it's almost like, and y'all know I do computers and stuff like that. And so it's almost like you're just constantly in a maintenance mode. I'm just trying to fix. I'm trying to fix this situation. I gotta fix that situation. Oh, this just popped up. Okay, let me fix that situation. Like, that's how it feels. You know what I'm saying? And you constantly just feeling like everything is just so urgent. Oh, I gotta do this. Oh, shoot, I gotta do this now. Oh, dang, I forgot I gotta do that. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like if everything needs my focus now, then everything is out of focus, right? Like it's you know how you could tell an iPhone camera, iPhone picture versus a DSLR. Y'all know the DSLRs. If you look at a DSLR, right, you can tell what they chose to focus on, right, when they made that shot. But in an iPhone, it's a little bit different unless you're in cinematic mode, right? Because everything in the frame is in focus. So like even if you look at the background, now they've tried to change this recently, so it makes it harder for you to tell whether a picture was taken with an iPhone or whatever. But if you look at that iPhone picture, you'll know it's an iPhone majority of the time because there is no depth, right? There is no depth. Everything's in focus, which can be distracting, right? Like when you look at an iPhone image, sometimes you're like, it looks good, but everything's in focus. And not that you have to have this shallow depth of field where, everything is blur, but there should be separation in that focus because if you were, and this is the first time that I've even realized it. I looked at what was it? It was like I thought about how a camera works, and then I looked at it from a sense of looking at like a pen, right? So if you take a pen, put it out in front of you, and then focus your eyes on the pen, right? Not everything else. You want to focus your eyes on the pen. When you do that, what you'll see is everything else around you in the vision field becomes blurred. None of that stuff is in focus, right? Even me right now, looking towards my camera with this pen here. If I'm looking at this pen, my my camera is out of focus in my vision. I see it, right? I can see it, but it's out of focus. That's how you become effective at staying focused on your path. It's the same thing. Everything else becomes blur when you're paying attention to the thing that you're focused on. We can't be focused if everything is urgent, if everything is calling for your attention right now. right? We had a whole stream talking about um what did we say? Attention. We were talking about attention and saying that everything is vying for your attention. Everything is trying to get your attention. That's like one of the biggest commodities right now is your attention. So if we can stay focused on our goal, then we're choosing where our attention is going. We're not letting other things take our attention. We're choosing to focus on this, right? Whatever that is. And so that's how we just have to make that decision, right? That's a decision on what you're choosing to focus on. There's times where I'm sitting here and I'm supposed to be working on something or whatever, and I may end up getting distracted, right? Then I have to bring myself back together and I'm like, you know what? Right now, I'm gonna work on this project. I don't care what else comes through, right? The only thing that's gonna trump my work, and I said this before in another stream, if you look back, the only thing that's gonna trump me doing this work right now is if my wife comes in or calls, or one of my kids come in or call. That's it. Other than that, I'm focused on this project, right? Because I'm choosing to do that. It doesn't matter whether email comes in, it don't matter what happens. I'm focused on this project because I have to finish it. I have a deadline. I'm trying to make sure that I'm done by X amount of time or whatever, right? That is focusing on what it is that you're choosing to do. You're making an intentional decision to focus on this. To the point, I do that to the point that I mess around and miss, like, I go back to my email box and I got like 100 emails, right? 100 emails, 3 texts, you know what I'm saying? And I haven't responded to it. But it's not because I don't want to, it's not because I'm putting it off. It's more so because I want to focus, I'm focusing on what I'm trying to do, right? And that is going to be a huge deal as we keep on going through this topic, okay? As we're going through this topic, here's what it is. There are things that I've talked about in my book, right? Life is a production, that really work for what this, how this, for this overloaded thought process, right? Because we talk about stuff like focus, right? That was the thing that I was just covering. Also understanding, right? Planning and completion. Because why do you want to start something new if you don't have the bandwidth to complete it? When I look at the things that I'm doing now, I have gotten to that point. I literally got there, right? Where I was doing so many things that I didn't even have the bandwidth to complete it, and I kept starting more. That gets your heart overloaded. You feel overloaded because I feel like, oh, this new thing is good. I should do this. You know what I'm saying? If I do that, then I can get to this point. If I do that, I can get to this point, right? But all that's doing is adding on to my to-do list. I don't need a longer list. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a longer list. What I need is effective and clearer production, ability to create. You know what I'm saying? So I guess if what I need is to be more effective, then how can we do that like immediately, right? How can we make that happen now? Because I'm all about that. Let's do this now. How can we fix it today? Because I don't want to feel overloaded anymore. I don't want to feel overwhelmed anymore. You know what I'm saying? And so what would I have to do? The first thing I guess I can do, and this is the hard truth, okay? This is the hard truth. I might not want to hear it, you might not want to hear it, but it could be the truth, which is first things first, don't dump the whole list. Throw the whole list out. That first things first, throw the whole list out. We don't need it at all. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start this over. So throw your old list out and we're gonna create a new one, right? And when we create this new one, what we're gonna do is separate the vision from the maintenance, right? We're going to separate the vision from the maintenance. And I thought about this, right? So this ain't, I'm not saying this by happenstance today. I've thought about this. how am I going to stop feeling overloaded? Right? I got basically what I'm doing is creating two lists because we're planning. Okay. That's why we're throwing away the current list, right? Throw that in the trash, chuck that, right? What's it called? File 13, right? We're going to file that away and we're going to create a new list, but this time we're going to start off creating two. Why? Because that whole list that we currently have is overwhelming. So we need to split that up. Okay. It's not that it doesn't need to get done, right? The maintenance items, it's not that they don't need to get done. We may need to look at another way to do them. We had a whole stream talking about automate the boring stuff, right? The maintenance stuff is the boring stuff, right? You're a leader. I'm a leader. We are needing to take care of the vision. And that's a fact. The vision is supposed to be where your mind is totally on because that's how you stay focused, right? There are other people or other systems out there that can take care of the maintenance. So that's why I'm saying we make two lists, right? Your list now becomes two. How do we do that? We take the vision stuff, the stuff that's about, what you're building, how you're going to move forward, how you're going to, maybe get new clients, how you're going to grow this new product, right? How you're going to get it's the working walking the path in the direction of the goal. That's the part that you're focused on. On the other list, what we're going to put is anything that it takes to maintain these other things, right? So if for instance, say my goal is to build a website, right? In a website, you have the initial build of the site where you're being creative in trying to get across what you do or what you're trying to bring to the world, okay? And so you're going through the design element and aspect of that, okay? You're building this website. Now, depending on what program you build it in, you might be building it in WordPress or you might be building it in Wix or whatever it is. Wix is one thing because when you build it, you're offloading all of the plugin updates and things like that off to the Wix people. If you have a WordPress website, you need to manage that unless you have somebody else managing your WordPress website. Okay. But my point is that if you're focused on the front end, the things that the client is going to see, the things that it takes for them to want to use your service, the things that it takes for them want to even come to your website, right? That's the vision of where you're going. That's the vision that draws in, right? The maintenance of that is if you got to update some text, if you got to change some wording, if you got to, the creation of the wording is yours, but doing the work of might not be yours, right? Depending on where you are, where your goals lie, right? Unless you're trying to be a website developer. If you're trying to be a website developer, then that may look different, right? Because at that point, you're building it for other clients. You are maintaining theirs. But then you can also build a structure within that maintenance aspect that you don't have to do the work as the business owner that maintains the maintenance for other people's things, right? It can get deep. It can get deep, right? But the whole point is for you to have, especially if you're the owner, if you're the person that's over things, in your sphere of influence, then you have to maintain the vision. Let somebody else hire if you have to. Create a system. Use AI. Whatever you got to do. But make sure that that's doing the maintenance so that way you can focus on the vision. That immediately will get you some relief. Immediately. That'll give you time back, right? That'll give you bandwidth, throughput. You can put more things through. You can do more things if you can offload some things. So that's why we're going to split that list up, right? Now, for you being the visionary of whatever your goal is, we have to figure out next, well, what are the top three things, right, that deserves our attention, or no, excuse me, that helps to move our thing forward, right? So in the same illustration, we're talking about, needing a website built or whatever. Top three things, right? We're looking at, well, what are the colors? What are the texts? What is the layout? right? Top three things that the vision needs to give. That's what the vision needs to give. Okay. But not but, when you give those, then you're offloading the actual creation of it, right? That brings you back time. Once you did the work of thinking it up, creating the layout, thinking in your head what all this thing is going to look like, and then you pick that up and you hand it over to somebody else to do the work. Next, I can do the same thing for the next thing on my list, right? It's a handoff process. You're the visionary. Does that make sense? All right, let's keep going. So then we have to think about the fact of anything that we do have on the list, we need to scrutinize, okay? We have to scrutinize it. What does that mean? Let's look it up. You know how we do. We're going to go to scrutinize. What does scrutinize mean? Scrutinize. All right, let's go to the desktop and I'm going to put it up. This is a quick one too. Scrutinize, examine closely, right? So to scrutinize means to examine closely. Let's go with that. Let's go back. So now, if we take that list and we scrutinize it, what we have to do is figure out, well, what things don't serve the vision and what things should not control our day today. Because this is a daily thing that you have to do each day, right? You come in the morning and you look at the list, or you create the list and you say, okay, what are the top three things today that I need to move my vision forward, right? Because you got your pad, you're writing it down, and you might do it on your computer or whatever. You got a notes app, or you might have a reminders app. I use the reminders app. That's what I do whenever I'm doing my stuff. But the point is that you have your list, okay? The reminders app is wonderful for it because I can move it, change priority levels, all kind of stuff within the app. So reminders, shout out to that app. If you don't use it, start using it, because I'm telling you, it's a huge productivity enhancement feature. I guarantee. Okay, because you can easily write the stuff in there, right? Boop, 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 type the stuff in there, but you type it in there and then you can shift priorities. You can move them around and make things go over top of other things. Then once you do that, you can end up even putting a date that it can remind you, a time. You can put a date and a time that it can remind you to say, hey, now is the time that you need to start this or whatever. And that way you can put timers on your time, right? Timers on the things that you need to do. Okay. Because if you can do that, now you're taking back your time, right? Because you're choosing, you're making a decision of when I want to do this, right? If you use reminders correctly, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think I am, but if I'm not mistaken, if you use reminders correctly, whenever it's time for that reminder, you can actually make that force your focus modes to stop notifications or to stop calls or whatever, right? Which is huge. That's huge, right? I don't know whether you even get it, how huge that is, because that's you taking control of your day every day, right? You're taking control. You're putting forth the effort to say, here's what I'm going to do today. These are the things that's most important to get done. And I'm not going to let anything else get me defocused. Okay. Now, you have to remember though, do not load the day with more than what you can actually finish, because there's times where you're like, okay, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. Okay, cool, right? And you got this list, and the list just keeps getting longer because these are things that you do need to do. That's why you're planning it, right? Because there's some things that might not, if you really scrutinize it, some things might not, basically, it can wait till tomorrow, right? Or it can wait till the next day. Not everything has to be done now. There are things that may need to be done now, but if you're planning effectively, you should never get to the point where this needs to be done now, right? Unless there's an emergency. And don't make somebody else's emergency your emergency, right? Don't make somebody else's lack of planning your emergency. Last minute things, don't get me wrong, they can be a benefit to you, because you can charge more, right? You can charge a fee for last minute. But that also means that you have to have a plan of what the regular fee is and what that fee is if it's a last minute. And then how long can it last minute be? Because obviously that's going to depend on your turnaround time of being able to complete it. And also, what are the things you have on your plate? Again, I'm saying these things, but I'm saying it because I'm also talking to me. You know what I'm saying? Talking to you, but I'm talking to me. AKA therapy session with friends. Therapy session with your chat. Right? So here's what I'm saying. If the things don't deserve, or excuse me, not don't deserve, if the things that are on your list don't serve your vision, then it should not be a part of your day. Right? Or one thing that you could do is you can split up your days where maybe on, Tuesdays and Thursdays is when you work on maintenance things, right? Things that just maintain your moving forward, right? Or excuse me, not maintain your moving forward, support what you've already done, right? Keep you up. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you may focus on the vision stuff, right? Moving forward. Does that make sense? Saturday and Sunday, you could rest. However, you can even look at the fact of Saturday might not be rest. Saturday might be family day, right? Because you got to maintain it all. Friday night might be wife night. Maybe. It could be any day you choose, any day that she agrees. Think about it like that, right? This is about planning to be effective. This is about reducing the overload, the feeling of being overwhelmed, and taking control of your life. Because how can we show up being the best version of ourselves if we feel overwhelmed and out of control? Right? And we can't control no more than we can control. And what we can control is planning what we do. We can plan out our day. We can plan out what we want to do. We can plan out our vision. We can make sure that everything we're focused on is what matters, right? What matters to our continued success, what matters in our continued growth, what matters in our relationship, what matters in our family. Those are the things you want to focus on, right? And so, what we have to remember is that we need to just make a decision. That's how I see it. Like it because it's all decision. It's you choosing to say, I'm going to control what I have going on. I'm going to control this to-do list. This to-do list is not controlling me, right? Because in the grand scheme, a to-do list is a tool, right? As you're looking at that to-do list, it should be telling you the steps each day that you're doing today to reach that vision, right? Your to-do list is not your vision, though, right? Your to-do list is not your vision. Your vision is the steps completed that equal your vision. And so anything that is stopping you from being focused on that vision needs to go. It needs to go. The last stream that we did, we talked about your environment, right? We said leave to grow. That was the name of the video. Leave to grow. You can go back and look at it. Because we're talking about the whole environment can sometimes get you distracted. The environment can pull you back to the old you. The environment that you're in can make you unproductive, right? The environment that you're in can make it to where you can't actually get out of wherever you are, right? You can't grow if your environment is holding you from being able to grow, right? If you look at like fish tanks, fish only grow as big as the tank will let them. They can't outgrow the tank. And I don't know how that even works. I really don't. I've always wondered that actually. We might need to look at a video of that because I don't know. How does a fish not outgrow the tank when it has the ability? Some of those fish have the ability to be well bigger than the tank. If anybody knows, put it in the chat. Matter of fact, if you can find a video, right? If you can find a video, put it in the chat. Let me know though, because the chat might not allow URLs, but you can still tell me the title of it. Tell me the name of it on YouTube or whatever, because I'll watch it. Matter of fact, I'll pull it up and we'll watch it together. It don't matter to me. But the whole point is because if a fish is in a tank and they cannot outgrow the tank, they're going to continue to stay small, right? It's the thing of if you stay in a small town and you're the big guy in a small town, then you'll never reach your fullest potential, right? I personally would rather be a small fish in a big pond than a big fish in a small pond. That's my take. Because being a small fish in a big pond means that I could still get more than I am if I'm the big fish in a small pond. Because there's more to be had, right? So if I'm in a big pond, the level of achievement possible, the level of access to revenue is more than likely greater in a bigger pond, right? It's almost like if I have a bigger pool of money, right? Some people are like, well, I'm not going to do this thing because, you know, I'm not getting all the money, right? They only want to do the things that they do because they're getting all the money. That's why they want to do what they want to do. I would rather work in a team. Why? Because if there's two, three, four people, we can separate work, we can delegate work, right? And once we can separate the roles and responsibilities and the workload, we can distribute the workload, then we can get more accomplished in a shorter amount of time. The faster we can get the things accomplished, the faster we can get to revenue. The more revenue we bring in, it might seem like we're getting little pieces at first, but we'll end up having a bigger pool of money. So I'm ending up doing less work and getting paid more than it would if I would have just did it by myself. It may take me so much longer to create, for illustration purposes only. Let's say I'm going for $1 million and I'm trying to do it by myself. That's a lot of work, right? Unless I hit something, right? But let's just leave it that way. To get to $1 million, that may require tons of work, a lot of to-do lists, right? That to-do list might be 3 million lines long of things that I need to do to get to $1 million, maybe. But in that same instance, if I have, 3, 4 people with me, then now I can bust down that to-do list, split it up. We can end up making more progress on that list than it can if it's just me. So we end up getting to the $1 million faster. Yes, we might have to split it up between 3, 4 people. But once we get to there, that can easily multiply. Do you see what I'm saying? Because we have the money now, it can multiply. But it's hard to get to the money if we're still having to do all the work. I don't think people get the concept, right? That's why they say there's power in numbers, right? You can actually make a lot more a lot faster when you have multiple people, as long as everybody's doing the thing, right? If they understand that they need to keep their eye on the vision and work the to-do list, we can make the money, right? So that's why I'm saying all the things that I'm saying, because I really need y'all to get it, because I need to get it. And I know how challenging it is. I know how challenging it is. I've had my company now for 20 years. It maybe even be longer than that now. Hold on. Yeah, just about 20 years, right? I've been doing this line of work for about 20 years. And so I've been through some serious, you know, crazy stuff and getting distracted from my vision and then coming back to my vision and getting distracted from it again because I feel like, oh, there might be something over here or there might be something over there. And what happens is it just ends up draining my energy. You know what I'm saying? It ends up draining my energy and I haven't reached my goals yet because it's almost like fake progress. You know what I'm saying? Like fake progress. Because I'm not leading. I'm just reacting. So that's what I'm saying. We literally have to get control of it. The faster we can get control, and sometimes that may mean you might have to make a little bit less to gain control. But once you get control, you'll get it back faster. You will get it back faster. You know what I'm saying? And so if it doesn't go to your goal, my suggestion is that you cut it. You heard that? You need to cut it. You need to cut. You need to cut it, yo. You need to cut it, right? If it doesn't go to the vision, cut it. If it's a maintenance item, delegate it. If it doesn't need to be cut and it's not a maintenance item, but it's not due today, delay it, right? And anything else that's not headed toward that vision, delete it, right? So the way we can think about it is cut, delegate, delay, or delete, right? It's because it's as simple as that. It's either you're going to cut it, you're going to delegate it, you're going to delay it, or you're going to delete it. You know what I'm saying? Because some things need to be done, yes, but you know what? That part don't even matter. But we have to understand what that is. And the only way to understand what that is to plan it, right? Let's make this more practical. I'm going to put it in order. I'm going to put it in order. Let me think about it. Hold on. I'm going to put it in order because this is going to help you and it's going to help me too. So let's put it in order. Because a lot of times, and this is, I think, the main reason why I have this challenge, because a lot of times I know the answer, right? Like, there's a lot of times you know the answer. You may listen to this channel and you're like, I knew that already. But the way you put it just made it clear for me. Now I can implement it in my life. That might be what you're saying because I say the same thing, right? I'm sitting there saying something, or I'm on a video saying something, or I listen to my music and I've said something, or I read my own book and I'm like, man, I said that. I already know the answer. It's just at the time when I need to use it, I might not remember it, or I might think of it in a different way or something, right? And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this in a practical order so that way you and I can go back and recall this, okay? Based on what we talked about thus far. Here we go. Step one, brain dump, right? Brain dump. Meaning, get rid of your old to-do list and brain dump all the new things that you know that you need to be doing that get you to your vision. Okay? So you brain dump. Next thing is what I say. Choose the top 3 things that actually matter today. Right? Because you brain dumped. You thought about everything. Everything that has to do with your plan, everything that has to do with your vision, thought about it all. Now you chose the top 3 things that can be done today, that either need to be done or can be done today. Do that. So once you choose those 3, the top 3, or you might end up, because I said top 3, you might end up putting down like 5 or 6 that you like, yo, I can do these today. Like all this right here, I feel like it either needs to get done today or it can be done today. But don't jump onto it just yet because we still have the cut, delegate, delete, delay, right? I said it a little off. Cut, delegate, delay, delete. Yeah. Now, if we take that list of things and we go through the process and scrutinize it and we say, hey, this right here, okay, not that important. We'll cut that. Delegate these right here because these are maintenance type things. Delay the other part because it doesn't have to be done today. It could be done tomorrow. And then the other part is to delete anything else because you really only want to be able to do 3, possibly 4 things during a day, right? Because you only have a certain amount of time in your day, right? How many hours of your day do you really have? You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure somebody else already did the math on that, so I don't have to do that. But in the grand scheme, you could think about it, the fact that you have 16 hours to really make something happen during the day, right? You really have about 16 because you do need to sleep. I don't think you know how important that is. Sleep is very important. But you don't want to get too much of it because then you'll start to feel lazy. Like you start to feel lethargic. That's not what we want. What we want is to get 8 powerful hours of sleep. Okay. For me, I'm usually around 6.5 to 7. That's normally where I'm running when it comes to sleep. So, but working hours that I can actually keep pushing, somewhere around 12 hours to be honest. 16 hours, I'm still getting stuff done, but it's a little bit slower. It doesn't have that same creativity and stuff. I start like feeling like I might miss something. Okay. So that's why I'm saying the biggest thing that you want to do is get you to maybe about 3, maybe 4 if 1 or 2 of the tasks are kind of small, right? Maybe a phone call or something like that. You might get 4. But the point is that it should be compressed down to the most important items for that day, 3. All right. Because once you do that, you well on your way, right? And at that point, you're also not building your day around pressure, right? You're building your day out of priority. What things that you feel are important to you to get done today? Because your goal is to reach the goal as fast as possible, right? Why do you want to reach the goal in 20 years when you can reach the goal in 2 months? You know what I'm saying? That's a huge difference. That's a lot of long days and nights that you're sitting there just reacting versus being intentional, planning your execution and doing it. And some people always try to jump the execution before the plan. They're like, oh, I could do this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. And then they realize that they didn't really take it all into account. Now they got to go back and do some steps that they didn't take into account. That's why I'm saying you got to plan it every day. Boom, boom, boom. I did this yesterday. Okay, cool. Today, I'm going to do this. I can do these things right here because that'll set me up for tomorrow. I can do these things right here, right? You start to get a stride, right? Like you start to get a flow. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you grow. You grow in the flow. Move forward, right? You'll start growing. Now, if we're doing all of that, right? If we take that, let's call it like a reset plan, right? We take that reset plan. Now we have something that we can actually grow towards. We have a plan of attack because we talked about decision. We talked about, what the level decision making process is. So if you made the decision making process and actually looked at, okay, what decision to make, then now we're getting even further because we're using our decision making model, our framework to be able to get to the initial decision of what we're going to do when it comes to the vision, right? The overall vision. Then we use this reset plan to make sure that we're choosing the correct things that need to get done today. When? Today. When? Today. Why? Because that's what's going to make you control your day versus react through your day. I don't want to react through my day. And this is the reason why I had to change some things, right? So for you, remember, and here's where we're going to call it. A to-do list is a tool. It's not your master. It's not the thing that you have to do. A to-do list is a tool. Use it by you controlling it. Because if your list is killing your vision, then the list needs to change. Not the vision. The list needs to change. not the vision, right? Because the vision is what we've already decided that we wanted to achieve, and we're going for that. Don't worry about the overwhelming feeling because you won't be overwhelmed once you plan. Once you plan, structure it, then you set your day up and you work in that list. You taking some things off the list of the plan and you're saying, okay, what things on this plan can I do? What things lead me toward that vision? What things are the most important things today? These things are the most important. Okay, these are the 3 things I'm going to work on. Oh, yeah, I can also make that phone call. I can also send that email. But these 3 things right here are the most important things. These are the ones I'm working on today. Now, I'm going to do this one first. You know what? Hold up. This second one is important, but it's more of a maintenance item. That's not, let me get somebody on the line. Here we go. Can you handle this? Here you go. I'm going to pass this off to you. Move on to the next one, right? Now you've structured your day and I can take on one more thing, right? Because I gave one away, I delegated it. So now I can pull one more thing on. You look at the next thing, you're like, you know what? Based on what I know at this point, that part right there is not even needed. That would have been a waste of my time if I'd have started working on that. You know what? Cut it, right? Cut it. So it's simple when you think about it like this. It just doesn't feel simple when you're in the middle of it, right? When you're in the middle of feeling overwhelmed, everything, nothing seems simple. You know what I'm saying? All right. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. All right. Appreciate y'all waiting. Listen, to be honest, I think we're done, yo. I think we're done. I think we covered it all, to be honest. Like, we literally have walked out how to get this monkey off our back of being overloaded, you know? And you remember what I told you when I said that priority matters, right? We talked about priority earlier in this stream. Listen, my door was knocked on by who? My spouse. What does that mean? Be right back. I told you I would. Told you I would. Doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what else I'm doing because to me, she's a priority. I have to. There's no other way. So I'm glad this example happened because now y'all get to see that this is a fact. Like, you have to set your priorities, right? That's what the to-do list is about. It's about setting the priorities. But if you don't and you just keep putting more things on there, and then you're not even really walking the list, you're more so just taking or reacting to what's coming. That's a recipe for being overwhelmed, for having no bandwidth, and for feeling like you're not reaching your vision and you're not growing. That's why. That's why. So if your to-do list is killing your vision, then that means change it. Your list needs to change, not the vision. Keep your vision, change the list. Be intentional and change the list. Okay. So with that being said, you know who it is. You know what it is. It's Rich Bees, leader of the new school. Leader of the new school. Come on. Come on, people. Listen, listen. We are now at 41 followers, right? 41 followers, and we just got to 3 subscribers. Hey, we're growing. We're growing. We're growing, we're growing, we're growing. And I'm so excited, right? I'm so excited. Y'all see me on this stream, man. I did a little dance. Had to do a little dance, little shimmy. Had to do a little shimmy for that one. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because I'm excited, yo. I'm excited. Whenever you can see growth happening, it's exciting. You know, sometimes I may feel like, stuff gets stagnant here or there, but I know what mission I'm on, right? I know what the mission is. I know what the vision is. I have my goals and I'm headed there, right? I have my goals and I'm headed there. I'm walking it out. And so it does take time, right? Everything in this life is over time. I've said it before. I keep saying it because it's the truth. In this world, everything is over time. So there's a time factor that's in between the creation of something and the ability of others to be able to enjoy it and know that it exists or whatever have you. It takes time for that. Nothing is instantaneous, right? So that means that you have to put in the work because what that time is work, effort, right? That's what's in that time, work and effort, right? You can compress that time and make it shorter, but that requires adequate planning, setting priorities, right? Delegating what is not meant for you to do as the leader or creator or the person who is in charge of that thing, right? And focusing on the things that matter most for you to achieve the goal, right? Basically steering the ship. Okay? Well, I had another example. How far can you get if everybody named mama is driving your car or stepping in front of your car or rushing to you and telling you need to stop, you need to change, you need to move, you need to go, hey, go to this store, go to that store. How fast are you going to reach your goal if you're getting all of this stuff at you every day? You're not. You're not. It'll be nighttime. Everybody else sleep and you the one that's still sitting up late night looking crazy because you feeling overwhelmed. When am I ever going to reach my goal? When am I ever going to achieve the thing that I feel like, I was designed to do? You won't do it if you're overwhelmed. You won't do it if you're feeling like that, right? And like I said, I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to me. I'm talking to me because nobody has everything together. Nobody knows it all. Nobody has all the answers. Nope. You know what? Here's what I'll say about that, though. You might have the answers in you. You might have all of the answers in you. However, the recall of those answers, sometimes it takes you hearing it from someone else. Sometimes it takes, a certain situation to happen that it recalls that answer. And so you end up off course all until you get the connection, right? The connection back in your head that, oh, here's what I could do. You know what I'm saying? So allow me to be that person for you. That's why I'm here. Because all I'm talking about is becoming a better version of yourself. And today, you can't be a better version of yourself if you're overloaded and reactive. It's hard. It's hard to show up that way because you're frustrated, right? You might even be disappointed with where you are because you haven't achieved it yet. So today, make the decision to scale back your to-do list. And that's all I got to say about that. Appreciate you showing up. Thank you for jumping in the chat. Thank you to our new subscriber. Hey, show up every time. I'm here all week. All right. See you on the next one. Thank y'all for joining me. This has been Rich Bees. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your man, The Real Rich Bees, on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Let's go. Rich Bees out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back again. Brand new day. On this great day, it is a little chilly. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm a little chilly. So I got my sweatshirt on, right? And I'm here to really, really drill into these topics that we have. Because we've been getting into some really deep stuff, right? I know that you guys have been taking this information and going applying it into your life. I know you have. And not because I'm assuming it, it's because of the feedback I'm getting, right? The feedback I'm getting says that these things are really being and really doing powerful things for you guys to become a better version of yourself. Which is the point, right? So shout out, right? Everybody gets a celebration. Shout out to everybody who is taking this information and really, really using it, and seeing benefit and change in your life. Okay? So shout out to you. You know what you get? You get a salute from me. You know how we do. All right? So I guess let's kick this off, right? Thank you guys for coming out. You know who it is. You know what it is. And we on to a new topic. What are we talking about today? We're talking about what happens when pressure actually hits your life. That's what we're talking about. Okay? We're talking about the pressure that you feel when life hits. What does that look like? Right? Because what we know is a lot of people have a strong life. You see their life and you're like, oh, they got it together, right? Their life looks good. I mean, but it looks strong, right? Maybe they're right now in the good times, right? Because everybody looks like they have a strong life when it's in the good times, right? And that's all up until life starts applying that pressure. You know what I'm saying? When life starts applying pressure. You see that? Can you bounce back? Right? When life starts applying pressure, can you bounce back? When the door opens for things to come into your life that don't look like a benefit for you, right? That are testing you, is what it feels like. Can you bounce back? Apply that pressure. Do you bounce back? Because that's what we're talking about today, right? What does that look like? What does that look like? So for me, I was in because this is how I thought about this, right? I was in a meeting last night, right? It's a group of guys. It's quite a bit of guys in this meeting, and we were talking through the whole just issues in our life and things like that, right? I think everybody needs to have some sort of group that they can talk to, that's a safe space that you can verbalize challenges and get feedback on things that you're dealing with. Back in the day, a lot of people used the barbershop for that, right? People may still use the barbershop for that. I think women use the salon for that, right? They talk about things and they have these general conversations, even though they may be talking about their real issues. But if you get into a space that everybody has some sort of emotional stability or working to have that, right, then people are kind of free to open up and say the things that really are on their mind, some of the things that they're really going through, right? And so in that meeting, I was sitting there listening and, talking, listening and stuff like that. And as I'm doing this, what I thought about was, man, we go through a lot of stress, right? And I'm not just talking about men, I'm talking about humans, right? In our life, there's a lot of stress, and there's a lot of things that apply pressure to your life. You know what I'm saying? But the key is, do you actually bounce back? That's the key. Because if you can bounce back, then you'll be able to continue on and keep focus on the path, right? Because we've talked about that. We talked about focus. And so I feel like it's the bounce back. So I know you guys have seen the title of this stream. If you haven't, look underneath, right? Look underneath, or if you're on Twitch, look up top, however you got to do it. But the title of this is Life Test Your Foundation. Okay? Because everybody looks grounded when nothing's wrong. Everybody does. Everybody looks disciplined when life's easy, right? Everybody looks focused when there's no pressure. But life has a way of really testing what you're built on, right? If you think about it, in the form of a house, and I used a house before when we were talking about boundaries, right? We were talking about the boundaries that, like your fence and your property line and stuff, as we were trying to communicate and give a visual of what a boundary is, right? What's going on, Francesco? Good to see you. The goat, the stream. Okay, human machine of knowledge. All right, how are you doing? I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. But we were talking about foundations, right? And that's how we ended up getting into talking about the house and the boundaries and all of that. So I'm going to use the house again, right? And you came in on a good day, because I think you were in there the last stream when I was talking about boundaries and we were talking about the house, right? And so today we're really trying to get into this whole thing of the foundation of that house, right? When I think about a house, every house, doesn't matter what type of house it is. And matter of fact, it doesn't matter what kind of building it is. They all have foundations, right? There's always a foundation, because that house that you see sits on something, right? It sits on something. It might be a concrete foundation. It might be, what do you call it? Foundation with a crawl space, right? A lot of times, it's one of the two, especially in the US. Now, in other places, that foundation might be made of brick. Well, there might be some homes in the US that has brick foundations too. But the point I'm getting at is there's various types of foundations, right? For the house or building. If you look at something like a skyscraper, the foundation is different, right? To build a building that's quote unquote a skyscraper, and how tall that building has to be, right? There's a different type of foundation that's needed to support building something that tall, right? But today, we're not talking about the house. We're not talking about what you build on, right? We're not talking about what's built upon the foundation. We're talking about what's under it, right? That's what I want to talk about today. Because the life that you have, it doesn't just, test your plans. It doesn't just test the building that you're putting on top of it. It tests what's underneath. It tests the foundation, right? Dirt and water and lots of rock and some magma, right? I mean, that's true. Those are things that are underneath the ground, but the foundation is what is built into that ground, right? Because we all have this planet that we're living on. Some people live on water, Okay, some people do live on water. They live in a boathouse. But even in a boathouse, there's a foundation. There's something that keeps that boat afloat, right? That's the foundation for that style of house, right? In these examples, let's think of the house as being you, right? You're the house. I'm the house. What type of foundation do I have? Right? What type of foundation do you have? Because if we think about the things that we've talked about thus far, going through these streams, right? We talked about goals, and then we started drilling down, right? We talked about goals. Why did we talk about goals first? Because goals are those things that you are setting externally, right? A lot of the original first streams that we were doing was all talking about things that were external. And then we drilled down and we started talking about things like discipline. We started talking about focus, right? We talked about identity, standards, boundaries, right? We even talked about the environment. Now, the environment is around you, right? It's not necessarily you, but the environment can change or shift how you operate based on the environment you're in, right? And then yesterday, yes, it was yesterday when we started talking about self-trust, right? Self-trust still deals with external because if you go back and watch it, what you'll figure out is outside of you is where the evidence is for you to trust yourself, right? Because self-trust is a part of your identity. That's how you trust yourself. Do I do what I say I'm going to do? Right? And the more times that you don't do it externally, internally, you start to doubt yourself. Can I do it? Am I able to do it? Right? And then you start thinking about the whole thing, because we talked about this too. Overload, right? Where you have too many things that you're trying to do. All of it's your internal being expressed in your external. Okay? But now we're going deeper. I don't know if y'all are getting this, because we're going deeper now. Because all of that stuff means literally, what are those things built on? Right? What are those things built on? What are the things that you're using as the guide to make better decisions? What are the things that you're using as your base to know what how to continue to focus on one thing, or the thing that's most important, right? Even your identity, right? Hold on, we have a question. All right, here's a question. Question from the chat. If you lose a hand, for example, you lose some spirit or conscious. I mean, the connection between our foundations are always on ourselves. The parts are just measures an expression of us. I'm thinking about that. Because if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're saying that, and I'm gonna flip it a little bit. You're saying that if I lose a hand, that still shouldn't change our foundation, right? You're saying like, because that's an external thing, it doesn't control whether or not I am still living. Okay, yep, that's it. That's what I thought. And yes, that's exactly what I'm saying right now, right? It shouldn't change your foundation. However, it does. A lot of people, it does. And that's why we're talking about this, right? Because if you think about the things that we talked about, right? We just went through a couple things, but if you think about those, it's almost like that's the test, right? Because if you did, in your example, lose a hand, then can you still function and figure out a way to function in this world, right? A lot of that is still going to be determined based on your will to push forward, right? And your will to push forward is based on the foundation in which you set your life on. Right? So you made me jump ahead a little bit. You made me jump ahead a little bit. And that's true too, right? So the question for people who can't see the chat right now, is not the same to lose a hand for a pianist or for a soccer player, right? Because that's a difference. It depended upon the house that they built upon, right? I mean, the house they built upon their foundation, because they both can have the same foundation, but the difference is in the way that plays out, or the way that you have to. If a pianist loses a hand, their will to go forward has to be much stronger. Their foundation has to be much stronger to continue on, because they would have to figure out, how am I going to play with one hand, right? A soccer player could lose a hand and it might not really change anything that they have going on, even their goals, because a soccer player is using their feet, right? They barely, I don't even think they use a hand at all unless you're a goalie. Right? But then a goalie stops the ball with every other part of their body too. So would a hand stop them? You know? Yeah, I mean, I agree. He could play with no problem. You know? If mentally his foundation is set enough to know that this is not going to stop me. Right? Because, and I'm going to say it this way, life will test you through stress. Right? Life will test you through disappointment. Life will test you through delay. The conflicts in your life will test that. Life will test you even in your success. So even if you're winning, you can feel like you're winning in all aspects, life will still test you. Right? Life tests me with many weird coincidences. Yeah, because it's a coincidence that you joined me today, right, on your stream. And we're talking about this, you know, and you came in right when I was talking about houses, which you were on the last stream. I was talking about a house. So think about this. Life tests you when you're tired. Life tests you when you're emotional. Life tests you when everything in you wants to go backwards. It's all a test, right? It's all a test. And why though? Right? Why? I feel like it's because a person really doesn't know their foundation when everything is calm, right? When everything is going well, when everything is looking up for them, they don't really, your foundation not really tested. Now, when I said life will test you through success, what I'm saying is not just the little wins, but like once you hit levels, right? When you've put in the time, you've done the work, you've grown your thing. And some people have what they call overnight success. It's not really overnight success, but it kind of feels like overnight success, meaning they never had any success in their life, and then they do one thing and that thing just blows up, right? They call them, in music, they call them one-hit wonders and stuff like that, right? Like it's overnight success. And so when you blow up like that, that too can be a test, because how do you handle that? Right? If you don't have a strong enough foundation, you will find out when life hits, right? Like you will find out. So the issue is not just, did life get hard? The issue is more so like, what did the pressure reveal? Right? What did the pressure of life tell you? Because you remember, we were talking about level, right? The decision-making framework, right? Which, if we think about those, right? If we think about the pieces of level, LEVEL, right? We have level set is the first one, right? And then we have evaluate based on the things that you already know. And then you have the V, which is put that against your values, right? And then you come behind your values and then you execute on that decision, right? And then the last L is to learn from that decision, right? So in the same manner, we're looking at what did you learn when life put the pressure on, right? When life put the squeeze on you, Did you bounce back? Did you learn something that enabled you to next time that you get the pressure put on, can you bounce back? Because not every time, especially the first time, a lot of times people won't bounce back, right? Because they never dealt with that pressure before. So it may take, they'll bounce back, but it may take up time. It may be slow, right? It may be slow because they have to figure out how to deal with that. And all of this depends upon their foundation, what their life originally was built on, right? Because if your life was built on something strong from the gate, you bounce back. You know what I'm saying? Quick, fast, in a hurry. Because it won't get you stuck. Okay? So when the pressure hits, right, you don't basically rise up to what you said. Right? When the pressure's on, a lot of people will not rise up to what they said. What they do is they fall down to what they're built on. Right? Because in this ball, if you squeeze it, right, based on what it's built on, it comes back. It's the material, it's the inside of it. What it's built on makes it do that. And it doesn't matter how much pressure I put on that ball. Now I done lost it. I dropped my meatball. Hold on one second. That bad boy almost rolled across the room. Come on now. It bounced back. It bounced back from the pressure. Come on. All right. So hold on. Let me see what's saying. Let me see what they're saying in the chat. All right. Hold on. I'm doing good, Gracie Carter. Hey, thanks for joining. We're talking about foundations today. Let me see this question. We have a question again from the chat. It says, I'm so useful with discipline and attention. I'm so useless. Oh, you said you're useless. I remember we talked about that, right? So discipline and attention. Now I know ADHD did the damage. I'm always positive. I don't know where I've got the courage to hang on. It's the foundation, bro. I feel like giving thanks to probability is not that. Okay. And see, this is what I'm saying when I say your foundation matters, right? Your foundation matters because when the pressure's on, people break their standards fast. When the pressure's on, people lose focus fast, right? When the pressure's on, people go right back to their old habits, right? Because pressure did not create the problem though. Right? It's a weak foundation. Pressure doesn't create the problem. It exposes the weak foundation. So you said just now in the chat, right? In the chat, you said that ADHD caused the problem, right? I agree. Because that can happen, right? That can happen. A lot of people deal with that these days. I'm not going to get into why people are getting it or being diagnosed with it or whatever. Maybe people have had it throughout eternity. We just didn't know what it was called. And so the real question though is, what do you do to deal with it? Right? Because that's just an aspect of pressure in your life that is causing you to have to use some methods that are maybe non-conventional or non-normal for others, right? To be able to still see success. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody can reach success. I believe that. I truly believe everybody can get to success. If you know what your foundation is, right? If you decided, this is what I'm building my life on. Here is the foundation. This is going to undergird everything else I'm doing. This is what I believe on. This will hold me in the good times. It'll hold me in the bad times or whatever. Because think about it. And this is something that's mad weird. But if you have a house and you have a fire, right? normally what's still there? The foundation. You know what I'm saying? The foundation of that house is still there. Even though the house caught fire, even though it burned all up, the foundation's still there. If there's a tornado comes through, rips up the whole neighborhood, all you see is what? A neighborhood full of foundations. Like, it tells you something was there, right? The foundation is still there. That's why I'm saying, you just because you build a house yourself, there's going to be some sort of factors that come in and put pressure to that you've built, right? And in skyscrapers, they talk about this whole there's a word for it. I don't remember what it's called right now, but I want to call it crosswind, right? I want to call it a crosswind. And so that's what they say is it really impacts skyscrapers, because it's this wind that catches the corners of the building, and or they might call it the corner wind, and it'll bring down a building. But what's still there? The foundation. You know what I'm saying? The foundation. Because the foundation has been shored up to hold that building, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, life will test your foundation. It's not trying to embarrass you. It's not trying to expose something. What it's doing is telling you what needs to be strengthened in your life. It's giving you the opportunity to become stronger, right, in that area that it's testing you on. Especially if you don't feel like your foundation is strong enough, or that you bounce back fast enough, right? That you didn't bounce right back. Basically, you know what I'm saying, you brush your shoulder off and you kept it moving. That's where we want to get to, because in these streams, what we're doing is becoming the best version of ourselves, right? And so if we are, then that means that we have to figure out the ways that we can just dust our shoulder off when we're tested, right? Wipe the pressure off, give it a good stretch, and bounce back. Keep it moving, right? So what we know is that your discipline can fall under pressure, right? If your discipline falls under pressure, then that's a foundation issue, right? If your focus disappears when people are trying to bring chaos to your life, right? Trying to bring all this noise, then that's a foundation issue, right? If you keep changing your standards based on who's in front of you, that's a foundation issue, right? Like, I'm not saying it's simple. It's not simple. It's challenging. It's challenging because you're making a decision to stand strong, to stand firm on your foundation. You're making the decision to do that, right? So if your boundaries go bye-bye when you feel lonely, right? That's a foundation issue. You know, we talk about self-trust. We did it yesterday. Well, what if your self-trust collapse, right? It gets hard and you can't stand on what you said. That's a foundation issue. You know what I mean? If you keep going through your life in an overloaded state and you're letting that overload take over and you're feeling like you're overwhelmed all the time, that's a foundation issue. Your foundation not sure enough in a lot of these situations to say no, or to hold up the standard, right? Or to keep your boundary in place, right? Because the test is really showing you like what your life is really standing on. Let's figure out, I feel like I want to figure out how we can make it plain, right? Because if we make this in plain English, right? Plain English or plain language, I'm gonna say, let's look at us for real, right? Like internally. And if I say that peace matters in my life, right? I say I want peace. But then I end up having, one hard conversation and now my day is ruined, right? What is my foundation built on? Like that's and this is so true because it happens. And like I said, I'm not telling you because I feel like I'm better and I should tell you what to do. I'm saying this because this whole stream is me figuring out me, right? It's me figuring out me and then thinking about all the information I do know. I'm taking account of all the information or not account. I'm taking inventory of all the information that I know. And now I'm trying to figure out how to put it into practice. And so I'm using this information as ways that I'm like, well, I understand how this connects. I understand how this works. So if I take this idea and apply it into my life, does it make sense? Right? Do I see growth? And so then I've went out and done it. And so by the time I come on this stream and I tell you about it, it's usually because I've already started changing it, or I already saw success by changing it this way, right? Or I've already used this and implemented it and it just hasn't come back with the feedback yet, right? So I'll mention it, but I can't give you, let's say, the data points on it, right? But learning is being consistent. Yes, being conscious of our mistakes, right? It happens most of the time. Yeah. So that's the reason why I even do this, right? I do this because this is a way that I can really look at my life and say, how can I get to success? What are some of the things that I've done at the times when I was successful? What are some of the things that I failed to do, right? When I started not being successful, right? And so this one is really the bringing together or the culmination of my life and challenges that I'm saying, is my foundation strong, right? Is my foundation strong? Even when I don't feel like coming in here and stream, the discipline says do it anyway, right? But then it's the why. What makes me continue to do it, right? And I can say this, what makes me continue to do it is because I'm like, I'm creating a community that these humans too want to be better. They want to show up better in their family, in their relationships, in their jobs, in their businesses, and ultimately they want to show up better for themselves because they want to feel better. They want to feel more confident about themselves. So that's the reason why I'm doing it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, like Tyson said, use the fear in your favor. Transform that energy into something you want to achieve. In this case, was knocking out dudes. Yeah, he was knocking out dudes. And that's right. That's right. I mean, but it's not even about the fear, right? It's about making a decision, right? Because if you think about it, a weak foundation, like it's not even failing. Like that's not even what it is. It's just the pressure. The pressure is going to show up in a predictable way. And your ability to continue to stand is going to be what really shows you if your foundation is set right. If you need to revisit, right, your foundation, because like there's companies that's all they do. There's companies that go out there and fix people's foundations, right? I don't even know what that name of that company is, or a company that does that is. But I'm looking at myself like that in this moment. I'm saying I'm coming in with the things that I've talked about, all of these streams. I'm coming in to help shore up your foundation. I'm coming in to help shore up my foundation, right? I'm coming into the studio, turning on a camera, fixing a microphone, and saying, hey, let's fix our foundations together. Let's understand these different areas that we're struggling with and really fix our foundations, right? But it's counterintuitive to know that someone like Tyson was afraid every fight, right? Important thing is that he said that he used to use that flaw as fuel to achieve what he wanted. That's what I'm saying. Yep. Because he knew what he wanted. And also he knew what he stood on. Right? And he believed in himself. He trusted in himself. He had huge self-trust. Almost to a point of egotism. Almost to a point of being overconfident. Right? That's how he lost to Buster Douglas. From overconfidence. Right? He was like, well, nobody can take me out. You know? But yes, when the pressure was on, Buster Douglas stuck it out. Tyson ended up, learning at that moment, realizing that he had a flaw in his foundation, right? Because he thought that he couldn't be beat. And so now he got beat. Humbling experience, right? But it's that type of thing that makes you bounce back. It makes you say, you know what? That happened, but that was a fluke. You know what? No, we gonna make this happen. We gonna make this happen. I'm gonna get better. I'm never gonna do that again. That's never gonna be a problem for me ever again, right? Here's the new me. This is the new thing I'm doing, and I'm gonna stand on that because I know what's gonna come out of it, right? So if we're honest, all of us has some area where life keeps exposing the same crack, right? I know if you're in the chat right now, I know that life has some area that the same crack keeps getting exposed. Life is pushing that. Life is drilling down on that area, and it's probably pissing you off because you keep having to deal with that same thing. That pressure is exposing a crack that you have to fill, that you have to shore up. You have them, I have them, we all have them, right? There's certain cracks in your foundation that you have to shore up. It might be based on your relationship. It might be based on a friendship, right? Because you have to pay attention because the crack, you don't know what it is. You don't know where the crack is until the pressure hits, right? Until the pressure hits. So if I have a problem with, let's say, okay, for illustration purposes only, let's say I have a drinking issue, okay? Let's say I drink heavily, okay? Every time that I get stressed, I start drinking. Every time that I celebrate, I start drinking. Every time that I'm watching TV, I start drinking. Every time that I go to the store, I buy more drink, right? Drinking problem. Now, why? Right? Why do I have one? Is it because I have an addictive personality? An addiction, right? Maybe. Or maybe life is just exposing a crack, and how I'm choosing to deal with it is through alcohol. The alcohol might not be the crack. Alcohol is just showing you where the crack is, right? Maybe maybe it's comforting to you, right? Maybe when you grew up, your parents never really gave you hugs and stuff, right? Or maybe every time that you started crying when you was, little or whatever, they would just give you something to drink. They give you a bottle. They give you, some milk or they would, something like that, right? Some warm milk. And now you're used to that warming feeling that it gives you when you drink shots. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we can fix it, but we have to find it and work on the crack. Exactly. We can fix it. We can fix it. You can fix it, right? You can fix it. I can fix it. We all can fix these cracks. We all can fix our foundation. But it just takes us really looking at, well, what is it? Right? And that's what the pressure is showing us. The pressure is showing us what it is, where that crack exists. Right? So if We know that nobody's perfect, right? We know nobody's perfect. We're all striving to be the best version of ourselves, but the best version of ourselves is not perfection because perfection doesn't exist, right? So, because nobody's perfect, we have to look at it from this light. When I create a strong foundation, that doesn't mean that I'm never going to feel pressure again, right? It means that pressure doesn't make me run. It means pressure will allow me to bend still, because depending on the situation, right? If a storm comes and you have a tree, you know what I'm saying? Like, the wind may come and it might make the tree bend, but it won't break, right? It has a strong foundation underneath holding that tree, and it's built itself up to be sturdy and can stand that wind, right? And of course, there's always a maximum amount. But for the most part, for majority of issues, for majority of pressure that comes in your life, you should still be able to stand strong, right? It also means that you can feel the pressure, but still keep your feet deeply grounded in your foundation, right? Your values continue to stay, and they don't disappear, right? The things that you know to be true, you are continuing to stand on, right? Because you have self-trust. You know that the decision you made was a good decision, so you can stand on it. Those are the things that we're saying. A strong foundation keeps you always from becoming somebody different every time life changes. If you have a strong foundation, your life shouldn't, the way that you handle situations should not change. Your approach to the situation may modify for you to make sure that you show up in the right way in that specific situation, but it doesn't make you somebody else, right? Think about it. If I'm having a discussion with you guys, I'm hype, talking about stuff, right? We're going through things, but then all of a sudden, right, I may get in a fight or a verbal altercation with somebody, and if I get in a verbal altercation with them, all of a sudden I start, the way that I communicate now, but I get in this verbal altercation, I start cussing, right? I'm flipping and I'm going off and I'm turning over tables and I'm, jumping from the ceiling and all kind of stuff, just in an argument or a discussion. My foundation is showing a crack, right? Because this is why it's better for us to go through all these topics. So if you go back and watch the videos, what you'll see throughout all the videos, go to the YouTube, right? The Real Rich Bees on YouTube. Go there, watch the past videos. You'll start seeing that my whole intent was to give you all of the pieces that make up what you're going to build on top of the foundation. That's why I waited to do foundation. I could have started with foundation, but I didn't. I started with the things externally that can potentially cause you not to even get to the house. But I wanted you to know that, hey, most of us right now are a house, right? Our body is a house. We all have a house. If you're watching this stream, you have a house. So I can't just come into these things and say, hey, you know what? Let's fix your foundation. No, we got to fix those other things. You got to start to see success, right? You got to start to see success in different areas of your life. It might be where, we have to talk about goal setting. It might be where we have to talk about planning. It might be where we have to start talking about, discipline. We might have to start talking about your boundaries, like all of these things. Why? We're talking about those because those are ways that you can see success now, even before you change your foundation. You can start to see how it can help your life. You can start to see how you can grow and show up to be a better version of yourself when you start getting into these situations. Okay. But now this foundations, we're basically talking through consistency, right? Because That's what your foundation is. Your foundation should be built on something consistent, something that never changes, right? My love for my family and my decision to love my family will never change. It's consistent. It is a value I have. It is a foundational value I have, right? So if I have to make a decision and it's between that thing and my family, there's no question on what I'm going to do. No question. My foundation is strong. Right? That's what you have to be in every situation. You have to understand who you are and what you're built on. Right? What are your values? What are your values? Right? So we're going to ask some questions, and I really want you to take this and answer them. I want you to answer these for yourself. You can write them down. If you got to get your pen and you got to get your paper, right? If you got to get your pen and your paper, then do that. Okay? I knocked down my stream deck. Okay? Listen. If you got to get your pen and your paper, do that now. Do that now, because when we start going through these questions that I'm going to say, I really want you to really think about it. Right? Really think about the cracks. Really think about whether there's a crack there. Right? Now, obviously, these questions are all encompassing, but this is just the start of trying to get a better understanding of where you are and what your foundation is. Okay? So I'm going to ask this question, and I'm going to answer them too, right? Because I had to think it through. So question number one, right? Question number one. When money gets tight, what happens to you? What do you do? Right? If somebody disappoints you, what happens to you? We're checking your foundation. So you may have to think. You may have to really think about this. Right? When you get overlooked, what happens to you? Right? When your routine gets interrupted, what happens to you? That one right there, a lot of you may end up being like, oh, there's a crack. Oh, my foundation's gone. Right? Because a lot of people have routines. And when things come against that routine, their day may be ruined. They may feel away, right? They may cuss somebody out, right? Their whole foundation crumbles when somebody else messes up their routine. Right? Yeah. Okay, hold on. You said I'm used to forgive, and most of the time I forgive knowing I'm not really sure to forgive. Retype that. I know that English is not your first language, Francesco. Try to type that again, because I'm confused as to what you're saying. Yeah. So when you get tired, this is another question. When you get tired, what happens to you? That one, that'll challenge a lot of you too. I know it will. Me, I'm a little bit different. I don't really have a challenge in that. Because it really doesn't matter whether I'm tired, whether I'm even asleep. If somebody wakes me up, I'm not going to get mad about it. I'm not even going to flinch about it. Hey, what you need? You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty good on that. Right? But when you get emotional, what happens? And I'm gonna take it a little further. What happens to your standards? Right? Because if you think about it, when you get emotional, it's not always about going off. It might be because you like somebody, right? But in that moment, you like them. Not that you have spent time with them and you love them and you care about them. It's just in this moment, you like them or they look good to you. And because you may be needy in the fact of I haven't gotten any lately, or my person is not fulfilling a need for me, so now I'm emotional about it. This other person comes around, and now you drop your standards just because you needed satisfaction. Come on, it gets real, people. Let's not play with this. Let's not play with this. We're being really honest here, right? We're really trying to become better. So let's be better, right? If you get pressure in your business, your family, your relationships, what version of you shows up? What version of you shows up? Right? And that's challenging because that's something I had to deal with. I had to deal with that. I had to figure out what version of me showed up when pressure hits in my business, in my family, in my friendships, you know what I mean? Other relationships. What did that look like? It looked like I was showing up in some other version. But now, not the case. Okay. You took another stab at it? Francesco? Okay, here we go. Most of the time, I forgive knowing that I'm not sure that I'm forgiving really the person. Like I take the weight. I think it's because I was raised in a Franciscan Christian values. Okay, got it. At least I think I did. I'm going to say it back. You tell me if this is right. You're saying most of the time you forgive somebody not knowing if you really forgave them. But you are forgiving them because you are willing to take the weight of it because you were raised with Christian values. Okay, exactly. All right. Yes. I too, welcome to the club. I too can identify with that, right? But I do know that if I forgive somebody, based on my foundation, if I forgive somebody, then I'm also going to let it go. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not willing to do something about it, then I'm willing to let it go. And I will literally let it go. And I don't know what it is about me. It's rare that I'm gonna hold a grudge, right? It's very rare. So you have to get me to a certain point or do something to my family to make me hold a grudge. If you let's say do bad business with me, whatever, I'll forgive you. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You didn't know. You really didn't know because you really didn't know who I was. I'm going to attribute it to the fact that you don't know me. Because if you did, you wouldn't do me that way. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm kind of looking at it. Because my foundation is strong enough to say that if you really knew who I was, you would have not treated me that way. If you really knew who I was, you would have valued the relationship that you have with me based on what I bring to the table. If you really knew me. But what I found is a lot of people want to partner up with people only because they think they can get something out of it. They think it will propel them to a higher level of world approval. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like a higher status level. Right? They think if I put myself around this person, it's going to get me a higher status level. I don't like that. Right? Like, I don't like that. Like, even in my streams, I'm coming on here live every day, just about talking through these things. I could call some people up that I know that have big audiences and get them on the stream. Right? So I can generate some more numbers. I could reach out or partner with other streamers, right? All of these things. But that's not my point. My point with this is not to sit here and try to ladder climb, right? That's not the point. If the stream blows up and adds numbers, wonderful. Tell a friend and tell a friend, follow your man Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees. Yes, love it. However, the whole point is if I can help one, if I can go help two, right? If I can help three people to show up in their life as a better version of themselves with a better comprehension of how to make their best decision for their life, and to do that and pass that on to the next man or woman as they're living their life, and everybody's like, yo, you know what? You've changed. I don't know. There's something about you that's just different. All because they've been watching my streams. Hey, I'm excited. I'm overwhelmed. I'm ecstatic. All the words, right? It's just so awesome. That is where my value lies. That is the plan. That is the way that I feel like makes me feel like this stream is winning. You know what I'm saying? This stream is winning. And Francesco came in and he said that today. We're winning. Y'all taking this information, y'all applying it into your life, y'all having a full-on new perspective of your life and the things that mean something to you. That's the point. That's what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? That is what we're here for. I can keep on that topic for a minute, y'all. I can really go in on that topic. For real. I'm trying to get back to where I was, and I don't even remember. I think. Look, okay. Now I don't want to over-explain where we've went. I don't want to over-explain. I think y'all get it. I really do. I think y'all get it. But based on where we are in this conversation, I think I'm going to say, like, some of us have been trying to fix our behaviors without dealing with what the behavior is built on. I think some of us have been trying to change our actions, right? Without strengthening what those actions are based on. And I know we're doing that. Why? Because that's the way I set up the stream. Right? So if that's how the stream was set up, and now that we understand that a foundation has to be put into place, then we may have to go deeper into what actually keeps a person's foundation strong whenever life starts applying that pressure. You know what I'm saying? The next couple streams, that's what we might have to do. Like, really start drilling down on what makes up a good foundation. Because we've talked about the acts of it. We've talked about all the things on the outside, the things that we deal with, the being focused, right? Being intentional. We've talked about all that. It's just, but I think we have to get into what makes a solid foundation. I think we have to really solidify what that looks like. Because I don't think a lot of people even understand what a foundation is. Here's the fun part. The fun part is the chat just said it. If I'm not mistaken, it was Francesco. Francesco said it in the chat. I'm not even gonna say what it was, but he talked about the foundation, right? And why he makes certain decisions, or why he operates the way that he does, right? And so for me, I can identify with that. So that's what we're going to talk about, right? We're going to talk about that tomorrow. We're going to talk about foundation. What is that built on? What does it look like to have a solid foundation? Well, we know what it looks like because we just talked about it. But what is it? What could it be? What type of things make up good foundations? There you go. That's it. What type of things make up good foundations? I don't know if that's going to be the title, but that's going to be the subject matter. You know what I'm saying? I'll investigate and develop an idea to share. Please do, because I was about to go there. I was about to go there, but I wanted to try. I'm still trying to like conceptualize this in my head, right? Like, what is your foundation built on? A foundation, I'm thinking of many things. Yeah, because there's so many different types of things that you have as a foundation. We were just talking when you first came on, we were talking about the houses, and in talking about the houses, we were saying that they're built on, in the U.S. That's the only ones I can speak to, but they're either built on a wood foundation, they're built on a cement foundation, they're built on wood, cement. There was one more. Brick, right? Wood, cement, brick. Those are the three foundation types that are in the U.S. And so there may be more, but those are the ones that I know about, right? But in your life, it's the same thing. There's different types of things that you can use as your foundation. Because a foundation, I'm not even going to go, because I was about to do it. I was about to go into what a foundation is. And this stream, I didn't want to do it. I was trying my best to stay away from even defining the word foundation. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we do. I've been trying my best to stay away from the definition of what a foundation is. Because when I say that definition, now we need to go in depth of foundations, right? Because there's multiple types of foundations. So know that going forward, we're going to do that. But as a recap, we said life will test your plans. Life will test your words. Life will test your standards. Life will test your trust. And deeper than all about that, life is going to test your foundation, right? So if pressure keeps breaking you down in the same place, then stop managing the pressure. Strengthen your foundation, right? Because life does not just test what you want, it tests what you're built on. And these are the things that we have to remember, because that pressure will reveal your structure. It will reveal the cracks. It'll expose it. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to say, because I wasn't planning on this stream being mad long. I wanted to come in, drop this initial foundation talk, so that way tomorrow we can move into the detailed, to really talk about foundations, right? The core of your foundation. What is that? What does that look like? What are the types of foundations that maybe you didn't even think about was your foundation, right? And so I want to get into that. But here's one thing I would want you to do as homework. If you're watching this on the YouTube right now, or you're streaming it live with me right now, which if you're on here right now, you are live. But if you're watching later on the YouTube, even if you're live, go to the YouTube in probably about an hour or so. It'll probably be up there. But go back and watch it again. Watch this one again. The reason why I'm saying to watch this one again is because what I want you to do is, when you hear me say the word life, swap that out. Swap that word life out. And input the name God. Swap out the word life, input the name God, and listen again to the stuff that we just talked about. It'll give you a different perspective of this whole conversation today. A very, very different understanding. Okay? So I appreciate y'all joining today. I appreciate you coming on and really being a part of this one, because this one, God, capital G-O-D, yes. Swap out the word life for God and all that I said, and see what it means to you. But I believe it'll give you a different type of understanding as we start moving into this foundation talk, because I know at least it's going to be the stream tomorrow. It may be a chance that we keep that foundation talk going into Thursday. I don't know for sure, because it all depends on how much we're able to talk about tomorrow when it comes to it. Like I said, I try to keep my lives down to about an hour. It might go to an hour and 30, but I really try to keep it compact, because when I put it on YouTube, I only want it to be about an hour, right? And I really don't do much editing at all, if any. I try to make it live because I want everyone to be able to see how we got to this understanding. We walk through it throughout the stream. And so that's the reason why I don't really want to cut it. I don't want to edit it up and chop it down, make it smaller. That's what the shorts are for. But when it comes to the video, I want it to be basically a recapture, a replay of this live, because I feel like sometimes when you cut it up, you don't understand how we got to that. How did we get to the part of the understanding of what we did at the end, right? We had to walk there to get there. So now that we're here, go back, watch it again, change out life for God, see what it means to you, and then tomorrow we'll come back and we'll start talking through this whole thing about foundations. I don't know again what the title is, but you'll see it when it comes out, right? Make sure that you follow so that way you can get notifications when I go live tomorrow. If you think that this content is bringing you value, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe. Right now we're up to 3 subscribers, y'all. 3 subscribers. If you have Prime, you can subscribe for free. So there's no reason that you can't come in and subscribe, right? At least give it a follow. If you're on Instagram, not Instagram, but we're on Instagram too. But if you're on the YouTube, subscribe on Instagram. On YouTube. I keep wanting to say Instagram. I don't know what it is about Instagram right now. Why is that in my head? But yeah, give it a like on Instagram. Give it a like if you see it on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? But I want y'all to definitely, make sure you stay connected. Make sure you stay connected, because I have so many plans for this stream, and I want to make sure that we are being the best versions of ourselves, because that's what really matters. It's Rich Bees, right? Just take out the real, take out that part, and just put Rich Bees. So that's my Instagram. And actually on most social medias, that's what it is, at Rich Bees. But on here, The Real Rich Bees, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok, The Real Rich Bees. So make sure y'all lock in. Hey, I'm just trying to put my best foot forward and be the best version of myself, and hopefully that's why you're connecting, because you too know that you want to show up in the best version of yourself. So thank y'all for joining me. Make sure that you have fun today. Figure out what the crack is. Try your best to put some putty in that thing or something. You know what I'm saying? Put some putty in that pour some extra cement in that crack. You know what I'm saying? Get it locked down. All right? So we'll talk again. See you tomorrow. If I stream later on tonight, which I might stream later on this evening. But if I do, it'll be a fun stream. It's not going to be this content right here. It's going to be us just doing something different. I don't know. We might watch a movie or something. Who knows? But have an awesome day. You too, Francesco. You have an awesome day. And see you on the next one. Rich Bees. Hey, yo, people. You know who it is, you know what it is. Rich Bees. The real Rich Bees. Bam. There it is. So, I'm here. See the title. You see where we at, right? And I'm saying that I really don't know what it is. Right? So, listen, chat. Today, I'm not really feeling it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm not really feeling it. I'm here, but I'm not really here the way I normally am, or the way I really want to be here for you guys, right? And so instead of trying to fake my way through, right? Instead of trying to fake my way through, I think I need to sit in it for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm here. I'm here. I am here. Just not feeling it like I normally do. So, because of that, right? Like, I think that might be my problem today, right? Because sometimes I know I don't know whether it's you, because today we talking about me. Like, I keep trying to like push past, you know what I'm saying, things, and sometimes it's like I might need to just hold on and actually understand what it is I'm feeling today. You know what I'm saying? Most days, even if I'm feeling something, I'll just keep pushing. You know what I'm saying? I'll keep pushing. You know, if it, you heard the song, right? You heard the song in my opening today. Um, the song is called Never Enough, right? It's a song I did years ago. However, I think I'm gonna release that on my next album because I've never released a song before. That's why I even played it on the stream, right? I never released that song before. And I never released the song because I didn't, I don't know, it was like, it's very introspective, right? It's very introspective. And, you know, I sometimes like, you might not want for the world to like get that deep, right? You don't want the world to like have that type of information on you or how you feel about something that might mean something to you. You know what I'm saying? When you just thinking back, right? Because if I think about the lyrics of that song, right, it starts off with uh um as I think back, my life in times in North KG apartments, I didn't go get it out back. Chasing these hood chicks and making forts with shopping carts, saying it's love, dry humping with no touching parts or connected hearts. Oh, so simple life was to start till it becomes real, giving a 10-year-old your heart. At 7 years old, in my stomach she stole over what I never know. The pain was still sold. Double-decker bus on the way home. Ran to my room crying on my bed alone. Pain too much to bear cause the jit ain't grown. I was overseas, Petersburg before KG, VILLE. It's just another side of me people don't see. Life as you know it can change, never perceive it as game, never go back to the same way it was before the fame. Like, that's like the first half of the song. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that said it, but it's like more so when you think back, right? And it's like the thought I keep having is like, am I getting in my own way? You know what I'm saying? Like, am I getting in my own way? You know? it's not life, right? It's not other people, because I'm not going to put it on anybody else, right? It's not timing. I'm doing the thing. You know what I'm saying? Could it be money? But what if the real issue here is just me? What if it's me? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? What if it is me? What if it's me that's getting in my own way? I don't know. I mean, I guess, and you know how I do. Like, I think through these things, and what is it really, or what does getting in my own way even look like for me? Now, I'm not saying that what we're talking about today might not help you guys. It might. Chat, it might really help you. But if I can be transparent here for a minute, if I can sit in this for a minute and just kind of talk it through, would you join me? You know what I'm saying? Would you join me? Let's just take a second, right? Let's take a second and think about our own self, right? Because a lot of times when I'm on this stream, I'm talking about you, I'm talking about me, yes, but in the same thing, it's more so because I know some information. Let me say that. Let me say it about myself, or no, let me include myself in this because I need to work on me also, right? And I'm saying, well, you, right? Because I'm saying you, because possibly you need to work on yourself too, right? Everybody can become better. Everybody can do better. Everybody can be in a better position. Doesn't matter how good you're doing in life. There's always something, some place in your existence that you could do better, right? Same as me. And I'm not trying to put it on y'all today. I'm putting it on me, right? This is all me because I'm not feeling it today. Now, I want to speak to things that be not as though they were, right? Like I want to really be very optimistic because I'm naturally optimistic. So it is hard for me. I know it is hard for me to think about what has me being, what has me feeling this way, right? Because sometimes you feel like, and I think I said this before, but you feel like you should be somewhere that you haven't yet to arrive, right? You feel like I should have already been this place. I should have already done these things. I should have already achieved certain milestones in my life. But I haven't. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I'm like, today, I'm just not feeling it. And I don't know what it is. I didn't wake up on the wrong side of the bed. You know what I'm saying? Let me think about it. When I woke up, what did I feel like? Right? Like again, this is a thought exercise. I'm just trying to figure it out. Because why today am I not feeling it? You know? And I appreciate all you who just jump on, when I go live and want to connect or want to, hear the thing that I'm talking about today. Because I do have a lot of topics. I do have a lot of information. I do have a lot of intelligence, and I use it pretty wisely. You know what I'm saying? But, there's a big but to this. You know what I'm saying? But what is it that is keeping me from breaking through? Right? What is keeping me from breaking through? I mean, is it overthinking? Right? Am I thinking too much? I just said I be thinking. I think about everything I do, right? Like I don't stop. Like I'm always thinking about, okay, what's the next thing? Where am I gonna, do this? Can I, do this thing? All this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that it's, I'm waiting too long to do something, because though I overthink, I move immediately, right? And I can't say it's overthinking. Like I think enough to be able to do something, right? I think just enough that once I get it, then I'm like, okay, cool, let's go, right? That's how I operate. But why does it feel like, you know, again, I'm not breaking through, right? And I'm not. My mission is to not be like my mission does not include getting famous, right? If fame happens, it happens, but that's not my goal, right? My goal is to have what I feel like is success in my life, and I can live a life that I'm excited to wake up every day and do the things that I do. Now, with that being said, do I, right? Like currently, do I do the things I want to do? Yes. Do I feel like I've hit what my own metric is of success? No. Right? Like again, these are questions that you ask yourself. I'm asking myself. Maybe we can sit here together and ask ourselves these questions. You know what I'm saying? So follow me, right? Like walk as I walk. Let's see if we can figure this out, because I know some of you out there are feeling it too. Like there's this feeling right now of, why am I not breaking through? Why do I feel like I haven't reached where I'm trying to reach, right? Why is it like my goals keep getting further away, though I feel like I might be doing the work, right? Okay, hold up. There we go. Am I doing too much? Because I told you, I immediately, if once I get it in my head of what I have an issue with or what I can see that could be different, then I think about, well, how can I solve that? How can I fix that? How can I do that? And then I immediately go do it, right? But am I trying to do too much? And that's why today I'm not feeling it, right? Am I tired? Right? Like, am I tired and just acting like I'm not tired? Am I sad? If I was sad, what would I be sad about? What would I be sad about? Would it maybe am I sad because I haven't reached the goals that I thought I should by now? Does that make sense? Like, am I sad about that? Mm. Okay. Am I not giving myself the room to be human? Right? Like, because I just want to go. I just want to do the thing. I want to do the thing and make a lot of money doing the thing. Right? Why? Right? It begs the question, why? Why do I want to make a lot of money doing the thing? Well, for financial stability, right? For the ability to have experiences that I know I would like to experience that I just have not experienced yet, right? And I've done a lot already in my life. I know I have. I've done a lot. So I'm not trying to, step on my own toes in that sense, or look a gift horse in the mouth, or not acknowledge the the benefits that I have been afforded in my life. Like, I'm not trying to put it off like that. Like, what I'm thinking about, like, the sad thing is resonating with me in this moment, right? Am I sad because I have not reached the goals that I had set in my life, right? When I make a list, and I talked about this early on, right? Like, I make a list of goals at the beginning of every year. The interesting part is, not this year I made goals. Last year I did not. Last year I was riding on the goals that I had from the year before, right? I had goals the year before and I hit majority of them. I had like 2 or 3 more goals that I didn't hit, that the next year I rolled those goals over into last year and then still didn't hit them, right? I hit every other goal. I had like 10 to 14 goals, right, for 2024. I had 10 to 14 goals for 2024 and I hit like 9 of them. You know what I'm saying? I hit like 9 of them. 2025, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to roll those goals over to 2025. And I don't even think I hit an additional one. So this year, we start off the year, I'm talking about goals. I'm talking about, goal setting and planning on my early streams this year when I first started streaming live. And actually, I guess I did hit one of them because I am live, right? I do have a channel. I do have 100 and some odd videos on YouTube now, right? That was a goal. So I guess I did reach another goal. Okay, so one more out of the 14-ish, 15-ish goals, okay? But that wasn't until the beginning of this year, right? So then I write new goals down, and did I reach any of these yet? No. Do I have a lot of looming things from last year that I still have yet to correct or yet to fix or yet to do? Yes, I do. Is it the weight of that, right? Like, is it the weight of what me not actually reaching the goals and me wanting to reach those goals that is why I'm at a place that I'm just not feeling it, because it's not, I don't think, even though I have quit things in my life, because we had a stream about quitting and stuff like that, even though I have quit things in my life, that's not my norm, right? Like, my norm is not quitting. My norm is go. My norm is get it done. My norm is to stay the course, right? Whatever the plan is that is laid out, that's what I roll on. And I keep rolling on it until either that plan cannot be executed no more, or we reach the goal of that plan, or whatever it is, right? So that's why, I think that made me feel away, right? I think that made me feel away. Why did it make me feel away? Because I didn't finish the plan, right? Like, I didn't finish the plan. I had goals. So maybe that's why, right? Maybe that's why. I don't know. And that's why I'm sitting in here having this conversation with you guys. Because I don't know what it is. I just know that I'm not feeling it today. And I think everybody has those days. And so me coming on here and I'm being very transparent about today is one of those days for me. And I don't know what it is. We're hopefully by the time I get off this stream, I'll know what it is, so that way I can make some changes, right? But sometimes the answer doesn't come that fast. And for me, I don't know. I mean, could I say, man, I'm struggling, right? Would I say I'm struggling right now? Would that be what I would say? I don't know. But again, like I said before, am I not giving myself room enough to be human? Right? In being human, we don't always feel like it. You know what I'm saying? But even me, even in me not feeling like it, y'all still see I still got on here. I still got on here. And if anything, I'm being more transparent than I normally am. Because this is the hard part. This is the part that nobody wants anybody to see. This is the feeling that people want to hold to themselves. You know what I'm saying? But I'm choosing today to say, you know what? Let me just put it out there. Let me put it out there. Because, yeah, I'm not feeling it. And I don't know what it is. All right? Because if I'm honest, which I always am, I know I want a lot, right? Like I want a lot. I do. But I guess sometimes like I wonder like if I'm making the road harder than it has to be. You know? Am I making this harder than it has to be? And you know what? Okay, let's think about this. Cause yesterday we had a stream and we were talking about what did we talk about yesterday? Let me look. Cause I need to remember what the topic was yesterday. If y'all know, put it in the chat. What was the topic we talked about yesterday? You can put it in the chat if you remember. Help me out here. You know what I'm saying? Because we're working together, right? Like we're working together to be the best version of ourselves. And so this is the day that I need y'all to help me. You know what I'm saying? If we're working together, then let's work together. Shut up and listen. Yesterday we did that. We did the stream and we said shut up and listen. So I think today that's kind of what I'm doing. That's kind of what I think I'm doing. I'm trying to shut up and listen, but I'm asking myself the questions so that way I can hear from myself, right? I can hear from y'all, right? Because I know some of you have dealt with this same thing that you're just not feeling it. So if I'm making if I'm possibly, the reason why I was saying that is because last night we had another stream. So you won't see it on YouTube. It's only going to live on Twitch, which means it's only going to be here for 5 more days, right? Six more days. If we include today, six more days, it'll be there. But we were looking at the rocket launch from yesterday, right? We were looking at the Artemis rocket launch, and that gave me an idea to say, you know, what didn't give me an idea? Yes, it did. We were trying to think, you know, is NASA or rocket technology today making it harder than it has to be to get off the planet? And we were trying a solution. Well, is there something else? Is there another way, an easier way that we can get lift or get thrust to propel a rocket off of the face of the earth, right? Because if it takes all of those engines and all that fire and all them chemicals to burn up and light like dynamite to be able to get something the size of a small school bus off the surface of the earth, then are we meant to do that? You know what I mean? Or are we making it harder than it has to be? Because maybe there's a way, but because we knew fire, we knew if we light something on fire and it shoots up in the air, we could possibly get it to go through the atmosphere. So we just stayed the course, right? We stayed the course once we used fire instead of looking, well, is there additional technology? Is there some kind of principle in nature that can make it easier? Because you can't change the physics of a thing, but you can manipulate the physics of a thing. That is what the Matrix was about, right? That's why he could stop bullets. And he couldn't actually stop bullets It was the manipulation of the energy field in the world that allowed him to push against it in a way that's perceived as stopping bullets. Right? But one more thing from the stream last night, if you do watch it, if you do go back and watch it, what you'll see is that immediately once we were having a conversation about that, I thought about a book that I had that kind of resonated on this whole rocket type thing and answering the question, are we doing it wrong? Right? And then I ended up figuring out, well, you know what? I've been wanting to read that book. I've been wanting to finish it. So, but I don't have time to read books. So that means I need to figure out a way to listen to the book. And so we solution what could we build something, all that kind of stuff. And what we ended up finding out is that there is an open source app that'll let me, take the text of a book and then turn it into audio through AI and then export it out as an audio file, which then I can play on my phone, blah, blah, blah. And so we walked through that whole process last night and actually got it done. I think the stream was 3 hours long. We started off talking about rockets, ended up with being able to have an audiobook. I don't know how we got there, but we did, right? So if I would have created my own app to do it, that would be me making it harder than it has to be, right? Because somebody else has already done a thing. I could just use what was already done and get what I needed to be done. So as I'm thinking through like why I'm not feeling it today, am I making this harder than it has to be to achieve the goals that I have, right? Because if I think about all the things that I'm doing, this is why I said maybe I'm doing too much. Maybe that might be what's holding me back. I'm doing too much. And I need to lock in on like one or two things versus things like this. Like I got music, right? I do music. I have 2 businesses. I got more ideas. I'm doing content, right? I'm doing live content now. I got home responsibilities, bills, right? Things like that. And I got vision. I got vision for where I see my family going, vision for where I see my companies going, vision where I see my music going, vision where I see, this content going, vision where I see my marriage going, like all of this, right? So if I know I have all of that in me, right? I have all of that in me, then why do I still have these moments that I feel stuck? Why do I still have these moments that I'm just not feeling it? Right? Again, at this moment, that early on in this, I'm saying that could it be that it's just not looking like what I expected it to look like? I'm not achieving the things that I expected that I would be able to achieve. Again, I'm here being transparent, chat. I'm being very transparent today. All right. I don't know. But with all that being said, I mean, am I carrying too much? Right? Am I trying to put too much on my back? I don't know. Or should I take some of the things off my back to lighten the load? Right? Like, then I could probably move faster. Right? Could I be feeling this way because I don't feel like I should simplify it? I don't feel like I should take more off? Right? Because I had ideas, I had plans, and I just said that I'm gonna keep going until the plan is finished. Right? I'm not gonna quit. I'm gonna keep going. right? Because I made a plan. I know the plan can work. It's just keep doing the thing, right? Like I got to keep doing the thing. And I know the Bible says don't be worried, don't get weary in well doing, right? So, okay, does it mean it's because I need more rest? Mm. I mean, I don't really hesitate, right? When it's time to move. I don't procrastinate when it's time to do something. Um, well, you know what? Right now, I could probably think of three things that I've procrastinated on. Right now, three things that I need to do that I have not done. All right, one is taxes. Like I need to do my taxes, but that I just really don't feel like. I really, truly don't feel like doing that. But the thing about it is, it's something I have to do. So maybe that's looming, right? Because that's a have to. Like I have to do that. I don't really have a choice, and I should have been done. So now I'm late, right? Like one of my businesses would be late when it comes to doing the taxes on that company. So I'm giving y'all way more than I probably should today. I really am. I just don't know. I just don't know. And I mean, I guess that's the part I'm really trying to understand, right? But what I do know is like, it's like one bad day should only be one bad day, you know? Because if I get stuck here, right? If I get stuck here, then one bad day becomes two. Two bad days become four, right? And then it starts feeling familiar to feel this, which at that point means it's a pattern. And I don't no. I don't like this. I don't want to be here. I don't want to feel like this. We need to figure out, I guess, you know, when did I start feeling like this? This is me therapizing myself, right? When did I start feeling this way? Mm, listen, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. But I kept pushing through. So, if I keep thinking, I think it was back in like 2012. I think 2012 is when I really started feeling like this. That's a long time ago, yo. That's a long time ago. 2012. Some of y'all probably weren't even born in 2012. What is this? 2026. That means it's possible that people could be watching me right now who would be what, 12? No, 14. 2012, 26. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be like 14. Like you might be 14 right now. If you're 14 and you're watching this is exactly when I probably started feeling like blah. You know what I'm saying? Blah. But what is it that keeps triggering this to keep coming back up? I think again, I think it comes back to the whole thing of I haven't cracked the ceiling, right? Like I haven't been able to get past certain levels that I feel like There's no reason why I shouldn't pass that. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to hit that mark, right? And it's not even about comparison against anybody else, right? Like where other people are in their life or in their journey. It's not about that. It's about me. It's about I'm not reaching the mark that I am setting for myself. Okay, am I setting the mark too high? I don't think so. I don't think so. But as I'm doing what I'm doing, trying to hit the mark, I mean, I guess, like, have I been starting to get there and then maybe overthink it? Or step back, right? Do I self sabotage? I told y'all, listen. What one thing you'll know about me is that I am a very smart individual. Okay, I'm very smart. I I might need to take the IQ test because I think I'm super smart, but that might just be me, right? And I might be too smart for my own good. Because what is it that I can help other people become better? I can help people, you know, push their business to new heights, and they're breaking through. They're hitting the ceilings. You know, what I mean, not, they're hitting the ceiling, breaking through, and going off and doing great things, right? But why not I? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like, why or how come I'm not? And again, this is not about comparison. It's not about saying that, oh, somebody else is doing it. I want what they have. I need to be like that. Why am I not where they are? It's not about that. It's about why am I not where I think I should be in my life? But I'm giving you the example of how come I can help other people get to where they want to be, but I'm not able to get me to where I want to be. Right? I don't know. I mean, do do I doubt myself? No. No, I don't think I doubt myself. I'm a very confident person, right? I think I can do whatever I put my mind to. That's how I was brought up. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was brought up. I was brought up to be very confident. Very confident. I wouldn't say overconfident because most things that I say that I can do, yeah, most things that I tell somebody else I can do, I do them. Don't even think about it. I just do it. Boom. Here you go. Right? Some things that I didn't think I could do, I ended up doing. Right? So I'm very sure about myself and what I bring to the table. Right? Hmm. Maybe, maybe the issue's not just the feeling that I have. Maybe it's what I keep doing with the feeling. So what am I doing with the feeling? Um, well, I mean, actually, I'm using it as fuel to keep going, right? I don't like how I'm feeling. Okay, cool. What can I do that can push past that, right? But I do keep coming back to maybe I'm doing too much. But if I look deeper into myself, then I would ask myself, what am I trying to protect? I don't know. Am I protecting myself from failure? Am I scared to fail? Well, no, because in that same instance, Not all. If things aren't popping the way that I think they should pop, then in the grand scheme, that would be considered failure, right? So I don't think that I'm protecting myself from it. I think majority of the time I know that when you do something, it's not going to work out, right? Like, just because I'm an optimist doesn't mean that you won't experience failure, right? I know I'm going to experience failure because not everything can be successful. But I do believe that I can get to a point where more times than not, everything I'm doing is successful, right? Okay, am I, maybe I'm not sad, maybe I'm disappointed. Maybe I'm feeling disappointment because I'm not disappointed, but maybe I feel disappointed. Am I trying to protect myself from disappointment? I mean, no, I don't think I am, right? Because even in the song, like, you know, my girlfriend back when I was 10 punched me in the stomach on the bus. I don't even remember why she punched me in the stomach, but that was disappointing, right? Because I thought that was my girlfriend. Again, I was 7. I was 7, 8 years old, right? But that still is disappointment, right? Still trauma, right? I don't know. I don't know, people. I don't know. I think there are people that not people. I I know people are seeing the things that I'm doing, right? Like I know people are seeing the things that I'm doing. And I know the things that I'm doing are good. They're just not working for me. Because one of the questions that I had, one of the things that I was thinking just the other day, not just the other day, but probably about a week ago or so ago, um, was if anybody else did all the things that I do, any one of them, pick one of the things that I do. And if anybody did the one thing, that one thing, I believe that they would have been successful by now. Because I've been doing the things that I've been doing for well over 20 years. And even if they did the thing at my level, right, the current level that I'm at right now, if they did the things that I do, any one of them, just pick one. If they did any one of those to the level that I already do it, they would already be well off. They would already be positioned. They would already be known. They would already be experiencing success. This is what I think because I've seen, many others who are doing things at a lower level than me in certain areas of the things that I do, but they're already seeing success. You know what I'm saying? How can I drop 4 straight albums and like 6 singles and not a one of them hit? And I'm not talking about hit number 1. I'm not talking about anything like that, but I'm just talking about like or let's say even play on the radio, right? Let's say even get to something that, there's a sect of people who know this song, right? Not a huge one, but just a good, and I do have a following, so I'm not negating those. If you follow me, if you listen to my music, if you like my music, thank you. I appreciate it. You don't understand how much that makes me feel good. It makes me feel welcomed. It makes me feel humble, right? Because try my best to put out something that's worth listening to, right? In all my music, in everything that I do, I try to put out something that people, can resonate with, can feel, can understand, right? Will help give them another perspective, give them another way to think about something, give them some tools to grow with or something like that, right? Because I think that I'm saying I want growth, but I'm asking myself, but am I moving in a way that's protecting the comfort of something that I'm not even happy with sitting in? You know what I'm saying? Like it's confusing. It's confusing. That's the reason why I'm even having this internal back and forth, right? Because why is it? Why is it that I feel this way? Why is it that I feel like I'm not getting the type of breakthrough in my situations, right? I was just praying last night about that same thing. Same thing. I told you I'm being very transparent here. Being very transparent because I just don't get it. I don't get it. Right? Because I can say I want this thing and then I believe that my habits are saying the same thing. Right? I can say I'm ready. I believe that my movement shows that I am. Right? So I really want to know, well, why do I feel this way? And why is it that I'm not seeing a harvest off of the seeds that I'm sowing? I'm not seeing it. And is it because I'm blinded by the vision of what what I've expected to have by this age, by this time, by this year? What in me is keeping me what I feel like is so far away from the levels that I feel like I should be achieving? What in me is keeping me from that? And the reason why I'm even saying this like this is because I'm trying to take ownership for what I'm doing or not doing in my own situation. I'm not going to say it's the world. I'm not going to say it's other people, people are haters, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying anything like that because I don't believe that to be the case, right? I think, well, okay. So some people are haters. It just is. There's going to be. Some people do hold other people back, right? But for the most part, I don't think that that's my story. I'm not, setting my hat on that. I'm not doing that. There's got to be something in me because it's about me first, right? It's about me first. How am I missing the mark? How am I not being able to do the thing that I want to do? How am I not able to hit the goals that I want to hit? What am I not doing or doing that's causing me to not be there? I know that whatever I'm doing and whatever goal that I have, whatever, metric of success I'm going off, it's going to cost me. I know it is. And it already has, right? It's cost me time. I told you I've been doing this for years. It's cost me peace. Sometimes I don't, go to sleep till 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning because I'm trying to do something, right? And still wake right back up, 7:30, 8, you know what I'm saying? O'clock in the morning. So it's really 3 hours sleep, maybe 4, maybe at best, sometimes. All right, it's costing me momentum because sometimes it starts to roll and things start popping and then all of a sudden it just lulls off. But I didn't change what I was doing, not that I can perceive. You know what I'm saying? I kept pushing. You know, I don't even know whether it's cost me opportunities. I don't think it's cost me like with trusting myself, because I do trust myself. I know I can do the thing, right? It hasn't, I don't think it's cost me confidence, because I still walk out, head up, chest up, you know what I'm saying? Chest out, head up, chin down, you know what I'm saying? Shoulder square. I show up. And not faking, I show up. Because I am confident. I'm confident in my own body. I'm confident in my own skin. And I guess that might be why it's bothering me so bad today. Right? Because I can feel it. Like I feel that I'm not fully, I'm not there. I'm not in the flow. I'm not locked in. I'm like, something's missing. And I don't know whether something's missing or whether it's too much and I need to take some stuff away so I can get focused. You know what I'm saying? Because right now I'm feeling defocused. We talked about that in another stream. We talked about that before. Defocused, right? I told you when I come up with these topics and then I'm telling you guys, it's because I'm feeling something in myself, right? Like I'm feeling something in myself and I want to explain it. I want to figure out, well, how can somebody get past it? Have I got past it, right? And that's how I kind of come at these, topics whenever I'm talking about them. And so I can feel it when like something is like pulling against me, right? When I know I'm supposed to be moving forward, something is just pulling against me. Or something is putting up a barrier against me. Like that's how I feel. That's how I feel, and I don't know what it is. And you sing type songs, no limits, no boundaries, right? Like all these kind of things. And no, I don't have a limit. I don't have a boundary. I don't have anything that I feel like is holding me back. But yet I still feel like something's holding me back. Right? My belief says nothing is holding me back. My mind is saying something is, because if it wasn't, you'd be further than you are. So is that me fighting a lie? Is that like fighting a lie that I'm telling myself? Like, is the story that I'm telling myself one of obstacles? You know? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. And the reality is, I might not like solve this today, right? Like I might not find out an answer today. Maybe I do. Maybe it comes while there's a gnat. Maybe it comes once I get off the stream. Maybe I finally like hear it, right? Like it comes up in me and it's like, boom, that's it. Why? Maybe it comes up because I've been transparent today on this stream about how I'm feeling, and hopefully it helps somebody else. And so now I end up getting my answer and reap a harvest because of the fact that I've put this out there and been very vulnerable in this stream. I don't know, possibly. I believe it could. I believe I can get it right now before we even finish the stream. But if it doesn't get fully solved today, it is what it is, right? I believe that sometimes, right, understanding yourself, it takes more than one conversation. Like you're not gonna find yourself in one conversation, right? Because it's layers. There's layers to this. Look how many questions I've asked myself today. I've asked myself a lot of questions, and I've tried to answer those questions, because I'm really, really trying to figure it out. Like this ain't no joke. I'm not here just to entertain y'all, especially not today. You know what I'm saying? Come on, chat. Again, I'm being transparent here. You know what I'm saying? Roll with me. Roll with me. Roll with me. Roll with me. Because I feel like the times that I'm I'm feeling stuck, it can't be random. Like it cannot be random. Like there has to be something. There has to be something. And more than likely it's probably me. Right? But what part of me? Well, what do I need to adjust? What do I need to, you know, do or not do to get out of this position, this state that I'm finding myself in? You know what I'm saying? And that's the part that I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't know where to get the answer from, right? I don't have all the answers. I don't have all the answers, right? But I do have questions. Questions can get you the answers, right? That's what I do know. So because I have questions, okay, here's another question. Like, what is this feeling trying to show me? That's one question. Let me just think of more. Let me think of more questions. That's one question. Because if questions can get me to answers, then maybe I'm not asking the right questions. So, the first question that I said was, what is this feeling trying to show me? Right? What am I supposed to see here? What am I supposed to hear here? What am I supposed to feel here? Because just because I'm feeling a way, that doesn't mean that's the feeling I'm supposed to feel right now. I may need to be feeling a different feeling because that's what the moment is trying to tell me. Right? In this moment, this feeling is trying to tell me that I need to change the way that I'm feeling. I don't know. I don't know, people. I don't know. I told you we working on it. We trying to figure this out. Right? Like, okay, what do I need to release? What do I need to get rid of? What do I need to simplify? Is it my business? Is it my understanding? Is it my perspective? What do I need to stop fighting? Is there something I'm supposed to be doing but I'm fighting it? Like I don't want to do that thing. And that's what's holding me back. I should be doing this thing, but instead I keep saying, nah, I don't want to do that thing. I want to do this thing. And so maybe I don't need to be fighting whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And maybe today is not about me having the answers, right? Because I don't feel like that's what the point of today is. It's not to have the answer, right? To have the well thought out, right? Like and say, oh, I know all this and that, boom, I can figure myself out. Because sometimes it takes a while. It takes a while to figure out what it is. It takes a while to figure out, what may be holding you back, where you missing it or something like that, right? I just think today is me really just being honest enough to stop and look at myself and say, why have you not reached this goal or that goal? Why have you kept doing this thing or that thing? right? Because you should have a reason for everything you do. Like everything you do should have a reason for, and you should know why you're doing it, what you're doing it for, and what the goal is or what the outcome is if you keep doing it. And you should have a plan for getting from where you're starting it to where success is, right? I'm telling you this because maybe that might be the issue. Like even when it comes to my music, well, what's the goal? Right? When it comes to my two businesses, what's the goal? What's the finale of that? What is the grand? Who is it helping? Right? Who is it helping? Who's your target audience? Right? Like these are things that I do have written down, right, in my business plan and stuff like that. So I have these things written down. But am I actually walking that out? Am I walking out the plan, or am I just trying to figure out how to make the next dollar? You know what I'm saying? Because maybe I do get in my own way sometimes. Right? Not always, but enough that's keeping me from reaching where I know I would like to go, where I know the goal is, right? That's like let's say I'm playing soccer, right? Let's say soccer is the sport that I play, and I'm sitting here like playing soccer, but yet every time that I kick the ball to go forward, another one of me pops out in front of me and stands there and guards me from trying to get down the field to be able to, the pitch, if you will, to get down there and score a goal, right? Another one of me, every time I kick the ball, makes an appearance in front of me and tries to keep me from getting to the goal. That's what it feels like. Maybe the first step of this whole thing is not me being able to fix this tonight or today. All right? Maybe the first step is not to fix it. Maybe it's just, to be real enough with myself to say, yeah, something in me has been fighting me, right? This is me taking ownership and saying something in me has been fighting me. And maybe that's the only thing I need to really understand. Right? Maybe it's not about the what. Maybe it's not about the what has been fighting me. Maybe it's about recognizing that it's me holding me back. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe I need to know that it's me so I can get out of my own way. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it is. And now that I've even said that, maybe it'll lift. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it'll lift. Maybe it'll allow me to push through that ceiling that's been holding me underneath my full potential. I don't know. But I feel like it could be. I really do. I feel like maybe it's just me understanding that there is something in me that's doing it. So now I can at least know where to look, right? Because I can't look externally. I can't say, okay, well, let me change that. Let me do this over here. Let me, not do this over there, right? Like maybe it's just me now understanding that it's something in me that's fighting me, not something I'm doing, not something that, because like I said, I got drive. I'm rolling. I'm doing all kinds of things, right? I'm finishing them. I'm not just starting a bunch of random stuff and not finishing. Like, I'm finishing everything I do. There's nothing that I do that I don't finish, right? Unless it just cannot be finished because maybe technology's not there yet, or maybe something, there's not something that does that yet, and I got to figure out that first. Like, that's the only way that I'm not completing the things that I put my mind to. So in that, I'm saying maybe it's the understanding that something in me just keeps wanting me to not be what I'm supposed to be. I guess that could be seen as self-doubt, right? Self-doubt. But self-doubt in the case that I don't even know that I'm doubting myself. I don't know, because I don't think I am. So if I don't know, but yet that's maybe the question, then maybe there's some legs to stand on there, right? So maybe I need to go back and look into the video of my own that I did called Self-Trust. Maybe I need to go back into that and just listen to it, right? I've done so many videos right now that, and this is what I found out with my music. I found out sometimes that I can listen to my own music and I'm talking to myself. I can listen to my own music and I give myself the answers that I've already recorded, already put out there in the world. But yet when I listen to it, other people say when they listen to it, oh man, yeah, man, that song right there, man, it did something for me. It changed the way I thought about this and I went off and did whatever. This is what I was talking about when I say I help people do their thing, but then me, what's up with me? So maybe I just need to take my own medicine, right? Maybe I need to listen to my own stuff. I need to listen to my own videos and go back and say, okay, is it self-doubt? Which would be, I don't trust myself, right? I don't have any self-trust in certain areas. Let me turn the medicine on myself and drink it, right? Sit there, listen to it, and see whether it's speaking to me, whether that's the thing. Because I might have already answered my own question, right? Matter of fact, some of these videos may have answered all the questions that I had today. Maybe. Because as I stated at the beginning, I am a very smart individual. I know that. And so because I know I'm that smart, I know I do it already. There's already a pattern there. There's already a pattern of me going back and listening to my music and then getting a breakthrough because I heard myself say this thing that I was convinced when I did the song that that's how it was. Because I know that. But sometimes it's just hard to implement that even though I know it. And so these are the things that I've been telling y'all. And so today, I'm taking my own medicine, people. So I'm going to end this stream because I'm going to go back and I am going to watch some of these other videos. Okay? I'm going to watch some of these other videos that I've already done. And maybe you need to do the same. Maybe we might just need to do it together. Maybe we need to go back. Matter of fact, if you join the Discord, right? Type in exclamation Discord in the chat. Get my Discord link. Click that. Get into the Discord. And maybe what we can do is figure out, well, which videos, rank the highest of the ones we need to go back and watch again. And then I'll just watch them on live stream. Based on what you hear from me today, based on all that you heard me walk through, here's what I want you to do. Get in the comments or join the Discord, right? The Discord group is called The Real Rich Bees. Join the Discord. And if you join the Discord or put it in the chat, let's try to figure out what videos do you think, based on what I said today, that I need to go back and watch. Let's figure that out. Because if whatever one gets the most votes, we will go through and we will rewatch that video on live stream together and see if it helps. See if we get some clarity, see if we get some understanding. That's where I'm at today. All right. So I told y'all yesterday the fact that I went to the post office today. I still need to go to the post office again. Got to check my P.O. box. And I got to get some traction on some things. So I'm going to be working through those. I know I got maybe a meeting or two today. Yeah, I think I have 2 meetings today. So I need to get those things handled. I may have to push one of the meetings because it might be too soon. I might not have a chance to do it. But with that being said, I appreciate y'all joining me today. I really do. I appreciate you even getting on, working through this with me, listening to me. Because you didn't have to listen. Glad you did. And hopefully we can work together to solve the problem for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm willing to work together to solve the problem for you. I give you videos every day that can help you guys through some things. And so maybe we need to do the same thing for me. All right. Appreciate you. You know who it is. You know what it is. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your mans. Rich Bees. The Real Rich Bees. YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Know that if ain't nobody said that they love you today, Rich Bees does. And I'm going to continue to bring more content for all of us to live the best version of ourselves each and every day. Today, I'm having issues in myself. It has nothing to do with my outside existence. It's all internal today. And I figured I'd come on here and share it with you. So thank you for joining. All right. If you feel so inclined, make sure you follow. Let's get the follow goal up. We now have 5 subscribers. So I appreciate all of my subscribers. Know that. And thank you guys. Rich Bees out. Welcome. You know who it is. You know what it is. We back. Yes, I took a couple of days off, right? I know you haven't seen any streams from me. And why, you might ask? Because I got busy. You know what I'm saying? Got busy. Trying to get stuff done. Had some projects needed to go out. So didn't really have much time to jump on a live, right? It was crunch time. You know what I'm saying? I told you, I hit deadlines, right? So, gotta hit the deadline. Even if it comes like down to the wire. Fact is, I gotta hit the deadline. So, I do have another deadline, right? My next deadline is actually Friday. However, the client wanted to push that back a little bit. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. Even though, basically, the project is finished. You know what I'm saying? But if they want to push back the deadline, wonderful. You know why? Because then that allows me to tweak. You know what I'm saying? Do a little bit extra. Try to put a little sauce on that. That's why. So, with that being said, that's kind of where we're going to get to today. A little bit of kombucha. I don't know if y'all like kombucha. I do. So there's that. But so what I'm talking about today has to do with exactly what you see in the title, right? But also looking at a project and realizing that that project, you have a deadline, right? Again, working through this thought process, because the title today is Why Rush Your Life, right? Now, that can be in business, that can be in personal life, that can be, in every aspect of what you do. The question is, why rush, right? Why rush? I added on later the your life because in essence, isn't that what we're doing? right? We're rushing our life. I want to enjoy my life, right? I want to enjoy my life. I want to be able to, understand what's happening around me. I want to be able to take in all that's happening around me. And so I don't want to be on the treadmill of life just running. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You around there sweating bullets because you rushing. You sitting there just running and running and running. You got your head tilted back. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere you go. That's not what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? We can't do that. But why? Right? Why can't we do that? We'll get into that, right? So let's stick a pin there. We'll push that back a little bit, right? We'll push that back a little bit. And what we're going to talk about, though, is why are you rushing to begin with? Right? So I hear you. You're saying, well, I don't rush. I just do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? I just do what I got to do. But when you really look at it, if you have a job, you're more than likely running to work, right? You're rushing to work. Then, while you're driving, you're rushing, right? Driving all fast. You know what I'm saying? You got your foot to the pedal to the metal. Come on, you rushing, right? When you're having dialogue with people, you rushing your responses, right? Because you're not really responding, you're just reacting. So you're not actually taking time to think through what a person says and then adequately form a response and present that response, right? That's a different type of energy. It's a different type of energy. And if we're going to be showing up to be the best version of our life, we have to learn how to not rush and to thoroughly think through your response and then respond, right? Y'all are sitting here trying to rush to pivot in a business. You got your own company. You might have your own business, right? Self-employed. Okay, cool. But you're rushing because you want to change. Oh, I got to make this. I got to make that change. I got to do that thing. You know what I'm saying? And so you're rushing in your relationship, right? You might be, boyfriend, girlfriend, let's say you're boyfriend, girlfriend, and now you want to, okay, I need to make this serious. I need to go ahead and get married, right? And so you rush into being a fiance, and then you rush into getting married. And then you wonder why your relationship is all tattered. You know what I'm saying? Because you rushed. You rushed it, right? And I personally think, and I'm sorry, I feel like I got something in my eye. But I personally think that is a product of the microwave generation, right? Microwave generation. Now, when I was growing up, we did have microwaves, but that wasn't until a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't really everybody. It wasn't as saturated in the market with microwaves when you come to talking about people's homes that they actually everybody had one. We got them later, right? And so I didn't grow up understanding that you can just pop something in the microwave and then boom, boom, boom. Like I said, that was a little bit later. So my understanding of getting things done meant you had to put it on the stove. You had to simmer it. You know what I'm saying? Like you had to cake on the phone with your girlfriend. You had to write letters and things. And if you're going to progress your relationship, think about it. If you're writing letters, that was like a 3-day turnaround, right? If I mail it today, well, first I had to write it. So maybe that took, maybe a day to write through it and then a mess up. And then you get another piece of paper and you write it again, right? Talking about a 4-page letter, right? Aaliyah. So if I'm sending a 4-page letter, that might take me a smooth 2-3 days to write. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you wanted to look good. If you wanted to be nice and precise and get your whole, thought process out that you're trying to get across, right? So if I have to write this letter and it takes me 3 days, and then I mail it, it takes another 3 days to get to, your person, then not only do you have that time frame, now you have the time frame of her or him reading it and then drafting up a response and then putting it back in the mail and then you getting it and reading it. That's a long process, right? I'm not saying it's better, but I'm saying you can't rush. You had time to think about it, right? You had to wait in anticipation for what you wanted. It wasn't something that was just going to be boom, boom, instant response, boom. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a rush. So now people will sit here and text somebody, right? And then they sit there and wait because they're like, they're rushing for a response. Respond. They got to respond now. If they don't respond now, then they're trying to ghost me. What? No. Sometimes people have things that they're doing. They got to think through how they want to respond to what you said. It's not that they're trying to ghost you. It's not that they're trying to push you off. It's that they have to think through it. If they don't get a chance to think through it, then how are they going to respond in a way that they can stand on, right? If you're going to stand on business, you got to be able to know exactly what I want to get across, say it in a way that the other person should be able to understand what I'm trying to get across, right? And then wait for them to digest that and come up with how they want to respond. But everybody wants it now. I hear you. And that's what most people want. They want it now. If they don't get it now, then it's a problem, and this person don't know what they want. They're indecisive, or whatever, because they didn't get a response now. I don't think that that's true. And I think that that's why a lot of people now have anxiety, right? Because they need it now. If they don't get the response or the feeling now, then it puts them in this heightened state of, oh, is it going to come? Oh. Okay, back in the day when we were sending those letters off to our boyfriend, girlfriends, right? We writing these letters and stuff like that. Yes, we had anticipation, right? We had anticipation, but it was a good thing, right? You go out to check the mailbox every day. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? Now that I think about it, that might be the reason why anxiety wasn't as bad. This is based on what I believe, okay? So I'm Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees. I'll be here all week. You find me on all these. What I'm saying is that if we had anticipation and we had to go to the mailbox, right? We had to keep checking the mailbox. We out the blinds looking for the mailman. You know what I'm saying? We sitting there peeky blinds, like, where's the mailman at? And when the mailman does come, right? Or matter of fact, in that whole process, what do we have? We had action being taken, right? We were doing things that worked off that anxiety or that anticipation, because anticipation is this energy, right? It's this bubbling up. It's this feeling that you get of anticipation, right? But how do you work that off, right? It's almost like if I go to perform on a stage, right? Whenever I'm doing my music, I go to perform and I'm about to go on stage, right? I start getting hyped. I start getting nervous, right? My stomach starts feeling away. My breathing may increase, right? I'm getting excited, right? My hand might start shaking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Knees start shaking. Maybe. It's not that I'm not going to do it. Nothing in my body is going to tell me not to do it. It's the fact that, I don't know how this is going to go. I've practiced for it. Yeah, I'm ready for it. But, okay, here we go. You know what I'm saying? Once you hit the stage, you say the first line. It's on from there. Or you hear the beat. You know what I'm saying? So my point that I'm getting across here, trying to get across, hopefully you're receiving this, is that there's a patience in anticipation and actions, right? Because of the energy that's going on inside of you. So now you have to try to deal with that. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? If I'm dealing with that anticipation and I'm trying to handle that, then, me going to check the blinds, me going out to the mailbox, looking in it, anything in there, right? those were ways that we had to run out to do something, check the mailbox, right? Go back inside. And then your parents is like, go sit down somewhere. You keep checking that mailbox. It'll come when it comes. You know what I'm saying? And so what that means is, but you kept putting movement behind that anticipation, right? Movement. Let me go do. Even though you knew that you was going to have to wait, right? And yes, you probably didn't want to wait, but we did because you had no other option, right? Other than a phone call. But some people couldn't talk on the phone that much, right? Some people didn't even have a house phone. So you had to wait. Now, with me saying that, I'm still talking about rushing, right? Rushing. What we know is that when you are rushing your life, I think that it's because of the pressure, right, that's forcing your movement, because you're not moving in wisdom, right? You don't have peace in that area, and or there's no structure present. Is that making sense? Okay. Is there another way I can say that? If you have pressure in your life, right? Okay. Here's the pressure. The pressure could be something like, if I don't finish this thing, then I'm going to get fired. Right? Is that a fact, or is that something that you think? Right? If I don't get to this appointment early, then am I going to make a bad first impression? Right? Meaning you're moving out of fear and you're rushing because you think something's going to happen. Right? So let me give you a first check. Let's check that real quick, right? Let's check that. How are we going to check that? You can do this yourself. This is a self-check that you can do, obviously, yourself, because it's a self-check. So first, self-check. Here we go. Ask yourself this question. What am I afraid is going to happen if I don't rush to do it? Right? What's going to happen? What are you afraid of? We just said that if you're rushing, then a lot of times you're rushing based on a fear that something's going to happen. Right? Whatever that thing is, what is that? What are you afraid of? What's the big bad wolf in that situation? That's what you have to ask yourself. Right? If you think about, okay, let's go to a car, right? If we're driving and we're rushing, right? We're driving around, darting through traffic, all that kind of stuff, right? Because we feel like we might be a few minutes late, right? What if you are? I'm not advocating for CP time, right? I'm not advocating for being late. I'm not advocating for that. But I'm saying that if you are late, what's going to happen? I would posit that if you rush, chances are you can create bigger consequences for your life. Some of them can be deadly consequences if you're rushing while you're driving. Right? I think that when we go to work, a lot of us work in a panic type of mode, right? The mode is panic. Why is the mode panic? Because you feel like if I get fired from this job, I'm not going to have no money. I'm going to lose where I stayed. I'm going to become unhoused. And then I'm going to end up in somebody's gutter looking crazy, right? Or once I lose my job, people are going to talk about me, right? I'm going to lose my friends, right? Because now I don't make as much as I was. Like, all of these fears that you have, are any of them valid? Don't know, right? Nobody knows the future, but I do know that living from a panic lifestyle is going to end up having you super anxious inside and probably not having a great experience for your life, right? So, if urgency, right, is the only thing that makes you move, then maybe that urgency is controlling your life, right? I want to control my life. I don't want anybody else to control my life, right? Or anything else to control my life. I want to be able to make great decisions so I can get the outcome that I want. I know that starts off with I have to know what I want, and that's a fact. And I've tried to say that before. I don't know if you guys got it, but I said it before that we need to start saying what we want, not what we don't want. And if I did, I'm gonna look over my archive, right? Over the videos. Y'all can go to the YouTube. Y'all can go over to the YouTube, see if I did a video on that. If I didn't do a video on that, chat, put it in the chat or put it in the comments and let me know if you see a video on saying what I want. If I didn't do one, I will, because that is a huge thing that I had to overcome some years back, right? So I'm not going to go into it now, but if I am moving only when things are urgent, remember we had the whole live talking about pressure, right? Am I addicted to pressure, right? In this sense, I'm not talking about the pressure of the life, right? Doing things at the last minute. I'm more so talking about the urgency in which you work, like the rushing part of it, right? So if we're talking about getting from point A to point B, if we're talking about not wanting to wait for things, right? Not being okay with the wait. Now we're talking about the rushing aspect, the urgency, right? Like not the pressure part, but the urgency of it. Now, that can lead you to liking the pressure part, right? Because you're putting yourself under more pressure if you don't do what? If you don't plan, right? If you don't plan and you don't have a methodic way that you're going to handle something, that's how you end up in the pressure. You're not rushing anymore, right? Well, excuse me, you start rushing even more. That's what I meant to say. You start rushing even more because you've put this pressure on your life. So that's why I'm saying, like, when you think about someone who is, let's say you are a little bit late getting home, okay? Let's say you're supposed to be home at 8 p.m. and right now it's 7:45. You got a 40-minute ride home, right? You know you're going to be late. Why rush? Why rush? Yes, you have to be there at 8. Understandable, right? Understandable. We don't know in this moment why you are late leaving where you were, okay? We don't know what that is because that's not what we're talking about in this moment. But as soon as you realize that you were going to be late, you don't have to rush. Rushing is not the answer to that being late. If you can, in the chat, tell me what the answer is. What is the response if you know that you are going to be, what? That would end up making you 15 minutes late. If you're supposed to be somewhere at 8 o'clock, it's 7:45. That's going to put you at about 8:20, chat. Is that right? About 8:20? So, which means you are definitely going to be late. What is your response? What are you supposed to do? If you're going to show up as the best version of yourself, what is that? Right? I would say, this is my thought. As soon as I realize I'm going to be late, boom. Hello? Whoever I'm supposed to meet at 8 p.m., listen, I'm running a little bit late, right? I can jump on, I can be on, I can talk to you at about so and so time. Soon as you realize. Most people would appreciate that. Oh yeah, no problem, dog. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just let me know when you get there. Right? Oh, no problem. I know we gotta meet. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm running a little bit late myself. I'll be there about the same time. It's nothing but a phone call. Why do you think that something's going to happen because you're late? Because that's what rushing is. If you're rushing basically out of fear. You're rushing out of fear. There's no confidence there. There's no peace there. There's no you are literally rushing out of fear because you think something's going to happen. And that's why I said in the first check, what are you afraid of? Right? If you show up late, what are you afraid of? Right? If you're not able to get that deadline met, what are you afraid of? Is the world going to stop spinning? Okay. I think let's level set this. It's one thing to rush because somebody has a gun to somebody that you love's head, and now you have to try to rush and be at a certain place by a certain time because if you're not there, then it's gonna be pew pew. If that's the case, rush, run, do everything you got to do to get there. I get it. I do. It's okay. But most of your life's not like that. That's not what's going on in your life. What's going on in your life, more than likely, is the fact that you failed to plan adequately. What's going on in your life is you let somebody else run over your time, which made you not be able to make your next appointment. Right? Or if you're the person that was leading the last meeting, you let it go over time when you could have stopped it. So why rush? You see what I'm saying? You could have ended that last meeting on time and then progress through the time that you need to progress through to get to where you need to be by the next time. Again, this is not rocket science, people. We are trying to show up as the best version of ourselves, and the only way you do that is intentionally. You have to make a decision on what you want your life to look like. And I'm pretty sure nobody wants to live a life of panic. Nobody wants to live a life of fear. Nobody wants to live a life where they feel like that they're all over the place and can't have some consistency, can't have some, things that they can count on, right? People want peace because everybody complains about it. Oh, I gotta go do this. This is just a lot. This is just too much. This is overwhelming. I don't even have the bandwidth, right? Make the bandwidth. How? By choosing the things that you want to do and knowing the things that you don't want to do and separating yourself from the things you don't want to do so you can only have the things that you want to do in your life. Because then you'll plan more effectively. You'll make the moves needed to be where you need to be on time, right? Which can potentially lead to more success. It's not rocket science, right? What it is intentional thinking, planning, and strategizing. That's what it is. I don't think it gets any simpler than that, right? It doesn't get any easier than that if you want to be for real. So if we talk about even in the, let's say, financial lane, right? If you are rushing to go pay bills, if you are rushing to try to make sure that your lights don't get cut off or something like that, okay, I understand that. However, I defer back to what I previously said. Plan more. Plan better. Why? Because there were probably times that you could have took a couple dollars here, put it to the bill. A couple dollars there, put it to the bill. A couple dollars here, put it to the bill. I think people don't realize that just because you have a bill, you don't have to pay the whole thing at one time. I don't have to wait until I get up enough money to pay the bill. I don't. If it takes you 10, okay, say the bill's $100, right? If it takes me paying $10 a week, or not a week, 10 times, right? $10 10 times within that month to make sure that bill is paid, it is what it is. Right? What are they going to tell you? Oh, no, I can't take you $10. You got to pay the full bill. You think that's what they're going to tell you? They want that money. It don't matter how you get it. You could do the same thing with your mortgage payment. You could do the same thing with your credit card payment. You could do the same thing with any payment that you have. Because as long as they have enough that covers that owed balance by time the due date, they good. All I'm trying to do is help. Right? Give us another way to think about this, because we're moving from a sense of fear, a sense of panic, a sense of frustration, right? Because that's all rushing is, right? Okay, if you think about it this way, rushing is often fear in motion, right? I mean, I would think of it. Okay, so if I'm scared that something's gonna happen in the future that I don't even know, and I'm rushing to make sure that that doesn't happen, that we don't even know is gonna happen, that doesn't seem smart, does it? At least I don't think it does. Whatever you're going to do, just commit to it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Let's say I'm going to a party, right? I'm going to a party, and let's say the party's for me, right? Me personally, because of this is how I am, I would rather be there when the party starts, right? Party at 10 o'clock. Okay, I want to be there at 10 o'clock. However, a lot of times the party's for you, it's what is it? I don't want to say it's okay, but it's understood that a lot of times the guest of honor is going to come in after everybody else gets there, right? So that way they could be celebrated upon their walk in. They can see the people that they know. Oh, what's going on, bro? Oh, what's happening? Yo, hey, ain't seen in a long time, homie. You know what I'm saying? Hey, watch it now. Hey, glad you can make it, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're going to do. So, is it okay to be late? I think so, in that sense. But that doesn't mean I have to rush to it, right? Even though I may want to be there at 10, if I'm late, okay, cool, right? If I'm fashionably late for things, how late are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying to make it a habit to be late. That's not what I'm saying. Far from what I'm saying. I'm saying be there on time. I can understand the modes by which you may be late because of certain standards, understandings, or whatever. That's what I was trying to give grace for, right? But what I'm trying to get across is don't be late. Plan appropriately so you won't have to be that. Now, it's one thing if we talk about traffic, right? Because in some places there's tons of traffic. There's so much traffic that no matter where you go, it's going to be an hour to get there. Plan for that. Right? Plan for that. Because we don't want to be rushing out of fear. If we're moving, we want to be more like wisdom in action, right? Like we want to be wise and put that wisdom into action. Because I believe that there's a difference between, right, rushing and moving. Rushing is out of fear. Moving is out of intention. Does that make sense? Chat, where we at? Does that make sense? I think we might be on the same page now. I think we got there. I think we got there. So let me go a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit more. If speed and momentum are two different things, right? I think you would agree. I know from what I understand, that's the same thing people saying, oh man, that car's fast. Or they might say, oh man, that car's quick. Right? Quick and fast can be considered the same thing, but when you talk about speed, they're different. Right? Fast means that it can get from point A to point B fast, right? Quick means the time at which it can make certain metrics is quick, right? So let's say 0 to 60. If you can go to 0 to 60 in 1 second, that's quick. That's quick. Right? But if I can go, if I can do a 10-second quarter mile, that's fast. That car is fast. Make sense? So speed is not the same thing as momentum. We talked about that before, right? In the past. We didn't talk about speed, but we talked about momentum. So you should understand what momentum means at this point. If not, go back, watch the video, go to YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Watch the video. And what you'll see when we talked about momentum is that momentum can only be calculated after it stops. Right? So if you have momentum, you only know how much momentum you had after it's over. Because you calculate momentum by whatever force can stop it. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know. That's how you know how much momentum you had when it comes against something that stops it. That's how you can find out what the momentum is. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I'm wrong in that, and we read the definition, so maybe my account of what that means might not be right. Hey, listen, I might not always be right. Matter of fact, I know I'm not always right, but I did read the definition. So if my interpretation is off, then that's that. But based on my interpretation of the definition, it's calculated upon what comes against it. So that means that it has to stop if you're going to be able to tell how much momentum it had, right? Because it's resistance, right? Now, speed is how fast you're getting somewhere, right? And if we understand that, then that means that fast changes are not always wise changes, because sometimes we can move too fast to be able to make wise decisions, right? I think that if you are wise, you'll know that I don't have to rush. I don't have to rush. I don't have to go fast. I don't have to. A lot of times it's the younger crowd who is going to move fast because they don't know that they don't have to. They're operating out of fear, so they think that they have to. You know what I'm saying? So if we go a little bit deeper, I think that there's questions that we can ask ourselves, right? That's separate from the initial question, right? Of what am I afraid of? And we start asking other questions like, do I need speed here or do I need better structure? Right? Do I have to move fast or is something making me feel like I need to go fast? Right? Because in the form of a project, if I have a project and I'm dealing with a client and they're like, oh, we really got to get it out by this time. We really got to have it done by this time, right? And I know how much work we have to do to get that done. Then I'm going to ask the question, well, why? Right? Like, what is this deal? Why are we moving to that deadline? And why is that deadline so short, right? Or coming so fast? What is it that we have to be done by that time? And when they give me the answer, right, they say, oh, well, I just really wanted a lot like that because, you know, that gives me time to market before this thing. Okay, so that thing you want to have it done by. They say, yes. Okay, cool. So then let's back up the plan and see, based on how long it takes to do the things, can we get it done in that amount of time? Right? And so then if I walk out the plan with them, right, based on trying to fulfill their expectations, then they will more than likely say, you know what? That sounds like a lot. I think we might need to maybe, okay, do you think if we get rid of this feature and that feature, or maybe not do this one like this, we just kind of make it a little bit, I say, okay, that might work. But what if we do this? What if we do this part and this part, right? Because that's enough for you to have as the showing. It'll still work. It'll still do the things. It's just missing all these little extra things or the back end for the administration or something like that, right? The front end will work. Most of the things you need will work, but we're going to put off this other part right here because this part doesn't affect whether or not it works, whether or not a client can get in it, whether or not it can still do the thing to help you start to generate revenue. Okay, so if we do that part and then you can release that part by that date, and then maybe 2-3 weeks later we can have the rest of that other part done. How would you think about that? Right? Because my whole thing is, why do we rush? Because if we're rushing, I believe that we're not going to do our best work. I really don't think we'll do our best work. I think we can do good work, yes, but is it our best work? Is it the work that we can be proud of and stand behind? Or is it the whole time we're going to be thinking like, man, I could have did that better. Or man, I should have thought about that. I didn't even think about that. We could have did that instead of that. You see what I'm saying? All because we were meeting an arbitrary deadline that made us have to rush to get to. I don't think that that's good. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's good. I think we should ask ourselves questions like, you know, am I building my life or am I reacting to the pressure? Right? Am I building my life or am I reacting to the pressure of my life? And I think a lot of people would probably realize that we are reacting to the pressure of life. That's no bueno. You know what I'm saying? That's no good. We can't react to the pressure. We have to come up with the plan. How do we want our life to play out? Structure it appropriately and then work the plan. Work the plan. I think that's how we'll end up getting ahead. And when I say we'll get ahead, I'm talking about we as a people. Because right now, I don't think that it's, you know, color based like white against black or, you know, Spanish speaking countries over like Germanic countries or whatever, right? Like, I don't think all of that really is a thing. I do know that there are tensions, but I also believe that there is another side of it. I believe that the real thing we are going against is 2 levels deep. But I'm just going to start with the first one. The first one is it's the people and the government. That's the thing at this point. Right? Most countries. I think the government has its way that it wants their citizens to be understand, and do. And the people are like, no, I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? And so if they don't want to do that, it's because they don't want that pressure. They don't want that thing that they're doing is pumping fear in their community, and they don't want the fear. Why are you fear mongering? Why are you acting like the world's about to end? Tell us the truth. If the world's about to end, it's because you're pushing it to. Okay. All right. I hear you. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. Because that's not what we're talking about, the rushing part. You know what I'm saying? I told y'all sometimes I can get off on a tangent. Normally I'm going to bring it back around, and I was going to bring that back around, but I'm like, you know what? Let's just stay off that for now. That can be a full nother stream. We'll talk about that another time, right? So let's say this. Here are some ways that we can get past the rushing, right? We can not have to rush, and we can move with wisdom through strategic modes of operation. Here's what we're doing. Here's the correction. Here's the fix. Okay? Hot off the presses. You know these things, but sometimes people have to tell you, you have to hear it again to say, I knew that the whole time. Okay, here's the first one. First, build margin, right? Build in margins. Margins for the time that the deadline is. Whenever the deadline is, whenever the time that you're supposed to arrive, whenever the goal is, whatever that is, build in margins. Build in margins. If you have margins, then if something goes wrong, you have at least a little bit of time to get back on track. Margins are needed. And even if we want to talk about it in a financial way, if you're giving somebody an estimate, don't just charge them the base of what it costs to do the thing. Build in margins. Build in margins. Not saying that they're not going to pay, but what if it takes them a while to pay? If I had some margins earlier, then I can probably stave off the time that they need to pay, or not have to feel anxious about when are they going to pay, right? Because I've already built in some margin. I built some margin in the front, built some margin in the back. Why? Because also, you never know. A client may change their project, right? You may have project changes. So if they do, yes, we're going to charge them for project changes, of course. But if they do, some of them you might be like, you know what? Because you want to give good customer service, you're like, you know what? Don't even worry about adding anything extra for that change. That change request, I'll handle that one. Okay? That part right there, don't even worry about it. They be like, oh, great. I appreciate that. Yeah, man, I saved you a couple $100, cool. But you can do it because you built in the margins from the gate. I'm giving y'all free game. All it takes y'all is time. And at this point, we're at 45 minutes to listen to this and get to that point. Build margins. All right? Build margins. Here's another one. The other thing that we can do to help us in these situations so we won't be rushing is to leave earlier. You got a deadline. You have a time that you're supposed to arrive. Leave earlier. Right? Leave before the time that you're supposed to be there, a lot earlier than you think you should. That way, when you get there, it's not a rush. You get there, you park your car, you get out, you know what I'm saying? You might go to the restroom real quick, grab you a sip of water, you know what I'm saying? You look around, you can see the paintings they got on the office walls, you can meet some people who are in there before you ever have to be there by that time. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to get mad at the doorman. You don't have to, get mad at the elevators taking a long time. Like, you don't have to get mad at the other drivers. Why? Because you left earlier. And that goes right back to building in margins, because that's all it is. You built in extra time. So that way, if anything does come up, you're still good. That's intentional. That's thought. Right? That's planning. Right? So the other, not the other, because it's not like there's 3. There's 5 that I have. Here's number 3 though. If we can stop forcing decisions that need to be made in the same day, right? This can stop us from rushing. You don't have to make the decision that same day. You don't have to make a same day decision. You can wait. You can literally wait till the next day, right? You don't have to. If it's not something that's going to, well, first of all, most, if it has to do with a bill, whether to pay it or not, that shouldn't be the last day anyway. Like, I shouldn't have to decide on the last day because I've already made small payments over the month, right? We already corrected that earlier. So at this point, I'm like, if you have the decision that you have to make, I don't think most decisions have to be made in that same day. Unless you're talking about, what am I going to eat? Okay, right? Like, what am I eating today? What do I feel like eating? Okay, that might have to be made the same day unless you're just not going to eat. If you're not, that's okay too. If you don't want to eat that day, okay, cool. Right? But most decisions don't have to be made the same day. So stop forcing it. All right. All right, number 4. I would say create a plan, right, before the pressure hits, right? That's why I said, even when I talked to the client, we were talking about the project or whatever, that's creating the plan before it's the last minute and we talking about how we're going to get these features in there, which features are we not going to do, right? This is the plan for how we're going to operate, so that way we won't have to force decisions in the last minute, and we won't have to sit here and try to say that now you have to pay for a change, in the project or whatever. I'm saying to create the plan from the beginning, right? And even talk about, when you're creating that plan, talk about with yourself, with the person that you're in the plan with or whatever, talk about, well, what do we do if it comes down to the last minute, right? What are the things that we can potentially cut out at the last minute, even though we think we're going to do them now? What are those things, right? So we might scale back the project, and then even in that scale back, well, what if we still can't hit the deadline? What happens then? Is there anything else that we're like, maybe we can put this feature off, or maybe we can do this a different way? That's creating a great plan, a solid plan, a strategically sound plan. That's what we want to do, right? In all situations, we want to have a plan because we want to be successful. And in being successful, that means that you have to have a plan, right? So I urge you guys, and this is number 5, don't let discomfort make everything feel like it's urgent, right? A lot of times we'll sit here and feel like uneasy, right? Anxious, right? Like, man, it should have happened by now, right? I'm not where I want to be, right? I'm not who I thought I would have been by now. So now everything that I'm doing feels urgent. I got to do it. I'm rushing to do this. I'm rushing to do that. I'm trying to make sure that's done. I'm trying to do that. Trying to do that. There's no control in that, right? And I'm not saying control everything else. I'm talking about control in yourself. There's no control because now I feel like I have to do everything else, which makes me have to rush. I got to do a billion things, because if I don't do a billion things, then how am I going to get where I thought I would be? But you didn't know the future anyway, so you would have, that might not be for now. That might have, what you may have seen in your dreams could have been, it could be in the next 2 years, not tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? You more than likely are not far off from where you're supposed to be by the time where you are, but there's still time, right? As long as your feet are standing on ground, you still have time. As long as you're in a vertical position, unless your job is horizontal, you still have time, right? Everybody has time. As long as you're on the top of the dirt and not under the dirt, 6 feet down, you have time. You know what I'm saying? You have time. Now, don't get me wrong. You know how they say time, life is short, right? Yes, in the grand scheme, when you pull out from a macro view, yes, time is short, right? In relation, if we compare, which we shouldn't do, but if we compare the time that humans have on Earth to the grand scale of Earth, we're here for seconds. We're here for milliseconds. Just a moment. We're here for a blip of time. But walking out day to day, you have time. You do have time. Right? You might feel like there's not enough time in a day. Okay. But if you plan, right? If you plan, then your days don't feel like you're not achieving anything. Right? Every day you can strategically see, I've gotten this fixed. Okay. I've finished this piece. Okay. I was able to attend this thing. Right? That got me to this thing, right? Like you can start to see how all of those things weave together because I'm not rushing. I'm not just doing whatever. I'm very targeted, very, focused, pointed, like an arrow, straight at the target, right? Like I know where I'm going, right? And if you plan, and you're moving intentionally, then you can be sure that the place that you arrive will be the right place that you were designed to be in. Right? If you plan, you move out of intention, you'll arrive at the place that you were actually designed to be in because you planned it. If you move randomly, rushing to do everything is urgent, everything is now. Yes, you can arrive at a place fast, but all you're doing is getting to the wrong place faster. Didn't plan, rushing to do everything, you all over the place, wrong place, faster. I mean, okay. Stop rushing. I implore you right now. This is from Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees, asking you to stop rushing. Be focused. Create a plan for where you desire to be in your life and move in that direction intentionally, without rushing, but with great wisdom. Move with action. All right. So chat, that's it for me today. All right, that's it for me today. Not only am I talking to you, but I'm also talking to me. This is how we need to move. This is the thing that we need to do. Right? So next time that you feel like you're rushing, ask yourself, why am I rushing? And you'll see that it's probably because of fear. Fear of something that didn't even happen yet. And we are not going to let that fear control our lives. All right. Thank y'all for dropping by. You know who it is. You know what it is. Tell a friend to follow your mans, Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees on all of these. See ya. Rich Bees out. Well. It's Rich Beef back again. You know who it is, you know what it is, and you know what it's about. It's about time to get into some real stuff. What stuff are we getting in to do? You've seen the title. The title says dealing with disappointment, right? So the question I have at this very moment is, have you ever been disappointed? Right? Have you been disappointed? If you've been disappointed, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Let me know. Say, hey, yo, I've been disappointed, or I'm dealing with disappointment right now, or I've figured out how to not be disappointed, right? Because if you have a strategy on how not to be disappointed, share it. Share it with the community. You know what I'm saying? Jump over in the Discord and share it with the community. Okay? And you can do that simply, like very simply, by jumping to the Discord, which is now in the chat. Click the link. That's the invite. You can join the Discord and we can talk about these things. You know what I'm saying? Because my whole intent with what we're doing is to literally just create a place that we can all come together and really become the best versions of ourselves. Not worried about what other people are doing, not worried about what other people got going on, only worry about ourselves. Okay? Because if we become a better version of ourselves, then we can be what we need to be for those who we're around, right? For our sphere of influence. That's the whole point, right? If you can get yourself in a place that functions well, and when I say functions well, I'm talking about with your body, with your mind, with your emotions, right? If you can get all those things aligned as one, you'll be able to move through this world in a with an ease, okay? Like within a flow, okay? So, um, how about how to overcome disappointment in yourself? That's all inclusive, right? Because there's times where you get disappointed from what someone else did, and there's times where you're disappointed in where you are. You know what I'm saying? And that's really what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So it's dealing with the disappointment. You know what I mean? Um and again, this is not, expert Rich. This is Rich figuring it out and doing that live with you guys. Okay? So, you know how we do. If the question is dealing with disappointment, have we been disappointed? And what are we going to do to not stay in that place of disappointment, right? Then the first thing we have to do is do what we always do. Let's look it up. You know what I'm saying? Let's look it up. So before we pull up the dictionary, I first want to say thank you guys for joining. Thank you for coming on to the stream today. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you'll get something out of this today, because that's the whole point. The point is for us to get just a little something new that we can implement in our lives to be able to have a better walk, and a better experience in our average everyday life, right? Some people's days are far from average. They do a lot of things. They're always on the go, blah blah blah. Some people are, I'm not gonna say less than average, but their day is a lot quieter, right? They do a couple of things and they kind of move smoothly through it. Not saying one day is better than the other, just depends on your life choices. Okay. What you want to experience in your life. And so if by chance you're doing all of your stuff or you're doing very little, that you can literally become disappointed depending upon whether you feel like you should have got something out of it, or whether you feel like somebody has not reached the level that you expected them to be at, right? Or they've done something that has made you feel a way, right? And it's not by anger or, frustration. It's just disappointment. What? What about that? What can we do about that, right? How do we deal with it? Now, that's what we're going to get into today. So let's go to the dictionary and we're going to look the word up. So, if I pull up the dictionary, we're going to get into it. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let's see what we got. Boom, boom. All right, it is ready. Make sure my stream is ready to pull it up. What's going on? Thank you for following. Thank you for following. Let's go to the desktop. We're gonna look it up. So here we go. We still got excuse up. We still got excuse up from when we were talking about excuses and what we were talking about excuses versus explanations, right? So we're gonna look up disappointment though. So disappointment. All right. Let's look that up and let's see if we can find out what the heck is going on. Oh shoot, my page done locked up. Stop. Disappointment. There we go. All right, disappointment. Let's see what let's define it. All right. So we're gonna look at the dictionary and we're gonna see what it says. At this moment, I don't know what is going on with this internet. It looks like it's being mad slow. How about I just refresh it? Let's see if we can get this thing to load. And it might be because I've had this same page open for 4 days. That might be what's happening. You know what I'm saying? That just might be what's happening. All right, hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to pull up a new tab. How about that? New tab. And we'll go to the dictionary because dictionary. All right. And we're going to pull up disappointment. Sometimes the browser don't want me to be great. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get through it. So here we go. Disappointment. Noun. The act or fact of disappointing. Okay. Okay, hold up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going because we're gonna back up, I see. So 2, the state or feeling of being disappointed, right? A person or thing that disappoints. Okay. So now what we want to do is figure out these words because we're using the same word to define it, and that's not the correct way that you would define a word. What's going on, Fat? I see you. Appreciate you joining today. We're here talking about disappointment. We're gonna figure out how to deal with it. And so let's click on disappointment. So let's go to the root word of disappointment and go to disappoint. All right. To fail to fulfill the expectation or wishes of, right? To defeat the fulfillment of hopes, plans, etc., thwart, frustrate. So it seems like, remember I said about frustration, right? And moved it a little bit different than disappointment. Well, the dictionary defines it as basically similar, right? Frustrate, disappoint. Okay. So if we're looking at the synonyms though, disenchant, dishearten, disillusioned, sadden. Okay, so it looks like disappointment is connected with being sad, is connected with being frustrated. So do we have a consistent understanding at this point of what disappointment is? To fail to fulfill the expectation or wishes of. So if we think about that from what I'm getting out of it in this moment, and tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. Tell me, chat. Tell me if I'm not getting this correctly. But basically, what it's saying is that a person will have an expectation or a plan or a hope of something, and it did not come to fruition, right? It did not uh, um, pan out, right? Is that what you guys are getting out of that, right? That's what disappointment means. That you whatever you had a plan for, it didn't actually work, or you had an expectation of something and it was not fulfilled. So to me, that is a clear definition of what disappointment is, right? A state of being disappointed, right? So disappointment is the state of being disappointed, and disappointment is an unfulfilled expectation. Is it hitting? If that's hitting, throw a W in the chat. Throw a W in the chat if that is if that's clear to you. Now, if we have disappointment being an unmet expectation, and it's funny because um, my wife uses that all the time, right? That's her, and it is, and I'm gonna actually get to actually what she says, but here's what the definition is: the state of being where something did not fulfill an expectation that you had. Bam. It's not failure though, and it's not rejection, right? And it has nothing to do with identity, right? Because it's a state of being. It's a state of being. Let's change that word. We can say saddened, right? Or we can say frustrated. Okay. So where in your life are you quietly disappointed right now? You can put it in the chat. Share it with the group. Share it with the group. Where in your life right now are you quietly disappointed? Right? Because if I think about it, one of the biggest challenges, and this kind of speaks to what Peabody said in the chat, which is I can literally in this moment feel disappointed about some of the areas that I'm in my life, right? Because when I think back, and now, yo, I'm being transparent here for y'all, chat. If I think back to when I was young, say about mm, early 20s, okay? Let's say early 20s. Early 20s, I'm thinking about my life and I'm like, because I'm looking forward and I'm saying, hey, what are my expectations for my life? Where do I see myself, by let's say 40, okay? And at that time, I was like, oh, I'm gonna be, let's say a huge rapper, right? Or I'm going to build a big tech company, right? Or I'm going to have have an amazing family. I'm gonna have kids. I'm gonna have a wife. I'm gonna be, when I get older, I'm gonna be traveling a lot. I'm not gonna be stuck in nobody's town. I'm gonna be just going around and I'm gonna be living up life, right? Like all of these may be reasons by which I create an expectation of what my life will look like in the future. Does that make sense? My life is what I've designed it to be by the choices and decisions that I've made, right? So as I have thought about it back when I was young, I created an expectation for my life. However, here's one of the biggest challenges when you talk about the disappointment in yourself. You set an expectation of something in the past that you thought that you would be now. When in the past I thought about it, here's the part that messed it up. The messed up fact was I never set a plan for it though. You see what I'm saying? I had an expectation of what I thought my life was gonna basically fall into. I thought I'd be able to fail forward, right? So I can just walk out my life, do the things that I want to do, and I would end up where my expectation level was. That's what I thought. That was the way that it kind of, you know, I thought it would work out, I guess, because I didn't set a plan, right? So if I didn't set a plan, then how could I ever reach what I expected? And that was the reason why when I first started doing these streams, I I started off talking about goal setting, and immediately on the heels of setting a goal, plan, right? Because the goal setting is creating, starting an expectation that you want to achieve, right? This is something I'm expecting is going to happen because this is my goal. When I work the plan out, and it's a sound plan, right? Not a random plan, but a sound plan based on what I know the goal to be and the work that it takes to get there. Even if I don't know all the work, the fact of the matter is I've looked into it. I've tried to figure it out. I've tried to take my time to get it together and say, boom, here's the work that it's going to take. This is the plan I'm going to have to walk out to be able to reach that goal slash expectation level. If I didn't set the plan, then obviously how can I expect to get to the goal? That in turn can create disappointment because I never thought about the fact that I needed to make a plan for it. And so now when I get to the time that I probably should have reached the goal, I'm not there. Now I'm disappointed. What is wrong with me? Why didn't I, why am I not where I thought I was or was going to be? I see other people out here and they already have achieved the goal that I wanted to achieve. And I should have been hit that goal, whatever that goal may have been, right? But the problem is, again, that I never set a plan for it, right? I just assumed that I'd get there. So if we switch it up, because we are talking about ourselves, but if we switch it up, we're still talking about ourselves, but let's talk about ourselves versus someone else that we have set an expectation level for, right? So if let's just say that we have kids, okay? If you have kids, W in the chat. If you don't have kids, nothing wrong with that. That's based on your choice, what you wanted. But in this example, say I have kids, okay? I've trained them, I've taught them, I've empowered them to go to school, do good, make good grades, make good choices, and come back home safely. I've given them all the tools that I felt like they needed to be able to achieve that goal, right? So I've set an expectation level for them because I know what I've given them as tools to do it. Okay? Now, here's the issue. If they if I'm at home, I'm doing my thing, or I might be at work doing my thing. Next thing you know, I get a phone call. Phone call, teacher, right? Teacher's like, Mr. Rich Bees, I really need you to come up here to the school because, you know, uh, little kid bees was acting badly. They did this, that, and the third, and we really need you to come meet up here with the teacher and the principal, blah blah blah. Right now, go up to the school. You get there, and first things first, you're like, what? When you got the call, what? Oh, so on your way up there, you already start to get pissed. You're already feeling away. What do you mean? What the heck? What the heck? Why would they do that? Right? I've already given them the tools to be successful. They should understand how to act in school or whatever that issue was. Now you get to the school and they're telling you, well, at school, this child is this, that way, and the third. They're doing this, that, and the third. Kid bees is all over the place. They can't keep themselves in the seat. They're talking back to the teachers. They throwing stuff across the classroom. All of this wild mess. Okay. All of this wild mess. Well, now I could be mad about it, right? I can immediately get mad. And that's probably where most men will go, probably women too. But I'm just going to say parents, all right? That's where most parents will go. Immediately pissed, right? Why? What the heck? Didn't I train you better? Didn't I? Didn't I? Didn't I? Didn't I provide you with Don't you have a great place to live? Don't you have food to eat? Don't you have a bed? Don't you have like all of this stuff, right? These are things that you're now dumping on the child because you're mad at the way that they behave at school when you thought that you've given them all the tools to be able to do it. Okay. However, sometimes there's a disconnect. The disconnect can be that that expectation level that you had for that child at school, you never communicated it exactly, right? You may have given them the tools, you may have, uh, um trained them in the way of how to act, but you never really communicated the expectation level that when you go to school, you sit in the seat, you listen to the teacher, you're right, like you never really actually fully communicated the expectation of how they're supposed to move in that environment because they have a lot of distractions and they're still kids. They don't have a fully formed brain, right? The point I'm getting at here is that you may have not fully communicated the expectation to that child. And because it's a child, you may have to do it more than once, right? But in the same instance, if you noticed when you go to advertisement, when you start talking about advertisement, right? When you start talking about how information is given to people and is retained, a lot of times the expectation needs to be communicated more than once, right? One time you say it, they might get it, but a lot of times they might not even heard what you said, or it didn't stick, right? So that means that you may have to communicate it 2 times, right? Most of the time, what people do is they'll communicate it 3 times, right? If you listen to a commercial, if they give you the contact phone number, they're going to at least give it to you 3 times. Why? Because it's easier to retain it because you've heard it multiple times, especially when it's back to back. Not also, but in addition, that also gives somebody time to write it down, right? That also gives somebody time to maybe put it in their phone. So the point I'm getting at here is you have to communicate that expectation to that person, or it will end up we're in a place where you'll be disappointed, right? Now, let's get to what my wife says. What my wife says, she says it all the time, and I hope I get it right. So if she's in the chat, let me know. But here's what if I can say it right. Here it is. Stick around. I'm gonna try to get this right. Uncommunicated expectations leads to disappointment. Let me think about that. Hold on, Chad. Expectation leads to uncommunicated expectation leads to yeah. Yeah, I think that's the actual saying. Uncommunicated expectation leads to disappointment. No, it's not. It's uncommunicated expectations lead to frustrations. Lead to frustration. That's what I think it is. Uncommunicated expectations lead to frustration. So we said that word frustration is equivalent to disappointment, right? So I would sub it out for the word disappointment because that's what you'll be. You'll end up being, not being meaning that's what you are, but feeling disappointed, right? Because we talked about our words before, so I want to make sure that I'm saying it right. You'll end up feeling disappointed if you don't communicate those expectations that you have. So a lot of times, if we don't communicate it, then what do? We assumed that they would understand it. We assumed that they would take those tools and operate correctly. We assumed that they would be able to do that job. We assumed it because we didn't communicate what that role, what that responsibility was. So, in that, I'm saying we have to communicate our expectations because we cannot leave them unspoken. Un, unspoken disappointment equal Put an equal sign there. Put a double equal sign. Uncommunicated expectations lead to frustrations slash disappointments. That's how I'm gonna say it. That's how I'm saying it today. Okay. All right. So the thought process though is also when you start thinking about disappointments, you start thinking about the fact of, well, did you set an appropriate timeline? Right? So you can have an expectation or a goal that you set, and because let's make this really clear. Let's make this really clear. A lot of times people pray, okay? When they pray, they say, God, I need $50,000 today, right? Could he do it? Probably. Is it a locked in thing? Probably not. But the point is that you're looking for something that you've had no plan for and you didn't work towards right now. Okay? So that's like a genie. I'm saying that only to say that what we think when we set a goal or an expectation level is that we're going to achieve that. We probably set the goal faster than we will be able to get there. So it's like me saying, I want to travel to California and I'm going to drive it, right? I know I'm going to get there, but I may say that when I look at the map says that I can get there in, let's say 24 hours, right? Let's say 24 hours, even though that's real fast. Let's make it 36. Let's say 36, okay? We can get to California driving from coast to coast 36 hours. Let's just say that. Okay, illustration purposes, not necessarily facts, but I think it's somewhere around there. It might be 27 hours, it might be 30 something hours. If you just look at the map for how to get there, like the map of time it takes, okay? And so we start off on our drive and we realize 27 hours later, 36 hours later, that we're not there yet. Why are we not there yet? Because we didn't take into account everything else that has to happen on that trip. You got to stop and get gas. You got to sleep probably. Probably. Depending on if you're a zombie or not. You got to sleep. Then on top of that, you have to eat, right? All of this stuff requires you, unless you've planned, a stop, which means you have to stop somewhere. Every stop is going to then add more time, right? Every deviation, construction in the road, any slowdowns, any weather delays, all of that stuff is going to add time. So when you get to between 27 and 36 hours later, you're like, I'm not there yet. Your kids are screaming in the back. Are we there yet? And now you're frustrated. And if you had something planned for when you got there 30 hours later, now you're disappointed, right? Why is that? Because the timeline that you attached to it was based on GPS, but you didn't take into account the rest of the stuff, which means that now you have a disappointment because your expectation was set at the fact that you would probably be able to get there in X amount of time, right? So there's that, right? But who says that that timeline is the correct timeline, right? And I think that's why a lot of people say, just enjoy the journey, right? You set a plan, you set a goal, no, excuse me, you set a goal, you set a plan, and then you start to walk it out. You can set a date that you're reaching for, but in yourself, you have to know that, things may happen and it's okay. I just need to keep moving forward, right? Because what I've seen someone say, and don't remember, um, I don't remember who it was. So if I do, I'll let you guys know. But somebody said that if you ask a person to set a 5-year goal, a lot of times people don't realize how long time is. Okay. So if you tell a person to set a less than a year goal, like a 3 month, 6 month, or whatever goal, they felt when they set the goal, they felt like they've put too much right into that. Meaning they thought they would get further than they could within that short amount of time. Okay. But if you set a 5 year goal, a lot of times that's way more time and you can achieve that goal faster than the 5 years. It's almost as if the we think that 5 years is so far away, or excuse me, that 1 year is so far away. We think that 5 years is closer. Like it's hard to explain, but it's almost a lot of people will set a goal that's a year, but that year it takes them longer because they feel like they can put a lot of stuff within a year. But if you look at what it takes to get to a goal in 5 years, a lot of times people don't realize how long that actually is and how much you can actually do once you get past that year, 2 year time frame. The things that you've done have started to compound and you end up reaching that goal faster than the 5 years. That's how they basically they explained it better than I did. So don't shoot the messenger. Just know that I'm trying to get this across because when you set a goal, when you plan to get there, there is a time frame before you're going to be able to get to that goal. And depending on how you set that time frame is going to also determine whether or not you get disappointed or frustrated about that journey, right? Because everybody starts getting frustrated when they haven't achieved it yet, especially when the timeline has passed, right? When the timeline that you set on it has passed, it initiates frustration. Because when I think about like where I thought I'd be when I got to 40, and if I'm not there now, which I'm not, some of the things that I told you a second ago in the stream, I'm close, right? Or one of them I did achieve, one of them I might be kind of close on, the other one is crickets. Like I ain't nowhere near that goal. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll tell you this one. One of the goals that I had was I said, man, I'll be retired by the time I turn 40. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be retired. Am I? No. Not even close. You know what I'm saying? Not even close. So again, at times I could be disappointed. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, transparent, at times I have been. You know what I mean? And like I said, I'm being honest here. I'm being transparent with you guys. Uh, At times I have been. I've been very disappointed, right? Because I'm looking at my life, I'm like, and when I look back, I can see because how they say hindsight's 2020. I can look back and I'm like, I can see how I could have made a different decision at this point right here. I can see how if I would have went that way at this point right here, you know what I mean? Like I still could have caught it earlier or whatever. But then behind that comes another thought. Well, if I did make those changes, would I be who I am today? You know what I mean? Is there a need for me to feel disappointed because my life, like I told you a second ago, is a culmination of all the decisions that I made thus far, right? And those were done, a lot of those decisions were done without a plan, right? They weren't even goals. They were dreams, right? Hopes. You know what I'm saying? Hopes and dreams without a plan, right? Because it wouldn't be a hope and a dream if I had a plan, because then it would be a goal. Then it would be a what's the other word? Goal. I don't know why I can't think of that word right now. Anyway, you can't achieve something just based on a dream, right? You have to do something behind it. So if I have a dream, then I have to set a goal. And then if I set a goal, then I have to make a plan. And in that plan, I got to set a timeline, but that timeline needs to be fluid based on milestones, right? Because we talked about that before. Milestones, right? And so we tend to assume that making different decisions in the past will bring us to where we would like to be. We tend to assume that making different decisions in the past, right? That's another part, right? Because even though I could see where I could have made some changes, that doesn't mean it would have got me there. It means that like it, I might have got closer. I might have already achieved it, but I might be worse off than even where I'm at right now. Like to be honest, who knows? Who knows? It's only like I. That's why the feeling of disappointment is so hard because you think that you could have did something about it, right? But all of that was in the past. The disappointment is based on past decisions. That's where disappointment comes from. You can't be disappointed in a future decision. And if you can, put it in the chat. Give me an example of how you can be disappointed about a future decision. Disappointment is literally based on past expectations. You know what I'm saying? Because the way that you get to the disappointment is because it was unmet, right? When we looked at the definition, right? And I'll just say it. I'm not going to, well, no, let's go to it. Here we go. Definition says to fail to fulfill the expectation or wishes of, right? To fail to fulfill it. So that means that there has to be the time of you, of it not being fulfilled, right? So it can only deal with something of a decision of the past. If you want to counteract that, then that logically, it means that I have to make better decisions now. You know what I'm saying? I have to make better decisions now. If I make better decisions now, then in the future, I won't be disappointed, right? Or at least, hopefully, I won't, right? Because we're going to set a goal, then we're going to set a plan to achieve that, and then we're going to set milestones so that way we can figure out where we need to change, where we need to move, where we need to navigate so we can achieve that goal. Basically, we're trying to strategically get to the goal versus a hope and a dream that will be there. Okay. Here's how disappointment actually feels, though, because disappointment feels really bad, right? And people say, "Oh, well," and I'm not. This is for illustration purposes only. I'm saying this to say how it's usually used because we're in the English language, and in the English language, people say they are things. They say, I am this, I am that, right? So people will say that they are disappointed. They will say that they are frustrated, that they are mad, that they are, right? They're taking ownership of this state of being versus them saying that they feel bad, that they feel disappointed, that they feel like there's an issue, right? Whatever that may be, right? XXX or, asterisk, whatever you want to call it. So because they're saying they are, it then takes them further into things like blame, right? Blame becomes one of the things that shows up when someone is disappointed, right? Because they're now blaming either someone else or they're blaming themselves, right? So now I'm sitting here stewing in blame because I feel like somebody could have did something different or I could have did something different versus what I did do. And the thing is that, yes, the truth is that If we take accountability for all of our own actions, then whatever that expectation level was that was set and was not fulfilled, that's our fault, right? It is my fault. Okay. Once you can just literally take ownership of that, that was my fault. My bad. I missed it. I didn't set my plan. I didn't walk out the goal because I can look at my situation of saying I would be retired by 40 and I didn't set a plan. I didn't have a mode by which that I was going to achieve it. What made me think that I would be able to be there if I didn't have a way that I could create that? You know what I'm saying? So that's on me. So at this point, I can accept, if you want to call it blame, you can. But I would say it's not blame, it's accountability of the decisions that I made that got me here and not retired. Does that make sense? So the thing that you have to watch out for, though, is staying in that blame place. Well, they didn't do this, so that's the reason why, I'm disappointed. They didn't. And yes, we could do that. We could say that they didn't do the part that they were supposed to do, right? That may be true. But then when we turn it around, look on ourselves, well, did we empower them? Did we give them the tools? Did we state our expectation? Did we really tell them? Did we really communicate to them all of what the expectation level was? And then did we take into account, are they are they able to achieve that? Right? In all that we know about them and all that they've said, do we even think that they would be possible that they could do that? Right? Go to the kid thing, right? We send them to school, we expect them to act good, we expect them to behave, not get no calls from the principal's office. Well, at home, little Johnny is jumping off the roof. Little Johnny don't never sit down. At home, little Johnny is all up on the counters, right? Little Johnny is pulling on the TV. But you expected for them to go to school and sit still for 8 hours. You expected them, little Johnny don't even listen to you, right? Little Johnny don't even listen to you. But you expected little Johnny to listen to that teacher and then get disappointed when he didn't, right? So what was our expectation? Like, was our expectation too big? All of that matters, right? Especially because you're dealing with the disappointment that you're feeling. It's not about whether little Johnny feels disappointed, right? It's not about that. It's about, Rich, why do I feel disappointed? Right? I feel disappointed because they, it should be, they acted in a way that I didn't believe they should, right? So, okay, that's why you feel disappointed. Understood. Can you feel disappointed? Yes, you can. However, you can't stay in that. You can't keep blaming because it's really on you. Did you communicate the expectation? Did you make sure that you give them the tools to be able to do it? You see what I'm saying? You can't stay with the blame part of it. You have to literally take ownership of it. And then that will make it easier for you to get out of the disappointment because you are being accountable for what took place in your experiences. Because disappointment is an experience that you're having. It's not an experience that they're having, whoever it is who disappointed you, right? It's an experience that you're having. They're not walking around feeling disappointed, you are. So you have to look at the fact of, well, how did I play a point into how I'm feeling? Right? What did I do that made me feel disappointed in this situation? Right? So that's why I'm saying we have to reframe this whole thought process because it's not about whether that other person did, didn't, could, couldn't achieve what you expected for them to achieve. I hope this is making sense. I hope we're making some headway on this whole disappointment thing because And the reason why I even thought about this topic, I'm gonna take a little short break here. The reason why I thought about this topic, to be honest, was because I was feeling disappointed. You know what I'm saying? I was feeling disappointed. I was feeling disappointed yesterday. I was feeling disappointed, yesterday. I was feeling disappointed actually, actually for a couple days. You know what I'm saying? Disappointed. I was feeling disappointed because a couple of things. One of the reasons was because, what is it going to take for me actually to achieve this next level of streaming, right? That's one of the things. So if you look at right now, followers, I appreciate everybody who's followed. That's really exciting, and I've achieved a level that the streaming platform wants me to achieve to be able to move to the next level in my streaming journey. I've achieved the amount of hours that they use as a basis to change levels, right? I've achieved the amount of days that you have to stream to move up to the next level. But the one metric that I've yet to achieve is the amount of people that are streaming at one time. I get a nice number of people who come in on my streams, but they go in and out, in and out, in and out. The way the system is wanting it is that they're consistent, that you stay on the stream. And so that's why some days I'll do streams like this, right? And again, this is my little brief break just to give you guys understanding and context. That's why I do streams like this, right? Where I can stick on a topic and I'll talk about that topic the whole stream. Because my other streams are a little bit different, where we might watch a movie, we might be making something, we might be, editing a video or whatever that might be. And that's cool. I love doing that. And that's what I'll continue to do. But these type of streams are those hitters that, someone can jump in on the topic, hear the totality of the topic, and then, by the end, get an understanding, be able to implement it in their life. That's the whole thing about the think part, right? The becoming a better version of yourself. Okay. And so that's the reason why I do these type, because these are really, I'm not gonna say compact, but they are one topic that flows through the whole video. Okay. And that's just for you guys because you're in here, you're watching the stream, and I'm appreciative of you coming in and staying with me. You know, trust me when I say it makes me feel really excited that people are joining in, and at least I think you do. I'm not gonna say it's my expectation, but it is a a thought I have that if you're joining this stream, you're trying to figure out ways that you could be a better version of yourself. You're trying to figure out ways that, you've been led to get to my stream, and you now like, you know what? This content is stuff that I really need to hear, right? I need to hear this on a consistent basis so that way I can start to formulate my life to move differently. You know what I mean? Because everybody always, there's enough room for everyone to continue to grow. Nobody has achieved the pinnacle of what human existence can be. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you do get, to be the most, let's say you get to monk status, right? Where you just somber, you got everything locked in, your day is very smooth. That doesn't mean there's still not growth, because your body's changing, your mind's changing, your whole environment is changing, which means that you have to change. So there's growth potential there because you'll learn something new tomorrow, just like you learned something new today. And hopefully this topic has given you some new things to think about, even if you knew what disappointment was, even if you knew it was the same thing as like frustration and sadness and things like that. There's still information that can be gleaned if you've never uh, um, if you're still dealing with it, right? And I do believe that disappointment is something that you may have dealt with yesterday, and you may even deal with tomorrow because of these various reasons that we talked about so far, right? And so to say that, I'm saying the way that we're going to have to address feeling disappointed just me thinking about this, right? Like the way that I have dealt with it is first things first, very first thing first is to change my standard, right? So when I say change my standard, I'm saying, is what I want to see happen realistic, right? Is it realistic that this goal is achievable? Is it realistic for where I am currently? Because you can have a goal that might be uh, not unreachable, and it is realistic, but just not realistic for where you are, right? For instance, if I say that my goal is to get $50 million by tomorrow, there's a lot of things wrong with that, right? Because how am I going to do that? That doesn't mean it can't happen, but is the goal unreasonable, right? Is it unrealistic? What are the chances? That's almost like lightning in a bottle, right? Like the chances, the chance of getting hit by lightning would probably be higher than getting $50 million by tomorrow. But can that happen? Can lightning strike? It can. If I've put together things that can equate to that end happening, right? So if I move or change the standard of the expectation, that can mitigate disappointment, right? When you talk about, reaching that level, if as long as it's realistic, the thing about it next to stave off disappointment is the preparation that I've done to reach that goal or expectation level. Is it enough? Right? Did I set a good enough plan, and did I do the work enough that that goal or expectation level can be met in the time frame that I've assigned? You see what I'm saying? And this is one of the reasons why I say we have to have grace. We have to have grace for where we are in our life, because sometimes we didn't know enough to be able to even have that expectation level. We set an expectation level that we didn't even know enough about, and then we're disappointed that we didn't get there. We didn't know enough. We didn't have enough data points to know. And so, yes, you may feel disappointed, but the fact of the matter is you were disappointed in something that you really had no chance to achieve anyway, because you didn't know what it took to get there. You didn't set a plan. You didn't prepare. You see what I'm saying? So even if you look at that path that you're walking, a lot of times to reach a goal, and you set a plan, a lot of times you're going to have other people that are involved with that, right? Because, and I said this before, because this saying is something that I always stick to, which is write the vision down, make it plain, so those that see it can run with it. That saying is very um, apropos. Write the vision down, make it plain, so that those that see it can run with it. In this case, I would go as far as to say those that see it. Let's modify that a little bit to those whom you communicated it to. You know what I'm saying? So, because if you have others involved, you have to be able to communicate it. So writing it down, presenting it to them, meaning I don't have to say it, but I can give it to them on paper. Whichever way it's done, whether it's here's the paper, this is the expectation level, so they can read it, or it's you verbally saying it again, like we said earlier, 3 times, right? And more than that, repetitively over the time that it takes. So if, let's say you have a goal of a year to reach this thing, let's say you're building an app, because I've built a couple. We're building an app and we have a team. This team is supposed to create this app by the end of the year. Okay. Right now it's February. My team, I should be communicating the goal. right? I should be communicating the milestones continuously. I should be telling them, okay, we have to do this, we have to do that, right? Because I'm thinking about these milestones and we have to hit these milestones. And so each day or week, I have to give this again. Okay, our goal is to get to blah, blah, blah. We're going to do this. We have this milestone coming up. This is our 30-day milestone. We're going to hit that milestone. What are the work items that need to be done? Here they are. You're going to work on this. You're setting a plan. You're setting a team, right? Your communication has to be strong, because if you have weak communication, then that expectation that you have, you will be disappointed. You will be disappointed, especially if you're not doing it repetitively enough. If you just said it once and think that you're supposed to remember and keep doing it, they're not. They're not. I don't think anyone is told once to do something is going to continue to do it. They'll do it once when they remember, but then it might slip their mind, right? So that's the reason why your communication can't be weak. Your communication has to be strong, and your communication has to be continuous, right? And so for me, I think that disappointment is just the feedback that you get because you didn't do one of the things that we just talked about, right? So that feeling of disappointment is just feedback of, was my goal realistic? Did I prepare well? Did I communicate that? And am I did I set a good enough time that goal can be achievable, right? Because if the disappointment comes, then maybe in one of those five things, no, 4 things, you missed it somewhere. You see what I'm saying? But then that goes back to me, right? In your situation, it goes back to you. So use disappointment to your advantage, not as a place that you just sit, right? Use it as a metric to be able to check yourself, to be able to look into yourself and say, well, what did I do? Where did I miss it? Was there one of the things that I didn't do well on? And if you did, that's okay, right? That's okay that you didn't do it well. Now change it, right? Because if you didn't do it well, you felt disappointed. Now you've take a step back, looked at the situation where I missed it. Okay, I missed it there. Okay, cool. Let's enhance that. Let's work on that part, right? Continue to do the other things that you did well before, but work on this part. Reassess your timeline and work toward that goal. That way you can realize that expectation, therefore getting rid of the disappointment. Is this making sense, guys? Come on, chat. Let me know. Let me know, is this making sense? Because I really hope that it is. Because for me, this subject right now is going to change my life. And when I say it's going to, it's because, like I said, these are things that I'm working on in myself. And as I'm talking to you guys, I'm thinking about my life. And this is how I'm able to connect the dots, right? I'm connecting dots that I already knew the answer to, but yet I still feel this way. You know what I mean? Yet I still experience this feeling in my life. And it's because I did those things, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm really thinking about it. Like, even the thing that I told y'all, the example that I gave about being retired by 40, right? That's a wild expectation just thinking about it. 40. The average person, when do they retire? I I don't know. I think the retirement age that everybody says is supposed to be is 65, right? That's like the government whatever. That's when you can get retirement benefits or whatever, Social Security benefits or whatever. But I was like, man, I'm better than all these people. I'm about to be retired at 40. What were they talking about? You know what I'm saying? Anybody out there with me? Don't leave me out here on the ledge by myself. Don't leave me out here on the edge of this what's it called? The plank. Don't leave me on the edge of this plank by myself. You know what I'm saying? Come out here, join me. The weather's fine. Come on, people. Listen. All right, chat. All right, chat. But I do want to know. I do want to know what's the real average age, not the age that is set. I want to know what the average age is. So let's look it up. Hold up. What is the average age of retirement in the US? All right. Here we go. Boom. Oh, I didn't put it on the desktop. Let me make sure that you can see it on the desktop. Here we go. Bow. The average retirement age in the US is approximately 62 to 64, with trends showing an increase from 57 in 91. So in 91, the average age of retirement was 57, while 62 is the common average. Many individuals continue working, with about 70% of 65 to 69-year-olds retire. Men typically retire around 64 to 65, while women retire around 62, 63. All right. So there you have it. Average retirement age between 62 and 64 for most. So at this point, could I feel disappointed? Yes. Should I feel disappointed? No. No, I shouldn't. Why? Because I didn't even look it up. Didn't even know what the goal was. I mean, yeah, let's call it the goal. The retirement age normally is on average, right? Yes, there's a bell curve and all that kind of thing. But the point is that even on the front side of that bell curve, you're talking about 57, even if we scale it and we say let's take it for people that are well above average and end up retiring sooner. Let's say 50. That's 7 years difference, right? So pull it back to 50. That's still not 40. What are the chances? Let's look this up. Let's look this up, because this is the thing. It's not that I was hard set. Okay, it's not that I was hard set on retiring at 40. I just said in my head that I'm gonna be retired by 40, right? And I kept saying I'm gonna be retired by 40. Anyway, here we go. What is the what did I just say? I just said, what is the what is the lowest retirement age in US? What is the lowest? Yeah, what is the lowest retirement age in US? Let's do that. Desktop. Here we go. All right. The earliest age to claim Social Security. No, hold up. While you can retire at this age, taking benefits early may result in permanent reduction. Okay. Maybe I need to ask the question first. What is retirement? Retirement. All right, let's just ask that. Retirement is the permanent or semi-permanent withdrawal from one's working life, typically occurring at an older age when an individual chooses to stop working or reduces their hours. It involves relying on savings, investments, or pension benefits to cover living expenses. Yes, that is exactly what I thought I'd have at 40, right? I thought that maybe some music that I've dropped, and I didn't even drop much music before 40. But yet I had this expectation that I was gonna be retired by then. What? What does that? I stupidly did. That's who did it. I did. And then was mad about it, right? Then not mad, disappointed that I hadn't achieved it. Wild work. Wild work. I'm sitting here thinking like, yo, that was wild work. And I don't even remember, I don't even know. Well, I do know why I just said it. And I didn't even know I was gonna say it, but I said it now. Now it's out in the world. That is literally the dumb thing that I thought without any kind of plan behind it. Wild work. Wild work. And I know y'all got some expectations that y'all had over your life too. So come on, come on. Let's not just laugh at me. Come on, I told you to jump out on this on this pier with me. The weather's fine. I'm pretty sure the water's kind of warm. All right. So uh let's sum this up somehow. Let's bring this to an end. Um I'm so stuck on this retirement thing now. Bro, I don't even know how I got there, but wild. Wow. I can't believe that that was truly an expectation of mine. Truly. So much to the point that I felt a way about it. I felt a way about it when I hit 40. And I think that that colored my from the time cuz 40 was when I moved out of the country, okay? I moved out of the country, did a whole lot of traveling once I turned 40. I literally left after my birthday. Yeah, what is it? 2 months, 2 months after my birthday, um, we left the country. And so imagine that I'm traveling around, I'll say it, butthurt, right? Disappointed that at this point I'm not retired. Even though I'm doing a lot of flying around and doing a lot of traveling and stuff like that, it was still a hustle, right? It was still a grind. Why? Because I didn't have, what does it say? Savings, investments, or pension to cover my living expenses. I had to do work. So I wasn't retired. Yes, I was traveling. Yes, my business was footing some of this bill. Maybe a little bit of investments and things like that were footing some of the bill. But point is that still working, still working. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't retired. Disappointment set in. Disappointment set in. Now, I'm making decisions in a in a with a feeling of disappointment coloring the decisions that I'm making. Right? That doesn't make for good decision making. When your decisions are automatically already colored by disappointment, by frustration, by sadness, by a feeling of I don't have what I thought I'd have. I'm not in the place that I thought I'd be. All this kind of stuff makes for not the best decisions. Even though I may be trying to make the best decision I can, not realizing that I'm still making them in a compromised state, right? And again, I'm out here. I'm out on the pier, standing on the side, like yo, I'm out here. I'm jumping. So, and this is for y'all, right? Like I'm doing this for y'all. I'm being clear for y'all, so that way y'all can see how true it is, how real it is. It's not just you. It's not just you. It's me too. You know what I'm saying? I may operate within a lot of wisdom, but that wisdom comes from this type of stuff. That wisdom comes from the things that I'm telling y'all and being totally transparent with. I ain't perfect. Nobody is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to let y'all know so that way maybe it won't happen to you. Y'all can stave off that thought process and have better decisions and operate in a better place than I did. You know what I'm saying? These are the same type of things that I share with my kids. You know, I've been talking to my kids since when they were kids. I've been talking to them like this for years. And I'm not talking about recent years. I'm talking about when they were young. When I used to bring them home from school, we're driving home, we're talking about random topics that are life-changing topics that I'm pretty sure that they can reach to in their bag and make better decisions than I made at their age. To me, that's what a family is. To me, that's what community is. To me, that's what leadership is. You know what I'm saying? And so in that, let's talk about a couple of ways that we can reset ourselves and or put forth a plan so we can stave off the disappointment, right? Because we talked about the fact of you know disappointment being feedback, right? We said disappointment was feedback, but let's now set what the plan is, right? Like so we can say one, if we're going to fix the disappointment, because you can't necessarily stop the feeling of disappointment from coming in, You can't necessarily stop it, but when you feel it, you have to first name what that disappointment is, right? What are you disappointed in? You know what I'm saying? What was it that made me feel disappointed? Once you can name what that thing is, then identify the expectation level that created it, right? So if you name the disappointment and then you identify the expectation that created it, then you can separate your ego from the outcome. You have to separate, you know, like I'm telling you about this whole retirement thing, right? I was locked in on that bad boy. I was like, yo, this because I kept saying it. I'm gonna be retired. I'm gonna be retired. I'm thinking about it. You know, but I'm not doing anything toward it. So that was an ego trip. You know what I'm saying? But because now I can name the disappointment, I can identify the expectation level that set it, right? The expectation that actually created this disappointment. Now I can separate the fact of that being the ego and the actual outcome, right? Because the outcome was that I didn't get it, that I'm not there, right? That's the outcome. But now I can separate that from who I truly am, right? Which means that I'm not disappointed. I felt disappointed, right? I felt disappointment with that outcome. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't lessen who I am, but now I can see that outcome as being something of going through the disappointment and the things that led up to it. I can look at that and I can say, I made some wrong moves. If I modify those moves, then I won't be disappointed in this area again. You know what I'm saying? And so once I do that, then I can figure out, well, what's my next move? Right? Because you want to decide what you're going to do within 24 hours so that way you can create separation between you and that disappointment, right? Create separation between you and that disappointment. So that way that disappointment leaves, right? Leaves your body, leaves the feelings, leaves the emotions. Okay. That way you don't drift back into it, uh, uh, into that disappointed state. Okay. Because if you do, you'll end up sitting there, right? One of those words that my mom uses is ruminate. You know what I'm saying? Ruminate in it. And so that's what you want to do. You want once you name what it is, you identify the expectation that created that, and then you separated yourself from the outcome, and now you decide, well, what's my next move within 24 hours that I can do to create distance between that within that area, right? That area of disappointment. How can I separate myself from that? Which to me, if I gave you um a recommendation, the recommendation would be now create a plan, right? Because if you didn't achieve it before, right? You didn't achieve it before, you're disappointed because you didn't that expectation was not fulfilled. So now make a plan to actually get it because you may have not made a plan before. Now make a plan for it, right? You may have not set an appropriate timeline before. Now make an appropriate timeline for it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't even see your comment, chat. Our ego prevents us from analyzing why we didn't achieve the desired outcome. Our ego prevents us from analyzing why we didn't achieve. That's right, right. And that's why I said you have to separate that, right? We're separating ourselves from the outcome so that way we can accurately analyze what we did or didn't do wrong, right? Not wrong, not right or wrong, where we missed it. Okay, because that's all it was. It was we missed it somewhere in the things that I said before. You know what I'm saying? So that to me is the perfect way to realign yourself by reassessing that goal that created the disappointment that you've now identified and clearly named, right? And now you've done that and you've separated yourself from what the outcome was. Now you can actually set a real plan, figure out the timelines, figure out the execution things, get your team all communicated with so we can set the level of expectation, right? We communicate that effectively multiple times and then keep walking out the plan, right? Then keep walking out the plan. I feel like that is the easiest way for you to achieve success in anything that you do, to be honest, right? You figure out what's the goal. What am I headed for? Then you get the plan, right? Then you communicate that plan to whoever's involved in that plan. If it's to you, then you keep communicating it to you over and over. Just because you set the plan doesn't mean you know the plan. Uh, I don't think people get that either. Just because you set it doesn't mean you know it. When you set that plan, you have to then keep reading it. You have to then keep telling yourself. You have to keep saying it out loud, right? Not to mention, you have to keep walking it out consistently. Every day, you have to do something toward that goal. Even if it's just a little step, you take a baby step today. Tomorrow, you might have the fortitude to take a jump. The next day, you might not be feeling so well, so you just take a little, a little stroll. The next day, you might be able to run. You know what I'm saying? One day, you might hit a brick wall and then realize, well, today I have to climb, but I don't really feel like climbing. Maybe I'll just dig. Like, the whole point is that you keep making moves going towards your goal, whatever that might be, right? Consistent effort, intentional. Matter of fact, let's say it that way: consistent, intentional effort, because it has to be based on the plan. The plan is the intention. And so when you walk that out, and it doesn't matter the realm that you're going for, it doesn't matter what the goal is, doesn't matter what the expectation is set. The fact of the matter is, it has to be consistent effort, intentional, put toward that goal. Okay? So for me at this moment, I already know that I'm not going to be retired by 40 because I missed it. If I stay on that goal, right? However, can I be by 50? Can I be retired by 50? Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it, shall we? Based on where I'm at now, the things that I'm doing now, how long it will take me to get to 50. Is it possible? It can be. It can be. But based on what I'm doing and where I feel like where I'm doing can go, I probably won't. Meaning even if I get to the level that I could live off my savings, investments, pension, I don't think I would want to yet. Does that make sense? I probably could, but I don't think I would want to. So I wouldn't set the goal for 50 because then I would be setting myself up for disappointment, right? No. And the question, if you can't see the chat in a future video, it said I might have missed this, but did you define what retirement was for you? No, I didn't say what retirement was for me. I went off the what retirement definition is, right? And so I'm assigning that to my thought of what retirement is. Okay. So if I pull it back up, because I still have it up. So when I looked at the definition of retirement, and the last sentence says it involves relying on savings, investments, or pensions like, Social Security to cover living expenses. So that means that I would have to make enough, right? I would have to make enough that each month it pays me enough to take care of my living expenses. And I want to say more than living expenses. I want to say my standard of living, right? The way that I wish to live for the remainder of my life. Even if I could have enough by the time I hit 50, I still don't think I will want to at that moment retire. I think this is where I'm at right now. I would probably shoot for more like, and the funny part is I'm saying this live. I would probably shoot for like 57. Yeah, I would probably shoot for 57 because that's still younger than the average. But based on my age, it would give me enough time that I could put together and walk out the plan to actually meet that. You know what I'm saying? Am I gonna set the plan? Am I gonna shoot for that? We might have to find out next time. We might have to revisit this topic another time. But when I say revisit the topic, I'm talking about the topic of retirement. We might have to revisit that topic another time because I don't want to say that that is what I'm going for at this point. To me, at this point in my life, I'm actually really enjoying the journey, right? The things that I'm able to do each day, the way that I'm able to even get on these lives and talk to y'all and really show y'all my heart. You know what I'm saying? Show y'all my heart, show y'all that I care, show y'all that I want y'all to be better because I'm giving you examples of me and the things that's challenging for me, you know, and I'm working through them. And then I'm doing the things. You know what I'm saying? So a little white ways back, I realized that I need more structure. I need to make sure that I'm doing the things that I really want to do to get to where I really want to be because nobody just falls into success. Some people some people can what people would think is fall into it, they didn't really fall into it because they were prepared or their talent was good enough that it still happened what seems as if overnight, but their talent was already good enough. Their preparation was already good enough, right? And so now the success that they got to is supported because they already did the work. Where I'm at this moment, I've already done the work, right? I've prepared, I've mastered some things, I've grown, and there's more to grow, right? There's more to grow. And now that there's more to grow and I understand that, I'm not seeking the quote unquote retirement, right? I'm just thinking about can I do something better or something different than I've ever done the day before or the year before or the previous years of my life, right? Can I have another experience that I want to have? My life is kind of, I'm not going to call it retirement, but it's kind of free. My life is kind of freeing in the mode that if I want to go out of the country, I can, right? Based on how I've set my company up. If I want to hang out on live all day, I can, but I can't do it regularly because this doesn't provide that level of income. You know what I'm saying? So I still have to do my work, but I could be live and do my work. And that's what I do some days. So I think I've created a life of things that I love to do. If I love to do them, then why do I have to retire from them? You know what I'm saying? I can keep doing them until I don't feel like doing them anymore. And then hopefully I've reached the point that I could retire out of that thing, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do the other ones. So, answer to the question, yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be going for that, though I would love to see whether I could say that I want to stop when I get to 57. Right? So what I'm saying right now on this stream live is that at 57, I will reassess if I want to retire. And I'm okay with that. I'll reassess where I'm at. Now, me doing that has, I don't want to say undone, but I do want to say made me feel better versus the disappointment I felt when I first started this conversation when I said I'm not where I thought I'd be, right? Now I feel different. I feel empowered because I'm saying that I do love what I'm doing. I do want to continue to do what I'm doing. And so I'm not thinking about retirement, but when I do, it's going to be reassessed at 57. At 57, I'll reassess it. That frees my mind up from that level of disappointment. Now, remember, I told you when I was 40, I hit that and I went out of the country and it did something to me. But now, years later after the 40, I've been thinking and I'm like, okay, mm, you know what? I still feel a way. Let's talk about it. Get on this, talk about it. By the end of the conversation, I feel like, okay, I'm good. It's actually good that I didn't retire or didn't reach that goal because I do like what I'm doing and I do like what I've become. And I do like the fact that I can reassess and say at 57, I'll think about it. At 57, I'll actually sit down and say, do I feel like retiring now? Do I feel like do I feel like I'm at the right place to do it now? Which means that I would have to do the work though to even do that at 57, right? So now I don't have an expectation that I'm going to be that by 57. My expectation is I'm going to assess that when I turn 57, right? So I didn't lower the standards, right? I didn't lower the standards. I tightened the system. I didn't lower the standards. I tightened the system. The system it takes for me to be able to reach that expectation level or that goal or that dream. I've tightened the system to be able to get there, right? Because if you want to put this into like some kind of a short sentence, I would say like disappointment is not a stop sign, right? It's not a place that you just camp at. It's a chance to recalibrate and figure out what I need to do. Where do I need to navigate better than I have been, right? How do I need to communicate better? How do I need to plan better? How do I need to set an expectation better, right? So, with that being said, I hope this has helped y'all, bro. I really do. I hope, chat. I really hope that the things we talked about today are empowering enough that you can take these concepts and you can go implement them today. Even while we're sitting here on this call, hopefully you have sat there and thought about the things that you are going through, the expectations that you had, the disappointment that you may have felt, and reassess those and figured out how you can address that and deal with that feeling of disappointment. Because it's a feeling, right? It's a state. It's not who you are. Disappointment is not who you are. Disappointment is how you feel. Disappointment is a temporary place that you could find yourself based on the decisions that you made in the past. So going forward, make new decisions, plan better, or not better, more effectively, and make sure you communicate those when it deals with people around you. All right. So, bro, thank y'all for joining me today. We've been on this bad boy for about an hour and a half. We went through from the rooter to the tutor about dealing with this disappointment, and I feel better. I hope you guys feel better. I hope you guys understand more. And if you have any questions or comments or things that you want to talk about offline, jump in the Discord. It's pin comment. Do that as soon as you can. You know, in the Discord we can talk about whatever. It doesn't even matter. But also that'll give me some, choices and options to talk about in future videos. Okay. So thank y'all for joining me today. I'm gonna go get some lunch. I don't know what y'all gonna do. Hopefully you have a great day. I might stream again tonight because it's Friday night. It's Friday, y'all. You know what I normally do. Normally do some kind of special thing in the evening, right? Either we watch a movie, because we still got Airplane 2 we gotta watch. I love Airplane. We might watch Airplane 2 tonight. Or I can do a story time. One of the two. Either we can do a movie or I can do a story time. Get in the Discord and let me know which one y'all want to do. All right. You can say it in the chat if you want, but I'd rather you jump in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? Let's create this community so we can help each other be better versions of ourselves. Thank y'all for coming out. Remember, it's Rich Bees, the real Rich Bees. Make sure y'all tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your mans. And I'll see y'all on the next one. This is Rich Bees, and I'm out. Salute. You know who it is. You know what it is. Rich Bees. Yes, this guy, between the thumbs, is back. The real Rich Bees. We're here. We're doing our thing. Hey, listen. Today is the day. Today is the day that we really get into some realness. Okay? Because we're going to be talking about some stuff that, I know people are going to try to hold on to. When I say hold on to, I'm talking about they are going to be fighting tooth and nail to keep these things. Right? You see the title. We're talking about what is getting into you. This is one of those topics that, when people hear it, they're like, what do you mean what's getting into me? Right? But we're going to discuss it today. You know what I'm saying? We're going to discuss it today because we're coming off of yesterday talking about your emotions are costing you, right? That's what we just talked about yesterday. We talked about how your emotions are expensive. Our emotions take your time, take up your mental space. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we were talking about. All right. Basically talking about what feelings do when you let them lead. Okay. So go back and watch that because we're bridging right off of that. Okay. You know how I do. Things that we do, it has to stack up, right? One thing you learn is going to build you to the next thing. One next thing you learn is going to build you to the next thing. So the intent with this channel is to make sure that we're growing, and we can't skip a step if we're going to grow, right? We can't. There's no way you can skip a step if you're going to grow. But we are talking about what is getting in, right? into you? Let's talk about it. All right? Because that's what we on today. We trying to figure out what it is. And not only for you, not only what is getting into you, but also what's getting into me, the guy behind the thumbs. Today I'm on this thumb tip. I don't even understand why, but we'll see. So with that being said, hey, welcome. Welcome to the Real Rich Bees channel, right? You know what I always say? Tell a friend to follow your mans, Rich Bees, the Real Rich Bees, right? On YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Make sure that you tell somebody to go follow, because we know that we're in this not just for ourselves, we're in this to help others, okay? And so because we're in this to help others, that's why you got to tell somebody, right? That's why you got to reach out right now, go to your social media, post, hey, join this live stream, right? Tell them to come in, follow, subscribe if they really like the content and they really get something out of this, okay? Because that's the whole intent. The whole intent is for everybody to grow. And so I'm not going to belabor this beginning, but just know we're up to 44 followers right now, right? We're up to 44 followers. And because we're up to 44 followers, we have to celebrate. Raise the roof. Raise the roof. I know on YouTube, y'all might not hear the cheers, but the audience is in here, okay? The way I'm mic'd up, you might not hear the audience. I got a whole audience in here. Yeah. Anyway, that's why you need to watch it on Twitch when it's live. Now, the point that I'm getting at today is what's getting into you. What's getting into me, right? Because if it's going this way, then it must go this way. That's how. If I point at you, I'm pointing at me. It's going both ways. So what's getting into us? How about that? Maybe I should have put that in the title. But we're talking more so about you and me. So us. Yeah, I'm tripping. All right. Now, anyway, like I said, yesterday we talked about your emotions are costing you. That's what we talked about. Today, we're talking about what's getting into you, right? So what is feeding those feelings that we talked about yesterday, those emotions in the first place? What is feeding them, right? So if I had to put a flow on this, then it would look something like this, right? Based on the videos that we did, right? Because remember I told you, I just said it, we build it. Now, if we look at what we did talking about life, test your foundations, right? Life, test your foundation. That video, we're talking about foundational things and how life can produce or can show you cracks in your foundation, right? We came behind that the next day talking about your emotions are costing you, right? And now we're going to get deeper into that emotional thing, but we're looking at really what is feeding it, right? So then it's like a pressure test that then reveals something which leads you to the emotion of it. And now we got to circle to, well, why do we have this emotion, right? Because we said it yesterday. Why do we have the emotions? What is causing us to have this emotion, right? We're talking about the inputs that's feeding you to have these emotions, okay? So what we know is a lot of people are trying to change their reactions, right? Because we talked about reactions on here. So, but we didn't go deep in it. So today is kind of going to be that, right? A little bit. We'll see. We'll work this out. So let me steer this ship. Here we go. So a lot of people are trying to change their reactions, but they're not even worried about, well, what is making them react this way? Okay, so that's the part that we're trying to like connect dots on, right? If you follow me on social media, you've probably seen my video where I talked about marriage as a business, right? I talked about the whole theory that I have that marriage is like a business, right? And a business is set up like a marriage, okay? I think I did a stream on that. I can't remember if I did. It might have been the Valentine's Day one, maybe. Go back and look at the Valentine's Day one. I think that one might be it. But I talked about how marriage is connected with business and thought processes behind it, things like that. But it's the connections that some people don't see, which allow you to get a better understanding, because when this thing is set up, I'm going to say it this way. So above, so below, right? What happens on this level is going to happen on this level. Okay? So if it's happening external to you, then it's because of what you're feeling and dealing with internally. Does that make sense? So if you keep trying to fight the stuff in your life that is showing up as emotions or as thoughts, okay, then we have to figure out, well, what's causing those thoughts? What's causing those emotions? And so that's what we're really going to get deep into, right? Because if you're trying to have peace, and I said this before, man, if you're trying to have peace, then what's causing you not to have it? Generally, it's in your mind, right? If you're trying to stay focused, why are you not? One of the other people that one of the other members of the Rich Bees, the Real Rich Bees team, if you will. When I say team, I'm talking about all of you guys, because we talk about Team Bees, right? All of you guys who come into my chat, one of them said that they have ADHD. Okay, I can understand that when it comes to the ability to focus. That's directly what it affects, right? It's attention deficit. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't keep focus. Okay. Well, let's still talk about that, right? We're not talking specifically medically, so don't hold me on that. What I'm talking about here is not everybody is dealing with that. There's a spectrum of it, but I don't think everybody's dealing with that. I think most people are dealing with the fact of the inputs that they're dealing with, right? What's getting into them, okay? Because if we're trying to grow, we have to really look at what's feeding it, okay? What's feeding it. So what we know is emotions don't just appear out of nowhere. They don't. Generally, something has happened or transpired outside that is usually producing said emotions, right? But why are these emotions being triggered by what's happening outside? Because yesterday we talked about you got to be able to control your emotions, right? That means that there's something on the inside that's stronger than what's trying to manipulate it on the outside. Okay? Because if those emotions are costing you, then it always leads to a deeper question, right? Why do I have them? Why is my mood changing all the time? Why am I having these thoughts, right? Why am I reacting to people in this manner, right? Why do I crave doing these things, right? Why is my mind continuously like out of sorts, right? It's gotta be because something is getting into you. It's gotta be, right? Because do you know that everything that's getting into you is building something inside you? Everything you let in builds something, right? It doesn't matter what it is. Everything you let in will build something in you. So let's break it down, because I think y'all get it, but we're going to go deeper in that, okay? So let's figure this out. If we think about the things we watch, right? Those things then become a part of us. right? Because if you watch something on social media, or you watch something on TV, or you watch something on streaming services or whatever, what happens when you're in certain conversations, or you're in certain environments or whatever, and you're communicating something? What do? We immediately take something that we heard in that movie or in that show, and we use it to get our point across, right? Why? It's because that thing affected us. And now that we're in this situation, we can recall that thing, right? And we can put use to that thing. It might be a saying, it might be, the way they acted, the way they responded to something. And when we see this moment that we're in, right, it looks to us or reminds us of that scene that we saw in the movie, right? So that's the reason why we have to watch it, right? We're watching it so we can intake it, okay? Now, what's another one that we're letting in? It's what we're listening to, right? What we're listening to. The music, right? That's huge. The music is huge. The music is so huge. Why is the music huge? Because it has a factor that even movies and TV shows, they do a little bit, but you get more out of it from music. And this is a major issue, right? When you're listening to something, because what you listen to ends up getting replayed, right? When it comes to music. So if you listen to music, a lot of times if you hear a song and you like the beat, you like the groove, stuff like that, what happens? You end up continuing to play that song over and over and over again. And a lot of times when you hear a dope song, I know you're not listening to the words. You don't. Not at first. You feel the groove, you feel the way that they're saying what they're saying, but you're not really paying attention to what they said. And so what happens? What happens is a lot of times we make up our own words based on the flow of the sound coming out as the vocal, right? And so we make up our own words within the song or whatever, but you're still hearing the original lines that came from the artist, the person who sang the song, the person who rapped the song, the person who, did whatever they did to create this song. Now, here's the part about it. It's the fact that it's that replay power, right? That's the thing that most people are going for, and especially now when they make music, right? It's the replay power. They want you to play and play and play. That's why I did a whole stream on my videos and I made this word. I don't even know whether it was a real word, but it was called loopable, right? I said when I make my clips off my videos, I try to make them loopable. What that means is when you press play and you watch it, by the time it gets to the end of that clip, right, the short clip, it might be a minute, might be 30 seconds, but it's always usually shorter than a minute. But when you get to the end, it loops back to the beginning of what I just said, but it almost seems like a consistent thought, right? So that way, when you listen to it, it feels like I didn't finish what I was saying, and I'm gonna reintroduce that thing, but it just comes like a consistent thought, right? And so you keep playing it and playing it and playing it because you're waiting for the next part, but it seems like it's giving you the next part, but it really didn't yet. And so it loopable, right? Now, here's the thing. I don't even know if I did this on the stream, but I'm going to do it today because I really want to know. So, because I use this word now a lot because I said it and it became a vernacular for me. So we're going to see if loopable is even a word. How about that? Let's go to the desktop. Here we go. Wow. Loopable. Let's see if that's a word. It's probably not because I know I made it up. Nope. Loophole. That's not what we want. See what I'm saying? So it is a word I made up, which is fine. It's fine because now that I've made up a word and I defined it, how do you think any language is made up, right? Somebody comes up with a word and then there's a definition of what they mean by that word. Now you have a word that can be used in the language in which you speak. So now implement that word, say that word, use that word, make sure that you tag me in it. Rich Bees said it on the Real Rich Bees channel. Loopable, okay? Clips that are able to continue to loop back and forward again. It just keeps, it can loop, and it sounds like you're continuously making this thought. Okay, loopable. Now, we were talking about music, and in this music conversation that we're talking about here, it's really interesting because back in the day, I made a song that talked about music, right? Me and my dad actually wrote the song. Okay? 20 years ago, I made a song out of it. Meaning we wrote the words before this when I was young. I think I had to be like 12, between 12 and 15. We wrote this song. And then I ended up making the song, right? Later, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I made the song. So when I made this song though, I was like, I really want to make this song because it was a song that we wrote so long ago. And so the thing about it is I want to play that song for y'all today, right? You know, sometimes I go to music and I play some music, and today I want to play this one song. Now, the thing about it is when I play this song, I don't remember because it was so long ago. I think this beat is a beat that is from my brother-in-law who does production, who does like tracks and stuff for some big name artists and things like that. He's a producer, and so I made this song off of what I think came from a beat CD that he gave me. That's what I think. I'm hoping that it wasn't just me using somebody else's beat and doing this, because this was 20 years ago. I was making beats back then, but also I was using my brother-in-law's beats. And then sometimes as I'm writing songs, I'm writing them to, you know, some tracks that I just find that are somebody else's instrumental or something like that. And so I don't remember whether or not this song, and this is why I never put it out, because I don't remember if this is a beat that's just mine. I think it is, but I don't know. I don't recall. That was 20 years ago, was a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But because we're talking about listening, what you hear, I wrote a song about that. And we're going to play the song, okay? If this gets copyright striked, then my bad. Now, on YouTube, there's a chance that you don't hear this song because it might not record for you guys. But I'm gonna play it, and this song is approximately, let me see, hold on. This song is approximately 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So when I tell you I'm starting the song, just skip in 3 minutes, so that way, you know, because you're probably not hear the sound, so you might need to skip in. Okay. I don't want to get copyright strike, okay? Because if it is not my beat, but point is, skip in 3 minutes, and that's when you'll be able to get back to the video, okay? But I'm gonna play the song for those who are live right now, so y'all can hear the song that I wrote. And the name of the song is called "Listen to the Music," okay? Listen to the music. This was actually recorded back in 2006, okay? So the rap style ain't new. It don't sound like something new, so don't think you're gonna get that. It doesn't sound like my new stuff. This is something from 2006, okay? This is 20 years ago. Told you. Let's play it. Here we go. Let's line it up. Here we go. I hope y'all can hear it. Here we go. We have 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's go.
It's about time we tell you about this music. This is real. Listen to the music. There's just something about this music that we listen to. Negative vibes coming from the video too. There's just something, if we look, it be so plain to see. Satan tries to keep God from folks like you and me with sober minds at all times. Spiritual truths are deployed because the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. One of the biggest things Satan uses as a weapon is the music. So be careful of what you getting. The message that he sends to your mind is keeping you out of time with the Lord. Is discord, and this you can't afford. This is it. So take it as true. Listen to the words we sing, There's your proof. Listen to the music. Pay attention to the words of the song, and God be happy if you sing along. Listen to the music, yeah. Pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sing along? Listen to the music. Pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sing along? Listen to the music. Pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sing along? We not come to condemn what you listen to, but only what we know is the truth. This is what we bring to you. Satan will try to confuse you. Our mind is his playground. How can we get this through to you? He'll take the music that's played in the streets through our sight and sound. That's how he sneaks on the scene. It's not what goes into a man that makes his life unclean, but what comes out of his mouth, if you know what I mean. We just urge you to be mindful of the things you say. Pay attention to the message that we bring. Lyrics that entice you, the same will condemn. Watch yourself and be careful, only edify him. Listen to the music, pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sang along? Listen to the music, pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sang along? Listen to the music, pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sang along? Listen to the music, pay attention to the words of the song. Will God be happy if you sang along? Yeah. G.
So there you go. There you have it. That's the song. If y'all like it, hey, put some W's in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Let me know what you think about it. It's all good. Hey, I made it 20 years ago. So if you don't like it, I can't help it. Like, it was 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? But it was very powerful in what was said, because it is about the music. It is about what you're listening to. It is about what you're hearing. It is about what you're seeing, right? And this is what I started off with. What you watch gets into you. What you listen to gets into you, right? Those things can get past your boundaries and your guards that you're keeping up. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing that really can get into you is what people keep saying around you, right? If people keep saying that you're, indecisive, if people keep saying that you're mean, if people keep saying that you're, that you're all of these things that you're not, like they're calling you things that you're not, right? That's one thing, because those things you can kind of like be like, man, I'm not that, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But if they keep saying it, then, and especially if they have evidence, right, they provide evidence to support with why they're calling you that, then you can start to take that on. And that's not good, right? That's not good. And especially if they keep saying it, right? A lot of times this type of trauma happens to kids because of their parents, and their parents are saying it, like, not necessarily demeaning them, but they don't even realize the impact that they're having in their life by saying these things repeatedly. You know what I mean? Especially if you're trying to help somebody with their homework and you try to tell them that they're dumb. You know what I'm saying? You sitting there at the table and they're mad because they don't understand this topic, and you call them dumb. Or you saying, can you not just learn, right? You hard-headed, like all of these things. That's not empowering them, right? That stuff that's getting into them and causing trauma, causing them to not be able to later in life deal with certain aspects of their life, or because they didn't like you saying it when you were the parent and they were the child, they didn't like you saying it. And so now when they grow up, anytime people even come off any slight ways, now they're reacting out of anger, out of malice, out of, wanting to stop that, hearing that, right? Remember, and this is something that now is really, really challenging for people, as they keep scrolling on social media, the things you're seeing is getting into you, if we just want to make it plain, right? Because not everybody is watching TV. Some people are reading books. Those are getting into you too. It could be good books, bad books. When I say bad books, I'm talking about books that have topics that aren't necessarily uplifting or that help build you up or whatever. And everybody, there's a ton of people who like a good fantasy. So I'm not hating on you. There's a couple people who like a good action book. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But you just can't keep, like, that's the only thing you read? Or even if you watch this on TV, is that the only thing you watch? Right? When you listen to music, is the only music that you listen to is about booty shaking and turning up and laying this person down and all this other kind of stuff? Is that the only thing you listen to? You have no productive songs, no songs that build you up, no songs that make you feel better, right? No songs that give you drive, right? Let me tell you, and this is interesting because there is a song that I listen to that gives me like that go, like, yo, time to go get it. You know what I'm saying? And that song is by Rick Ross, Push It to the Limit. That's not necessarily the most at least I don't think everything in that song. I got to think about the words now. But that song, it gets me hype, right? It gets me hype to go get stuff done, right? Because I'm gonna keep pushing it, right? But I have interpreted that song to push it to push into my dreams, aspirations, right? I'm gonna push it to the limit. I'm going as far as it's gonna let me go, right? I've incorporated some of the things that he says in that song into how my vernacular, right? The way that I speak to people and stuff like that. I have incorporated some of that into my life experience, okay? But am I thinking about the song right now? Just trying to think of the lyrics and things. I'm like, I don't know whether it is maybe saying some things that it might not be the best thing for me to hear repetitively, right? But now when I go back and listen to it, especially after the stream, I'm going to be questioning that. You know what I'm saying? Because I told you, this ain't just your way. This is also mine, right? It goes both ways. So as we talk about this, right, the real key, this is how it really gets into you, is that I'm about to really hit you with a word now. That loopability, that's not even a word. That doesn't even make sense. That loopability. So the ability for it to continue to loop is the problem, right? The real word is, replay, right? If something is and this is a word, replayability. At least I think it is. I don't know, but it seems like that might be a word. Let's look it up. Hold on. Let's look it up. Hold on. Let's see. Replayability. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the desktop. Boom. Replayability. Nope, there's playability, but I would think that there's a replayability. If there's playability, then I would still use replayability. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so the ability for it to continue to replay is what really, really locks it in, right? Because the real key is you cannot just live from the outside in, right? The point of this stream is for you to build yourself inside, because the outside is where it's expressed, right? Not the outside expression controlling your internal state, right? The inside needs to be expressed outside. So what's in you already gets expressed in the conversations, in the relationships, in the businesses, in the way that you handle yourself when people aren't looking. That's what we're working on, okay? So that's why we're talking about these topics, right? Because you and me, we're both doing the same thing. We are growing. We are learning. We are figuring this thing out. And once we chef it up real good, then we gonna show out. We gonna show out. We gonna show up and show out, right? That's what I'm looking at. So if we look at, like, let's say you go out, right? I'm pretty sure it's turning warmer, right? It's getting warm outside, especially if you live in the continental United States. It's getting warmer. Because it's getting warmer, you're gonna start going out more. I'm almost guaranteeing that people are gonna start going out more because there's gonna be more events. There's gonna be more things that's popping up that you have to go out to, right? As these events are popping up, why do you want to show up how you used to show up? right? Why do you want to get into the same problems and react the same ways that you used to? Now we want to go out this summer and be like, yo, we need to have ourselves together, right? And I ain't talking about what you're wearing. I ain't talking about your gear. I ain't talking about your car. I'm not talking about, the type of sunglass. Like, I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about the way we show up and present ourselves when we're handling situations, right? Because that's the biggest thing people are going to notice the change in. That's how they're going to notice change in you. When the world is going crazy, everybody is off the chain, they're saying all these things and doing all these things, and you're able to hold your composure, you're able to look at the scene, you're able to make a really sure decision, and you're able to either walk away or step in on somebody else's behalf. Yo, we can't do that, bro. We gotta, let's go ahead and let that go. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and let that go, right? You can show up as your full self. And you don't have to get loud. You don't have to yell. You don't have to be rah-rah. You don't have to do that, right? Because of what's inside, what you've built inside of you in this time, in the winter. That's why they say, what you pour into yourself in the winter and when it's cold is what you end up showing up as in the summer, right? So a lot of people say, oh, I got to get my summer body, right? Okay, that means that you must have put in work during the winter. When everybody else was cold, laying there inside, watching TV, playing video games and stuff, you was in the gym. You know what I'm saying? You was in the gym. Let's get it. That's going to show up. That's going to show up in the summertime. Because nobody can see it in the wintertime. You fully clothed up. You ain't wearing t-shirts in the winter. At least most people aren't, depending on where you live. If you're living in Miami, you probably still wearing t-shirts. But the point is that anywhere else, you probably wearing sweatshirts, hoodies, coats, jackets, like all the time through the winter months, right? Through the end of the fall, winter months, and then coming into the beginning of the spring, you probably still wearing jackets and stuff. So when are you really going to show up and show off all the work you did? Once it hits toward the end of spring, rolling into the summer, right? Spring break happened, you showing up. And that's coming soon. So did you put in the work? Have you sat there and watched these videos that I put out since December, right? During the winter months. Have you watched the videos? Go back and watch them, right? Go back and watch them. And then as you're watching them, take notes. Immediately implement something every day from each video. Each video is only maybe an hour and a half long, right? I don't be streaming forever. I come on here, let's talk about the topic, let's get it moving, right? This is almost like a college course, right? College course lasts an hour. This is what we are. We in college for ourselves. We building ourselves. It's not about the learning something outside. We're learning us. We're learning how to be the better version of ourselves. That's why we're here. That's all this channel is about. The Real Rich Beats. Learn yourself, grow yourself, make sure that you protect your inputs so that way your outputs can be on point at all times. Okay? That's what we're talking about. So if the stuff inside of you is being built up and it's going to be expressed every day outside of you, then what does that look like? Right? What does that look like? If we think it through, we have certain things that come in based on our sensory, what do you call them? Yeah, our five senses, right? We have certain things that come in. Some things get past the five senses, right? Okay, what are the five senses? We have hearing, we have taste, we have smell, we have sight, and we have touch, right? Hearing, sight, taste, touch, smell, right? Hearing, sight, taste, touch, smell. Yeah, right. So we have those five senses. However, There's feelings that we get that bypass those, right? We have feelings. Feelings bypass those senses because it's not. You don't hear a feeling. You don't smell a feeling. You don't touch a feeling. You can't see a feeling. And you can't smell a feeling. Right? That's why the feelings, the emotions are so powerful, because they bypass your actual senses. This is why when we're talking about emotions, how they can overwhelm you, how you can have one bad feeling and it can change your life, right? It can cost you your life just from the feeling. Because what does a feeling do? It plays in your mental, right? It plays in your in your heart, if you will, right? In your soul, right? That's where the feelings and the thoughts exist, in your mind, in your heart, in your gut, right? Mind, heart, gut. This is like I said, this is me just thinking it through right now. If the feelings exist in your mind, your heart, and your gut, then that's going to bypass all of the senses. So what do we know? That the senses are the things, though, that send a signal of something that makes you feel a certain way, right? The emotion doesn't come from the senses. The senses tell you something. It gives you feedback about your environment. And when those senses go off with whatever's going on in the environment, your body reacts based on past triggers, past understandings, past experiences to produce an emotion. This is the reason why, and y'all can tell me I'm wrong. I don't care. Get in the chat. Tell me I'm wrong. But I'm also going to give you a little bit more understanding, right? I'm not just going to drop that on you and leave it there, okay? Let's talk about that. So, as a child, this is how I'm positing this understanding. As a child, or if you have a child, pay attention to that child, right? If they're before 1 year old, right? They're a newborn, basically, right? They're pre 1 year old. And if a dog comes over to that 1 year old, less than one, okay? It got to be newborn. It's got to be like, let's say 6 months, right? 6 months old. That dog walks over to this 6-month-old child, and a lot of times that child will not get scared. That child doesn't know what fear is. That child is just looking like this, bubblehead, right? Aren't they? Come on, man. Hey, we ain't playing no game. We being real here. We being honest. We being honest with this, right? That child, if they don't know what emotion to have, that's like fear. You'll see them laugh, right? You'll see a baby that's under 6 laugh if you do something funny, or you peekaboo, peekaboo, they're like, hee, right? They're hee, kiki, all that kind of stuff. But a lot of times you're laughing with them, right? You're like, peekaboo, and you're doing it in a joy way, right? A joyful way. You're doing it in love. And so when you're doing that, a baby can understand that just the same way as an adult can understand that, right? But it doesn't know immediately to fear something. It doesn't know immediately that something is going to cause them harm, because they're innocent. They don't know what harm is, right? I think we had a discussion. I'm trying to remember if I actually said this on a live before, though. Have you ever heard the saying, to the pure, all things are pure? You ever heard that? Tell me down in the comments. Tell me in the chat right now, right? if you've heard that, because that's a powerful understanding. To the pure, all things are pure. What that says is that if you live your life in a right way, if you live your life with no regrets, if you live your life being the best version that you can, and that's the way you present, and you've done it all your life, you've never been somebody who's been all over the place, like, been out there, in the streets, making move, hustling, putting yourself in these type of positions, right? And you've never been violated, right? Meaning your parents never like beat you and all that kind of stuff, and it's always been peaches and creams in your life, okay? If that's how you grew up and that's all you know, then to the world, you are considered pure, right? Or people would say you're naive because you don't understand that somebody can play you. You don't understand that somebody can try to get over on you. Why would you try to, right? If you've never experienced that, then you don't know what that looks like, right? All you know is people are people of their word. If people tell you that they're going to do something, then that's what they're going to do. And that's what you're going to believe. And that's how you're going to walk. You're going to walk with that belief. Why? Because that's what was modeled for you all of your life. Which means that you come out green, pure, naive, and it's not really a naivete. What it is that you have experienced a different type of life, right? But it is naivete because you don't know those things. You don't know. I don't want to say sin, but you don't know what that looks like. Especially if you don't watch TV either, right? You grew up reading books and you were like really like, like living this life that they sheltered, if you will, that kept you away from all of the things that could possibly harm you or send you in the wrong direction. Because let's just say that your parents were very thoughtful in your upbringing because they wanted to make sure that you had these certain understandings and this is the way that you kind of showed up in the world. No problem with that. That's very good, but it does leave you vulnerable, right? Like it does leave you vulnerable. Why? Because if you don't know what these other things that are possible are, then you can get got quickly, right? So here's the thing though. We talked about the baby. We talked about the upbringing of that baby, and they were sheltered for majority of their life, and so they come out and they're pure. All things that they see, every experience that they have, they're going to operate as if everything is all good, right? That nobody would ever try to get over on them because they don't even know what get over looks like, right? They have no reason to fear anything because they were never around something that they needed to fear, right? But once you're exposed to these type of things that produce these emotions, these feelings, then it changes your life, right? So let's okay. We said that we need to watch what we look at. We said we need to watch what we hear. We said we need to watch what, comes into our space, all that kind of stuff. Like that's the kind of stuff we just talked about. Now, if that's the case, and I told you that emotions can slip past your eye gate, your ear gate, because it's a feeling, right? Which show up in your mind, your heart, and your gut. Then what are those feelings that can bypass that? Bypass your senses. Then I would immediately think about fear, right? Fear will bypass every sense that you have. If anything, even remotely. I had a whole stream where we talked about being quiet in the wintertime. In the wintertime, when it snows outside, it gets real quiet. I said that makes me feel scared, right? Because I feel like somebody's going to come in because it's just too quiet. I had been used to living in the inner city, hearing sounds all the time. And so when it snows, though, everything gets quiet because no cars are really running. Everything is kind of shut down. So there's no real movement other than people in their house. You really don't hear that. So what I hear is outside being super quiet. That's producing a fear that has no basis. There's no basis for this fear that I have because there's no sight, there's no sound, there's no nothing that triggers the fact of I should be scared, which scared is a form of fear, right? It's a feeling that you're getting from an emotion of fear. Then that's unfounded, right? It's unfounded that I feel fear when it snows outside and it's nighttime. It's unfounded. There's no reason for me to feel that way. So that's why I'm saying fear is getting in, but why? Why am I feeling fear when it's quiet outside? It's just because it's not what I'm used to. But the thing is, that's mental, right? That's mental in my mind, in my heart, in my gut, because I haven't experienced that. I haven't experienced it being that quiet, right? If you live in the inner city or whatever, and then you go into the country and you stay there. That's a huge difference. You might not even be able to sleep well for at least, a couple months till your body settles in and really understands that there's nothing that's going to harm you, right? So again, that's a fear that bypassed your senses, that's just playing in your mind, right? Comparison is based on something you see, but why are you comparing against it? Why do you have to compare yourself or compare what you have to what somebody else has? Why? Why are you letting comparison in? Right? Is it because you don't feel like you have enough? We talked about that. What does enough look like? Right? Insecurity. Right? Why are you letting it in? Okay, I was about to go off on this real tangent, but I'm not, because that would get me really off track. Lust, right? Why are you letting lust in? Just because you see somebody that looks good, you gotta have them, right? Just because you see somebody that looks good, listen. Oh, I gotta have that. We talked about that yesterday when we talked about emotions, right? Why are you letting it in? Because nothing it didn't play in your ears. Lust lust does kind of come from the senses of the eyes, right? Like, for real. You know what I'm saying? That's normally what's going to drive that one. That's coming from the senses for real. That's coming from the eyes. It might come, as a matter of fact, it's coming from the eyes and the nose, because sometimes it's what you smell. Right? Pretty girl walk by, got on some, smelling all good. You know what I'm saying? Cocoa butter and coconut oil. You know what I mean? Like, and you smelling that, you're like, it triggers something. Right? But why is it triggering something? What have you let get in? What have you let get in that's driving you to get that? To have that reaction. Right? Because that's a reaction. Lust is a reaction. Right? But in the same instance, everything I talked about so far is a reaction. Right? Fear is a reaction. Comparison is a reaction. Insecurity is a reaction to something that slipped past the senses and said, hey, here I am. Right? Bitterness is built up over time. Right? Of feeling unseen. Right? Feeling played. Feeling taken advantage of. Right? Then over time, you can become bitter. Right? Hopelessness. All these are feelings that you end up having that gets in you. Sometimes unfounded. Right? Sometimes it's just based on what you think is transpiring, but your senses are lying to you. Right? Because just because something may look like something that's happened to you before doesn't mean that it's the same thing. The human body naturally wants to keep a category of things that were done wrong to them. It wants to keep account of it. Why? Because it's a self-protection type thing. Okay? So, but if you hold it, then you're holding in those emotions, which then starts to lead you, which we talked about yesterday wasn't a good thing. You can't let emotions drive the boat. Emotions can't drive the boat. You have to control those, because that's the only way you're going to be able to respond in a way that's going to be advantageous for you to show up as the best version of yourself, right? We've said on another stream before that just because somebody else is having it, is saying, oh, I need this today, I need this right now, blah, 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 when you own your own company, right? And people coming to you, oh, I need this today. Somebody else's chaos doesn't mean it's an emergency for me, right? Because I can't let you control the way that I'm operating. And people do it all the time because they start acting all, chaotic, acting like everything is all over the place, and I need you to do something because you're the only person that's going to solve this. And now you running around looking like, what's emergency? I got to handle this. I got to handle this. But you had other plans, right? Plans to push your vision, plans to push your vision with your relationship, plans to push your vision with your kids, right? The relationship that you want with your kids. And you've planned this stuff. And then somebody else's last minute thinking, somebody else's last minute chaos has now driven you to have an emergency, a false sense of emergency. It's not really an emergency. Their failure to plan is not your emergency. It's not. Right? So that's why I'm saying, if you really look at all of this on the whole, it's the type of music that you're listening to, it's the type of conversations that you're having, right? It's the wrong environment or atmosphere that you put yourself in. It's causing you to get these things in you that you don't need to have. You don't deserve to have them, because they are starting to control the way in which you react to things. Right? And that's not what we want to do. We don't want to be controlled by our emotions. Because those emotions that come in, right? Those things on the outside that are driving what comes in and how we start feeling and the emotions that we have is now affecting the things that come out of us, right? Because that's what a reaction is. A reaction is the things that come out of us, right? Matter of fact, let's look up the word reaction, right? Here we go. We even know what it is, but we're going to look it up like we always do about this time. Ha ha. So here we go. Reaction. A reverse movement or tendency, an action in reverse direction or manner, right? Reaction, something that comes out after something comes. So something comes and it's a reverse movement, right? Movement in the direction of political conservatism or extreme right. We're not talking about that. Action in response to some influence, event, etc. That's more like it, right? The next one is probably even better. In psychology, action in response to a stimulus, as of the system or a nerve, muscle, etc. Right? Action in response to a stimulus. That's a reaction. Right? We know about the, reaction to your skin and stuff like that, right? But this is more so the one that we're talking about, right? Action in response to a stimulus. That's what we're talking about. And so if a reaction is not something that you want to have, then we have to control what's causing us to what's starting to drive these emotions. Right? We have to cut off what's causing us to have these emotions. We have to gain back some control, which means that when we gain back control, what we're doing is saying, I don't want to listen to this because it makes me have these type of thoughts. I don't want to be around this type of conversation because it starts to make me have these type of emotions. Then I don't want to hear this type of video because as I'm listening to it, now it makes me treat my spouse differently. Right? If you start watching all these videos of, I call them he-man women haters, right? Or she-man man haters, whatever. Either one of the spectrums. It's the fact that they're hating the other uh, gender, right? The other people, sex, right? They're hating the other one, causing a rift in everybody who's in the middle of that spectrum. Why? Because they have these harsh views that all women are this, or all men are this, or all women are this, or all men is this. And what that does, though, is it starts to play into your psyche. And so now the relationship that you have with your wife, or the relationship you have with your mother, or the relationship you have with your dad, all of that starts to get muddied up. Why? Because now you're starting to think, well, like, all men are like that. I remember when you treated me like this. I remember when you did this right here. They might have did that one time, yeah, but it ain't that's a continuous thing in your relationship. It probably hasn't been. But you've taken that and you've made him to be all men. You made her to be all women. That's not the case. She's an individual, and the way that she acts is just the way that she acts, right? Because there's nuances in every conversation, so you can't say everybody is all things. It doesn't work. Right? But what happens is now that you have this rift, because now, you're either on one of the other sides, right? All women, all men. Now in this relationship, you're talking about, you starting to realize actually that your patience, get it out. Patience is shorter, right? Your patience is shorter. I ain't trying to hear nothing they talking about. Every time they talk, you trying to cut them off and stuff like that. Your patience is shorter. Right? Now you don't even have any peace, right? Because everything that you're looking at, you paying attention to everything they doing, because you're like, yeah, are they cheating? Are they, trying to go hang out with their friends, right? Like, do they not want to be around me? And this ain't just relationships. Like, this is even in friendships. This is even in family. This is even in work relationship. Oh, are they trying to quit? They gonna quit? They gonna quit my company, right? Or they trying to fire me, right? So your peace is gone, right? You end up lowering your standards because of how you feel. You're like, I feel so lonely. I feel so hopeless. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? This is for illustration purposes only. I'm not saying I feel these ways, so the things that I'm saying is not attributing to me. But I'm saying that that's the things that are being said, right? People say that they feel lonely, that they feel this way, they feel that way. And if they feel that way, then that's because that's how they end up reacting, by lowering their standard. Is this making sense? Because it's the reactions, right? Yeah, it's the reactions. The reactions that you have is coming based on a feeling that might not even be totally true, right? But because you've been, in the middle of all this dialogue, you're seeing these movies, these, videos that are streaming and all that kind of stuff. Now your emotions are off, right? For some reason you can't focus because something just keeps driving you, because it's catching your attention, and now I keep wanting to watch all this stuff, right? I think that's how people get into, like porn addiction, right? People get into porn addiction because they're driven to keep wanting to see this thing. They're losing focus, and their only focus is the thing that's making them feel a way, right? They're getting pleasure from it, right? Same thing when it comes to just scrolling on social media. People are just scrolling like, and or they're scrolling, posting something, watching their likes, and the more likes they get, that starts to drive this feeling of I'm accepted, I'm loved, people like me, right? These are my friends. And that ain't even the case. That ain't even the case. You just feeling lonely. You're getting this dopamine hit, right? And so now, if you're not getting any likes, you're feeling lonely. You feel like people don't like you. You feel like nobody sees you, nobody hears you. And so now you're making crazy choices, right? You're making crazy choices in how you're pushing your content that you're posting. You're getting real risque, because the more that you take off your clothes, the more people are gonna like it. And this ain't just women, it's men too. Don't play. You in there on your next post with your shirt off, you know what I'm saying, acting like you got your shirt off because you in the gym. No, you got your shirt off because you being thirsty. You got your shirt off because you want to get some likes. This ain't just women, it's men too. Come on now. I told you, let's be honest about this. We trying to get better. Right? We're trying to show up in a better place in our life. Right? But you have to remember that what keeps getting into you eventually will start coming out of you. You can't forget that. Right? Because if the wrong things keep getting into you, they're just going to affect your focus. They're going to affect your discipline. They're going to affect your identity. They're going to affect your standards, your boundaries, your self-trust. Ultimately, putting a crack in your foundation, right? So that's why we gotta keep a track of what things we're letting in. We have to keep our eye on what the prize, right? On the prize. When we talked about focus and we talked about having to keep an eye on the path, right? Stay the path. That's about what am I focusing on, right? What am I focusing on? And so if we take a look at where our focus is and what things possibly are trying to take our focus away, then let's ask the question, okay? Let's figure out the question. The question today is going to be, what are you listening to? Right? I just said I'm going to go back and listen to that Rick Ross song, Push It to the Limit, and figure out what am I listening to, because I am playing it a lot. So let me listen to it one more time so I can see if the lyrics are that I'm okay with, right? I can even look it up on Genius, or I can Google it, right? Lyrics to Rick Ross Push It to the Limit, and see what it is I'm listening to. Because that way, if I read it, I'm not paying attention to the music, which is drawing me in and having those feelings, right? I just want to check the words right now, because that's what gets repetitive in your mind. It gets stuck in your mind. So that's the first thing, right? You might not be able to do the same thing when it comes to what you're watching, but you know the type of content that you're watching, right? And the type of content that you play every day. You know what that is, right? The other thing you might want to check is maybe who you talk to, right? Who do you talk to regularly? What type of energy do they give you? What type of, do you walk away from that conversation and you feel like, I can go conquer the world. I can go take over. I learned something new. I'm feeling way better because, they've poured into me some good knowledge that I've never thought about before, a new angle to think about things that I've never thought of. If they're building you up, then those are conversations that you should keep. But if you get on the call and everything is rah, they talking about this, and so-and-so said, and so-and-so doing, and all that, those conversations you might want to, sever. Those are conversations you don't want to have anymore, because you're trying to protect your inputs, right? Which then helps you to be able to control your output. Okay? What mood are you in when you go in your environment, right? If you go in your house and you start to feel a way or whatever, you feel some type of way, then you have to figure out, well, what in your environment is causing you to feel this way? And then address it, right? And then if you're okay, sometimes you are walking around the house or whatever, and then you get this song in your head, right? Or you're in the car driving, you ain't playing nothing, you just driving, and you all of a sudden you like hear this song playing in your head, and you start saying it, and then you basically saying the song all day. What is that? Not what is it that does that. I'm saying, what is that song? What is that song? Because that is guiding you to maybe something that either you don't need to listen to or something you need to keep listening to. If it comes up and it's like, I'm gonna be the best version of myself, I'm gonna be a winner, I'm gonna be right? If it's a song like that, sure, play that song, turn that thing up, crank that bad boy. You know what I'm saying? But if it's a song that you're talking about, I'm trying to think of a song, man. I can't even think of one right off the top of my head right now. I'm sorry, because my mind is on the fixed part, not on the song part. But you know the songs that you listen to, and you can't even say the chorus. You can't even say it in public, right? You got to watch who's around before you say it. Like those type of songs, you don't need to keep listening to those. At least not repetitively. It's one thing for you to play a playlist and it plays maybe, once during the time it runs that playlist. But it's another thing that you got that bad boy on repeat, right? Because in your brain, it's going to be on repeat, right? Because you can't keep feeding confusion and expect to have clarity. You can't. Two negatives don't make a positive. You know what I'm saying? In multiplication, it does. But in what we're talking about, it doesn't. If you keep on feeding confusion, if you keep on feeding instability, if you keep on feeding, anger, frustration through music, through TV shows and things like that, if you're in frustrating conversations all the time, you always have to argue your position all the time and all of that kind of stuff. Don't expect to have peace, joy, love, clarity, understanding, wisdom. Don't expect to have none of those. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't keep pouring in negative things and think you're going to get a positive out of it. It just doesn't work that way. Right? But I'm saying that to say, and if you notice what I just said, it's not about just removing it, right? It's not about just cutting it off and stopping. What I was talking about was replacing it. Right? Replace bad songs with songs that are uplifting. Replace bad conversations with conversations that are uplifting. Replace, or if not uplifting, empowering, right? Replace the environments that you go in and you know it might go down at any given time. Like replace those environments with environments that make you feel welcome, that make you feel loved, that make you feel joy when you get there, that makes you feel like, ooh, I'm really becoming somebody. Get in those environments. You know what I'm saying? Put yourself into environments that other people are doing great things also. Right? Because what that's going to do is it's going to give you emotions of happiness. It's going to give you emotions of being fulfilled, right? It's going to give you emotions of being joyful and feeling like, I can be all that I want to be type. Because that's what you need. Right? That's what you need. You need more of that. The world needs more of that. So if you bring that to the table, then it's something that the world already needs. This is the reason why I'm streaming right now, right? Because the world needs people who's helping to build people up. They need more of that. They don't need more people that's helping to tear the world down. You know what I'm saying? So the best way that I'm saying that we can handle this, and I'm gonna go ahead and ride on off in the sunset on this one, which is not everything deserves access to you. Right? That's something that you can remember. That's something that you can put on your pin board or on your refrigerator. Find you a magnet, put it on a bumper sticker. Right? Not everything deserves access to you. Not everything should get into you. I believe that some of y'all are way too open, and the results of your life is showing it. The evidence in your life is showing how open you are, how much you let in. That's why your reactions are what they are. Right? And in some areas, that's why my reactions are what mine are. Again, it's not just you, it's me too. That thumb comes right back, right? We need to remember though, we collectively need to remember, if we want better to show up out of ourselves, we have to get better at what we let into us. Always remember that part. because your life is being shaped by what you keep letting in. Okay? So I appreciate y'all joining me today. I hope we are on the same page when it comes to this what's getting into us. What are we letting in, right? To our mental space, to our emotional space, to our mind, to our heart, to our gut. We have to watch what we're letting in. We do. So I hope we're on an even playing field, because tomorrow we're gonna go to the next level. We're gonna add something else to this. Okay? We're building here, people. We're not building something externally. We're showing up externally from stuff that we built internally. That's what we're doing. So come back and always join me. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Follow your man's Rich Bees. Yes, the real Rich Bees. Right? Make sure you do that. I really appreciate everybody who, came into the chat today. Everybody who's been liking the videos on stuff on YouTube, and making sure that on TikTok, that y'all are sharing them and stuff like that. I appreciate everybody who's doing that. I really do. I really do. We're up to 4 subscribers now, which is wonderful. I gotta throw some claps out of there for that. That's a celebration. That is a celebration, because we're up to 4 subscribers. Listen, we've been streaming now since December, and we have 45 followers and 4 subscribers, right? 45 followers and 4 subscribers. Hold on, let's look. Let's check the goal. Does that goal say 44? Or does it say 45? What does it say? I think it says 45. So we're making progress. We're making progress. We're starting to really get there. We're starting to really get there. I think really soon I'll probably put a little counter up on the screen over top of this, over top of my follower count for subscribers, right? So that way we can follow how many subscribers we're getting. But just make sure that you keep plugging in. Make sure you take the things that we talked about today and apply them somehow. You have to figure out a way, find one of the pieces that we talked about that you can apply into your life today, right? Anytime you have anytime we have these videos, you go on there. If you hear something, find a way that you can implement some part of it and find success in that day. Because why? You got to celebrate the little wins. The little wins help to build motivation. It helps to build understanding. And then if you tell somebody else, that helps to lock it in to your psyche. All right. So make sure you do that. Make sure you come back next time and bring a friend with you. You know what I'm saying? Make sure they're streaming on their own device, though. We need the numbers, people. We need the numbers, because we're on the road to affiliate. We're almost there. We need to make sure that we can get at least 3 to 4 people on this stream at one time, instead of people coming on and then they get off, coming on and get off. Because we end up having, this is what I saw in the analytics. We end up having like 12, 13 people on a live stream, but they're just not there at the same time. They're there over the life of the stream. So some people may sit in for 15 minutes. Some people may sit in for 5. Some people may sit in, and I don't know what else they're doing. So it is what it is. But the fact is, we got to get more people on the stream. That's why I said, bring somebody with you. Bring somebody with you, because you're growing. I know you're growing. I know I'm growing. So let's keep growing together and bring people with us, right? We don't want to be the only people changing, because we want to have a great environment. So other people need to understand the information so we can all grow together. A rising tide raises all boats. That's what we on. Thank y'all for coming out. Rich Bees.